Part 37. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 362. National Hero. The villagers were all confused. What happened today was beyond their comprehension. They were sitting at home eating New Year's dinner when suddenly a fighter jet landed in the village and flew all the way from the beginning to the end of the village. Then a bunch of government leaders arrived. Ambulances, fire trucks, military comrades with live ammunition, helicopters with lights shining down from the sky, and more cars than they had ever seen in their lives. Up to now, the big plane is still surrounded by people and the lights are shining. Everyone knew that Ji Chang's from the Ji family came back in a fighter jet. Many military comrades also went to Ji Chang's home, but they didn't know what happened. Didn't Ji Chang say in foreign newspapers that he would not come back? Isn't he treasonous? Why is it that not only did he come back, but he was treated so favorably by his military comrades? I was full of questions, but it was obvious that the military comrades were doing something. No one had the nerve to gossip, so they could only watch from a distance. After all, it's time for New Year's Eve dinner, and more people are eating and watching. It's already a busy day because it's New Year's Eve. Children are running around curiously and standing on the roofs of their houses to look down. For them, who have only seen a small plane in the sky, this fighter jet is too huge. As soon as Grandma Ji came out, she immediately became the focus of everyone. In fact, after the news of Ji Chang's treason came back, no one came to Grandma Ji to say anything. After all, firstly, her husband was a martyr, secondly, she was quite popular, and thirdly, when the country called for hard production, Grandma Ji was still got married to a model worker in the village. She is indeed very strong-tempered, but her excellence is also obvious to all. At least in Xiaoliu village, even if everyone said something about Ji Chang's behind his back, no one would say that it was all taught by the Ji family. They are all from the same village, and no one knows who is who. Especially since Ji Chang's went abroad, he never called back once. Not only did he abandon his motherland, he also abandoned his family. To a certain extent, the Ji family was also the one who was betrayed. Of course, you still have to say what you need to say behind your back. It's not that I, Nagasawa, don't want to call us. He, is controlled by Country K. They locked him up and prevented him from being beaten. Grandma Ji can be said to have straightened her back now? She was super loud for. His grandson explained, there are also those newspapers and news, all of which were forced by the people of K country. Poor me, Nagasawa, I don't have enough to eat or wear in Country K. This news is so exciting? The villagers all looked shocked. Then why do people from Country K behave like this? Look at how good our parents are. The military comrade simply explained the whole story from the perspective of a third party without any emotion. But who is Grandma Ji? That's a person who can memorize the entire leader's quotations even if he can't read. When there was a big mobilization in the village, she was not the one who stood on the stage and said it. She is very slippery. But later on, everyone worked on their own land, and there was no need for Grandma Ji to mobilize. So there was no room for development for a long time. Now she had seized the opportunity. She summarized what the military comrades said, added some of her own understanding, and polished it. The final version became Naga's. He remained calm and pretended to agree. The people of K country have actually been thinking, Tisk, how can I contact the country, how can I return to the country, how can I pass the news to the country? He suddenly had an idea. Since the people of Country K won't let him return to the country, why ban him? What's the point of banning? A high school student listened with rapt attention. Hearing this, he continued tentatively, no exit from the country. Yes. It's a ban on leaving the country. Oh, seeing bang, you even know this. This is a new word. The high school student was excited because he had caught up with such a big scene, so he hurriedly said, I also heard what the teacher said. Mistress, please continue talking. How did Brother Nagasawa get on the plane later? Okay, let me continue. Grandmaji was eloquent, and Balabala continued, Nagaze thinks about returning to China every day, but because he is prohibited from leaving the country, he cannot come back, and he is imprisoned with no news. He cannot eat well or sleep well. It was a pain to sleep well, but one day, he suddenly thought of a way. He thought, since country K won't let me fly back, wouldn't it be better if I flew my own plane? After coming up with this method, Nagasawa was so happy that he couldn't sleep all night and had dark circles under his eyes. It sounded like she was lying on the roof watching when Ji Changs came up with this idea. But the villagers were so excited that they couldn't care less about catching such a loophole. They all urged, what happened next? Later, he told the people of country K, this way, I will help you build the plane, and you can look at me as you like. I won't go out, so I can build the plane with peace of mind. When the people of country K thought, so many people were looking at him. He's definitely not going to be able to run away, so let's just let him make the plane. Good guy, now she even knows what people in country K are thinking. Grandma G couldn't tell the difference between making an airplane and modifying one, so she continued based on her own understanding, Nagaze works day and night. When he gets tired, he just looks up at the moon and thinks about his family. While I was still waiting for him, I gathered my energy again and continued to do it. He finally finished the plane. After it's done, will Brother Nagasawa fly the plane back? Nagaze can also make airplanes. Hey, he's really awesome. It turns out that Nagasawa made that big plane. He's really capable. It's so big. How long does it take him to make it? How does Grandma G know how long a plane will take? She didn't know, so she just skipped it and continued, how could we just drive back? Those people from country K are not vegetarians. After Nagasawa finished it, he first deceived them into trusting them. When the people of K country saw that he was so serious about making airplanes and so caring, they felt that Nagasawa had been seduced by their sugar-coated tricks. Confused. The high school student couldn't help but correct, Mistress, you should be talking about sugar-coated bullets, right? Grandma G, the K country is all about sugar-coated landmines. They have a lot of landmines. Didn't you see that they buried so many landmines in China during the previous war? High school students always feel something is wrong, but... Go. His father thinks he talks too much. How much do you know as your third wife? Your third master is a martyr. Whether it's artillery shells or mines, your third master has seen them all. High school students can only shut up and listen to him. The mistress continued to make up, no, say. I'll go on, what did I just say? Yes, when it comes to sugar-coated mines, how do those people from K country know that the patriotism of us Chinese people can be frightened away by them? They can scare us away with just a little threat. They were coaxed by Nagasawa and reassured him to go check on the fighter jet. Nagasawa told them, I will come after checking, and you guys wait outside. The people from K country agreed, but as a result, Nagasawa got into the plane and immediately started to shake the joystick. When the people from K country saw that he was actually shaking the joystick, they realized that Nagasawa was coaxing them and came up quickly. He stopped him and took out mines and guns. He threatened Nagasawa not to rock the joystick. Grandma G clapped her hands and waved her hand, but there is no way Nagasawa is willing to do anything. His desire to go home made him continue to shake the joystick desperately under the threat of bullets. The people from K country fired. Ze shouted to them, it's useless for you to stop me. I'm from China. Even if you kill me, I'm still a corpse of China. Good. Great job. As expected of the third master's descendant. He is so tough. Grandma Ji had tears in her eyes and her feelings were sincere. Then, as he shouted, the plane started. He quickly got on the plane, stepped on it, and flew into the sky. The K people fired, but he has no fear, because he only wants to go home. The villagers were very moved when they heard this. Some people wiped their tears and said with emotion, I actually believed him before. I didn't want to come back. This kid Nagasawa was alone outside and was bullied by country KY. How aggrieved he must be to be regarded as treason by the Chinese people. What a good kid. When he was born, I told him that this kid looks like the third brother. Sure enough, he is a good man just like the third brother. In the enthusiastic atmosphere, only the high school students looked confused. The plane started, with a joystick? How big a rocker is that? Can Nagasawa move it? He suspected that the mistress had used a rocker to start the tractor and put it on the plane, but everyone around him was sighing that brother Nagasawa was so brave, even the high school students didn't dare to ask at this time. So for several years after this, the children in the village thought that starting an airplane was just like a tractor in the village, requiring a joystick to start. Because of Ji Chang's heroic character, the most popular game among children has become playing the role of the national hero Ji Chang's. When playing this game, you first find a stick and turn it in the air, and then pretend to have the strength to suck milk. It is best to have sweat on your face from exhaustion, and then fearlessly shout to the back. Even if you beat me to death. I am also Chinese. Occasionally, the plot will follow the role of the young protagonist with a few more branches. For example, Ji Chang's was shot, and while covering his chest and vomiting blood, smearing impatience juice on the corners of his mouth, he shook the joystick with one strong hand. Finally, the plane starts, and the little protagonist dying assumes the posture of flying a plane, and rushes to the distant motherland, usually in front of Muraji's house. Ji Chang's returned. I didn't know that Grandma Ji not only created a tragic image for him, but also added a rocker start setting to the aircraft. He was dictating some information that he had found out in country K before. To be honest, K country used to force him to retain him, which can be described in 4 words. Luring the wolf into the house. Ji Chang's, a scholar with a gentle appearance, seems to be a man who knows nothing but research. He can't even cook. But in his eyes, the top and bottom of country K can only be described in 4 big words, full of loopholes. Especially now that country K is already using computers to work. Compared to China, where computers are still relatively rare, country K is very proud of this modern information-based office method. However, the data stored in the computer is not like in reality. Once you put it in the safe, it will be safe with heavy guards outside. Even if the computer is hidden at home, as long as it can be connected to the internet, Ji Chang's can just go in and follow him as easily as he does at home. He didn't write or talk about what he saw, he just remembered it silently. Now that he was back in China, he had no worries and had a full meal. Ji Chang's asked for paper and pen, and began to write down what he had memorized. The guy in uniform said from the beginning, "Oh my God." 2, "Oh my God." Then, "Oh my God." 1 piece of paper, 2 pieces of paper, 3 pieces of paper, 4 pieces of paper. Ji Chang's finally wrote a total of 20 pages. After finishing writing, he handed these to the other party, "Be sure to deliver them safely." "Yes." The boy in uniform performed a military salute excitedly. Cherishing the thick stack of paper in his hand, he thought, he still underestimated the meaning of the word genius. Ji Chang's didn't just want to write these. These are only from country K. He still has some inventory. But these must be for him. "Come in person." The guy in uniform said, "The leaders are still on their way, and they will probably arrive soon." Ji Chang's came back specially for the New Year's Eve dinner. Naturally, they couldn't ask this young comrade who had gone through so much trouble to return to China to come see them. They were all on their way here at the moment. On this day, for the villagers, they not only saw fighter jets, but also many old leaders who could only be seen in newspapers and TV. They were dusty and wrinkled along the way, but after seeing the fighter jets, they couldn't suppress the smiles on their faces. An old leader who had retired from the battlefield quickly stepped forward and carefully touched a corner of the fighter's appearance, his eyes smiling. Kakuta burst into tears. Okay. With it? How many fewer lives can be sacrificed with it? Good stuff, really good stuff. Where is Comrade Nagasawa? Take us to meet him. We must thank him properly. Thank him for bringing such a good New Year's gift. Thank you too, for such an outstanding talent did not choose to abandon the motherland. The villagers' souls were really shaking now. They were so excited that they could not speak. Compared with fighter jets, seeing these old leaders with their own eyes was more exciting for the Chinese people. Compared with the young people who can still restrain themselves, the old people are really excited. The oldest man in the village is getting older. In recent years, his memory has been confused. He often doesn't recognize people. He is leaning on a cane, looking tremblingly, and suddenly he pulls a passerby. Chang said, "Why are you so old?" "Yeah, you have to take care of yourself." Everyone laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm taking care of myself, and so are you, old man. Have you eaten? Have you? Eat, why are you here with us? Are you going to fight? Chunur, come quickly and get my gun. Just wait for me and I'll go with you. I'm very skilled. I also ate the leg of lamb. I gnawed it several times. I still have half of the leg of lamb at home. It's delicious. I originally said I would feed it to you, but you came here yourself." Chunur took it. "Bring the leg of lamb too." His son, an old man in his 70s, was called by his nickname and quickly coaxed his father, "Dad, you are confused. You have stopped fighting a long time ago. There's no war. If there's no war, let's eat the leg of lamb. Go quickly and get the leg of lamb." After the old man finished giving instructions, his son squinted his eyes and looked at the parents carefully, and said, "Look, your hair is already white. Don't worry about it all the time. Didn't we win the battle? Come sit down and eat the leg of lamb, very delicious." The parents didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and waved their hands quickly. No, we have it, you forgot, don't take a stitch from the people." Hearing this, the old man was unhappy and muttered, "How can I be considered a common person? I am a soldier and a Chinese." His son hurriedly supported his father and said, "Don't meet my father. He is old and can't remember things. He always thinks that there is still a war. My father went to the battlefield when he was young. He just went to a war after the victory, he came back. Who said I can't remember things clearly? I remember them clearly. Hey, what is that? Why is it so big? Old man, he just said something and then forgot about it again. Why did he come out?" He stared at the fighter jet in the distance for a few seconds, and suddenly he said in a panic, "It's a plane. A plane that throws cannonballs. Run. Chunur, run. Hold your son and run." Dad, that's not the case, don't worry." The old man was so anxious that he didn't know why, even though he had given a warning, the surrounding villagers still stood still. "Run. The shells are about to be dropped. They will kill people. Hurry, where is my gun? You hide, I will lure them away." He was about to rush forward with a cane, but he was so anxious that he stumbled and was about to be thrown away, but was caught by a pair of hands. The old man raised his head, and his chaotic eyes met a familiar face in front of him who looked at photos every day. The other party said to him, Comrade, you are wrong. I saw it wrong. Yes. The other party took his hand and led him forward. He pointed at the fighter jet and said, "That plane is not from the enemy country, but from our country. Our own family." The old man was stunned. "We in China also have such beautiful airplanes." "Yes, there is only one like this at the moment, but I believe there will be many more beautiful and powerful ones in the future." The old man stood there in a daze, staring at the fighter jets below, with a happy smile on his face. "Our plane is just different, it's really beautiful." Because of this little episode, everyone arrived at Ji's house a little late. Ji Chang's has finished drawing 3 pictures. When he saw everyone, he immediately stood up and said hello. "Hey, okay, are you working? Where? Are you a little excited when you recognize that the drawings on the table are warships?" "Yes, I had a lot of ideas before. When I got home, I drew them." The boy in uniform quickly handed over the 20 pieces of paper he was holding carefully. These were written silently by Comrade Nagasawa. They are all K country's plans and some secrets about China. Speaking of country K, an official asked Ji Chang's, "Are you sure they don't know the technology in this fighter jet?" "I am sure." Ji Chang's was very sure, and before the fighter jets, they leaked my technology. They forcibly detained me and asked me to serve country K, but they leaked it before the results of my research could be produced. Therefore, I strictly guarded against the transformation of fighter jets this time, and did not let the people of country K have the opportunity to come into contact with the transformation technology, but they still refused to give up. There are several bugs placed in the fighter jet, ready to steal my results at any time. How shameless! An elder slapped the table and cursed, "They leaked your technology, we will definitely seek justice for you." Ji Chang's opened his mouth and said the name of the technology. "Parents. Isn't that the technology that Comrade Nagasawa wrote in a secret message before and passed it back home? At that time, because it involved a lot of professional vocabulary, I even bought a secret code cracking book specifically for this purpose. They also followed the other party's instructions and quietly made a fortune, then turned around and sold this technology to other countries in exchange for a sum of resources." Ji Chang's continued to be filled with indignation. Not only did they leak my technology, they also sold it to a certain country. I even saw this news in the newspaper. He asked the parents, "Isn't it too much? Everyone has come to think about it a little bit." The polite elder was the first to slap the table. "It's too much. You actually do such a thing. Don't worry, Comrade Nagasawa, we will definitely help you seek justice." Others gradually understood and suddenly realized, that's right. Forcibly detaining citizens of other countries, robbing experimental results, and illegally detaining citizens is really excessive. Ji Chang's added, "And he also tried to rob my country's new fighter jets by force." Parents. Our country's fighter jets? Isn't that from country K? Ji Chang's looked righteous. "Of course it belongs to our country. It is parked in our village now. It does not belong to our country. How could the fighter jets of country K come to our country?" The big leaders were a little confused. If you interpret the expression, it would probably be, "How did you run away? You drove it back." Ji Chang's continued to be reasonable. "Everyone knows that the fighter jets of country K have national flags, but does this fighter jet have it? It doesn't. Of course there is none. If there is, then why is it invisible to the naked eye? Country K says this is theirs, so can they build a second one? It definitely can't be created, and the information left by Ji Chang's cannot be penetrated at all." An elder was very cautious, "But this fighter jet flew all the way back from country K, and the whole world saw it?" Ji Chang's, "When our country was invaded, the people of K country looted, and took away countless national treasures, and the whole world knew about it. There is no need to say the rest." You parents are still too upright. At first the country was lost, and countless national treasures were lost overseas. Now if country K is asked to return them, will they? Treat China as a battlefield and fight your own war. Let them recognize the lives of the Chinese people who died. Will they recognize it? Killed people, robbed things, and made a mess in other people's homes. In the end, he wiped his face, refused to admit it, and covered up history. Talk to them about morality, and they will talk to you about being a rogue. What else is there to say? Aren't you trying to prove that fist is the boss? Now, it's Hua's turn to have a big fist. A soldier hurried in from outside and whispered a few words to an elder. The expressions on the heads of the family gradually became serious, and they said to several people, Country K has prepared a battle plan in advance, and is now demonstrating at the border, saying that if it does not hand over its fighter jets and comrade Nagasawa, it will use force to intervene. Another parent sneered, we had a battle plan a few months ago, and now we say it's for this. I really want to occupy the moral high ground by doing anything. The biggest parent, who has always been silent, finally spoke. You want to break our bones into softness and subdue us? Then you force us to bow our heads and give money to others. In the end, we don't even have any dignity left. They expect us to grovel and live on charity every day and dream. Chinese people have never knelt down before. If you retreat, they will advance. If you retreat again, they will only gain more. Have you had enough? The pain of kneeling, the current Chinese people will die standing up, rather than live on their knees. They want to ruin the hard-earned days for us, but that can't be done. They think we will be afraid and think we will retreat, but we want to let them know. Even a rabbit will bite if cornered. Ji Chang's packed up the drawings and packed them up. I'll go with you. I have a lot of things in my mind. I can get a new weapon by tomorrow night at the latest. A group of people came in a hurry and left in a hurry. As soon as Grandma Ji finished bragging to others that everyone is coming from home, she saw that her grandson was leaving again, and she suddenly became anxious. Nagays, today is New Year's Eve, why don't you spend it at home? Nai, I'm going to help. I won't be at home this year. Next year, and after next year, I promise that I will be at home every year. Although Grandma Ji was reluctant to leave, she could tell that Ji Chang's had something important to do, so she nodded, then remember to eat? I will. Ji Chang's took out a few things from his pocket with a smile and handed them to the boy in uniform. I'm in Country K for the new year. It's made, go and order it. The little brother got it and lit it not far away. The little sparks formed the appearance of a landscape city. Brilliant fireworks exploded in the sky, and people underground watched in rapt attention. Is it China? It's so beautiful. Wow, look, Mom. Ji Chang's also looked up at the gorgeous fireworks on the horizon. It will be even better in the future. As long as we work hard, China will definitely be more beautiful and beautiful than any other country in the future. The Ji family stood in front of the door, watching the tall and slender figure slowly walk away. It's midnight, and many people begin to congratulate each other, most of them wishing for more success every year. Under the fireworks, Ji Chang's waved to his family. I'm leaving. I'll call back. A group of people got into the car. Ji Chang's looked at the people congratulating each other outside and said to the parents around him, China is already taking off. What we are trying to do is to make her fly completely. The atmosphere in the car became more relaxed, and everyone congratulated each other. Happy New Year, may you have more every year. Ji Chang's also clasped his fists. Happy New Year, there will be fish every year and chicken every day. Everyone burst into laughter and said, yes, yes, there is chicken every time. Have you laughed? Ji Chang said. I think when we celebrate the new year again in the future, we won't say that every year has more than enough, but we will say something else. Indeed. One of the elders said with a smile, I think they might say, I hope this day will happen every year, and this day will happen every year. Just thinking about it, he seemed to be immersed in the happy future of China's rapid development, the Chinese people's happy future where everyone had enough to eat and drink, had new clothes to change, had meat to eat every day, and everyone had shinen. Just thinking about it makes me laugh uncontrollably. This is the best wish I can think of. The author has something to say, Happy New Year, ha 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 ha, my pace is so slow. It took me 10 days to write until the new year, but I am very happy when I write it. He he he. The thieves who grabbed red envelopes today are happy. Also sending red envelopes to everyone, tweet. The nutrient solution is 12,000, and I owe 2 updates. Please note first, Lily is free and the fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Teng Zhonmao. Chapter 363. Country K shed off its hypocrisy and used its old threatening methods. After the news came out, most Chinese people began to worry, wondering whether there would really be a war. If in the past, Hua was weak, there would be no choice but to endure it. But this time it was different. The country suddenly changed its previous friendly and welcoming style and went directly to confront people. When faced with questions from the media of Country K, the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs smiled as kindly as ever, but his words seemed humorous, but in fact they were aimed at Country K. The Chinese people who saw the newspaper were excited and scolded Country K for being a bully. The people's blood was high. For those Chinese people who have computers at home and can access forums, the news changes even faster. After a post was posted, it never got off the first page. Title: Let's discuss the reasons for our country's sudden change of style. Floor 1, just, that sentence, before interfering in other countries' internal affairs, Country K should take care of its own problems. Oh my God, when I saw it, I thought the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had changed. Our country is like this. Is toughness real? Floor 2, 5 posts have been opened next door. The poster's information is out of date. Not only is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs tough, but haven't you noticed that our country's media has also become tough? Floor 3, in the past, newspapers reported that our country had established friendly relations with which country and had diplomatic activities with that country. They always avoided talking about Country K. Last time, Country K flew several times at our border. It's not even in the news. It's more than just in the news these days. It's just that all old and new grudges have been revealed. Floor 4, leave a footprint and come back after I send my children to school. Floor 5, isn't this bad? Although I know that China's attitude in the past was to protect itself, it's really frustrating for others to bully them and not say anything. I think the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is doing a good job in fighting back. That's how it should be. Isn't it true that Country K really treats our country, China, as a soft persimmon? Floor 6, I know a little bit of the inside story, but it's magical to tell you. Floor 7, give me a code upstairs, J. Floor 8, yes, it's true. I really didn't expect it to be like this. I feel ashamed when I remember that I scolded him before. Now I will delete all the words I scolded him in the past. Floor 9, no, what are you doing in riddles? Just tell me what you have to say. Floor 10, let me analyze it for you. The attitude of our country in the past is indeed aggrieved, but there is nothing we can do about it. China is still developing, and its weapons and combat capabilities. In terms of performance, it is simply not comparable to Country K. If Country K slaps you, you have to endure it. Otherwise, if you scold him back, he might slap you again. The state of China couldn't bear this kind of trouble, so it could only whitewash the peace, deal with the K state under pressure, and at the same time present a situation to the domestic people that the world was peaceful and everything was beautiful. Otherwise, even if they were to tell the people of the country, sharing, what's the use except everyone worrying together? But now our country is suddenly strong. Rather than rebounding after being bullied, Judging from the past practices of the country's leaders who are dedicated to serving the country and the people, I am more inclined to think that our country's strength has increased and we have confidence, so don't worry, everyone. I believe that the country will not really change its strategy just because of its mood. Floor 11, Floor 10's analysis is correct, but I would like to know what the G on floors 8 and 9 means. Is there any inside story? Floor 12, believe in the country. If we really have to fight a war, I petition to become an honorable soldier. Floor 13, Country K is still struggling. It has too much time to take care of itself. Why bother? Didn't it lose a new fighter jet before? Your own home has become a sieve, and you still want to come to other people's homes to cause trouble. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is very good at criticizing. Floor 14, speaking of this new fighter jet, you don't know that this fighter jet flew all the way to our country, right? Floor 15. Floor 16. Floor 42, who lied to you? It has spread throughout our county. A student studying in China drove a fighter jet back directly. Many people came from the government, and the fighter jets were driven away the next morning. There were many people at that time. Everyone saw it. Floor 43, holy shit, is the news true? Is it really true? Floor 44, at work, what's the news? Can you tell me the content? Floor 45, oh my god, I also saw it. The traitor Ji Chang's was forcibly banned from leaving the country by Country K. He was forced to make some remarks against China, and he was also put under house arrest and asked to do research for Country K fighter. It turned out that the elder brother couldn't bear the grievance, so he took advantage of his unpreparedness and drove the fighter back to China. Floor 46. Floor 47, Floor 45, are you serious? Today is not April Fool's Day either. Floor 48, ha 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 ha, fly a fighter jet, you can really make it up. Floor 109, oh my god, I always thought you were mine, but is it true? Floor 110, tell me, is this a dream? I predicted that the country's sudden toughness was due to something happening, but wasn't this too magical realism? As Central News jointly clarified with the newspaper, people all over the country know the name Ji Chang's. A genius researcher who was forced to stay in Country K because he was too good, and finally drove a fighter jet back to the country. The author has something to say. First update. This chapter is all about the forum. It was supposed to be posted in conjunction with the plot below, but it ended up being written too slowly. I only wrote it here at 9 o'clock and posted it like this. It's a bit short, so just read it. The next chapter will be around 12 o'clock. I declare that the author is completely weak. The previous time of 20,000 a day may have been a bit too fierce. Then I even tried to die after playing a few games after 20,000 a day. As a result, my hands started to hurt. Now I feel like typing words. The turtle crawls, but it still hurts. I regret it. If I had known this, I would have stopped playing games. Behi's free and fastest update has no anti-theft and no anti-theft. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 364. Ji Chang's became famous. Compared with rich brothers and sisters who can communicate on computer forums, for most Chinese people, newspapers and television are the channels through which they learn new news. Therefore, compared with the true and false rumors on forums, in reality, Chinese people just follow what the news and newspapers say. I really didn't expect that Ji Chang's had been reported before. How many people said that he was a traitor? I didn't expect that he was like this. He was only in his 20s. It's really pitiful. That report might have been done by people from Country K. They just want to separate our country from China and Ji Chang's. It's so vicious. How could he not be vicious? He was forced to say those words. Look at what is written here. Even the nanny around Ji Chang's is a spy, monitoring him 24 hours a day. Tisk tisk tisk, why are you monitoring him? It's not because he is too good. Although this news makes people very angry, when they think of their own talents being coveted by other countries, especially K, which has always claimed to be the world's most powerful country, they have used all kinds of means, including coercion and inducement. Do you want to retain talents? As a result, the Chinese people were not moved at all and tried every possible means to escape back to the country. I have to say, this news really makes Chinese people feel happy. No matter how high his official salary is, our Chinese talents are still devoted to China. Country K must be dumbfounded. They kidnapped our Chinese talents, and now they have the nerve to ask for them after they have escaped. How shameless they are! How shameless they are! You must never hand people over, even if you have to fight, just fight. If the country calls for it, I can go to the battlefield immediately. You. Come on, you only have old bones and you are still going to the battlefield. For the Chinese people, the fact that Ji Chang still retained his original intention despite being so coerced and lured, and tried every possible means to escape back to the country despite being pursued and intercepted by the K country, can definitely arouse their passion and excitement. China has been oppressed for too long. Don't you look down on us? As a result, don't our talents still look down on you? Part of Fang He's salary is used to support students, and part is sent to Xiaoliukan school, leaving only a small part to support himself. Therefore, he did not buy a TV, let alone an expensive computer. Fang He used to not have the habit of buying newspapers. There were relatively well-off teachers in their office who bought newspapers every day. He didn't have to read them. As soon as there was any big news, the other party would naturally tell the whole office. Ever since he learned that Ji Chang's was forcibly detained in another country by Country K and was still taking risks to send letters back, Fang He started to buy newspapers and earnestly obtain foreign and domestic news through newspapers every day. In the past few days, because he knew that the students had returned, he saved the money and did not buy any more newspapers. Even if he bought it, he would only smile heartily when he saw the news in the newspaper. As a result, Fang He got up today and planned to go for a walk to look at the sun outside. As soon as he left the alley, he saw several teachers in the office asking an aunt about where he lived. Fang He. One of the teachers saw him and shouted happily. They thanked the aunt and walked over quickly. Fang He was a little confused. Why are you here? It's Teacher Lu. We were going to the bookstore and we met him on the road. He said he wanted to come to you to apologize, so we just followed him. A female teacher finished speaking and gave up her seat with a smile. Teacher Lu stepped forward with a complicated face and a little guilt. Teacher Fang, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have cursed Ji Chang's like that before. I only found out after reading the newspaper today that he was forced to do so before. You must be Ji Chang's first teacher as written in the newspaper. You must have been very worried about him at the time. I even cursed him in front of you. I'm sorry. Fang He was stunned for a moment before he realized that the student's matter might have been in the newspapers. When Nagasawa called him, he did mention that the country promised to give him a clean slate. He smiled and patted Teacher Lu on the shoulder. It's okay. Nagasawa didn't know how he found out about this. He even said that you scolded him well. Fang He was Ji Chang's teacher and an insider. So many people saw the fact that he had an argument with his colleagues and almost got involved. It was too easy for Ji Chang's to know. To be honest, he felt that Teacher Lu was right to scold him, and he also wanted to scold the original owner like this. Teacher Lu opened his eyes in surprise. How could he say that? Nagaze said, he knows that you are not targeting him, nor are you disgusted with him. You just hate and reject the behavior of stepping on your own country to please the invaders. If it were someone else who did this, you would still scold him. He also said that even if he really met such a person, he would scold him. When Fang He talked about this, his words were quite proud of his students. He injects a lot of emotion, and the child he takes care of like a son is not a traitor, but a person like him who loves his country and is willing to work hard for it. How could he not be proud of such a powerful person? Seeing that the shame in Teacher Lu's eyes was still there, Fang He also understood his mood. When he first learned that the students had not committed treason, he was in a complicated mood, with joy and guilt mixed together, and he could not calm down for a long time. You don't have to worry about this anymore. Nagasawa has already guessed that you might come to me to apologize and ask me to tell you. He just wishes that there were more people like you in China. If every Chinese is like you, protecting the country, being patriotic, and willingly resisting those heartless people, why should our country not be strong? Teacher Lu was not the kind of person who would worry about everything. The person involved expressed that he didn't care, and after Fang He treated him as always or even more affectionately, a relaxed smile appeared on his face. You are worthy of being a student taught by you. You are as open-minded as Teacher Fang. Haha, where is it? Fang He seemed to have gone back to a few years ago, when he took Ji Chang's to meet his friends, and the other party was surprised that his student was so talented. He was in high spirits and his whole body was filled with joy. Nagaze also said he wanted to see you. But unfortunately he is very busy now. I'm afraid he will have to wait for a while before he can come out. Come out. Seeing the confusion of the teachers, Fang He smiled proudly. Nagasawa participated in the research and construction of our country as soon as he came back. He went into seclusion as soon as he came back and didn't even live at home for a day. Although he has returned to China, we still rely on phone calls to contact him. The teachers were impressed when they heard that Ji Chang's was so busy, but it was still the Chinese New Year. It is true that Ji Chang's, a patriotic young man who was not afraid of hardships and wanted to return to the country even if he had no chance to create opportunities. As soon as he returned to the country, he devoted himself to the vigorous research and construction of the country. How can you not make people admire you? In fact, Ji Chang's life was not as hard as they imagined. Although he did go into seclusion as soon as he returned to the country, this kind of seclusion was still different from that in Country K. In Country K, even if he was in heaven and the other party wanted him, asking for stars, and asking for moon, Ji Chang's could not sleep well at night. After all, there were 7 or 8 monitors in the room alone, and people would follow me wherever I went. I slept well at night and when I opened my eyes, I found someone standing at the door. These are fine. But going to the bathroom? It's outrageous to have someone standing outside the door. Every time he went to the toilet, Ji Chang's forcibly suppressed the urge to kill the person outside. Day in K country. Sun, the eyes in his heart almost rolled to the sky. China is different. The conditions in China are not good, and they are not as well equipped as Country K, but they don't ask for some experimental equipment like the people in Country K. They have already given the things, but they still have to give you. You. Why are this Chinese people like this, can burn money? Look. Even if Ji Chang's didn't deliberately burn money at first, his attitude later made him want to burn millions every day. He did it on purpose. He just likes to see those people looking pained and wanting to condemn him, but thinking that he can't bear the injustice, they can only hold back and swallow the condemnation. In Country K, if Ji Chang's doesn't do something, he won't get what he wants. In China, he didn't even open his mouth, the father of the country had already arranged everything. What did Ji Chang's want? No one questioned, he just got it as quickly as possible. He had to work overtime at night, and the guard responsible for taking care of him urged him to go to bed early. You don't have to think of recipes in the morning. It only took the cafeteria lady 2 days to figure out Ji Chang's taste. Not only is it delicious, but it also nourishes the body. Ji Chang's just needs to rest assured and do what he wants to do, and the father of the country will naturally arrange everything. No matter how much noise there is outside, it is always safe and peaceful here. He was very comfortable. Along with Jonah. The face of this tall man who was still undergoing treatment turned visibly rosy again, and he offered to help Ji Chang's. After staying there for a few days, I was filled with envy. Ji, you are treated very well in China. No matter which country you are in, no matter how talented you are, youth will always be looked down upon. Jonah is very similar to Ji Chang's. He is also a young genius, but genius does not mean a smooth journey, especially for geniuses working in other countries. Before Jonah was put under complete house arrest, he was ridiculed at least 10 times for sitting in a good position at a young age. After that, I spent a period of comfortable life with Ji Chang's. He could also see that those people from K country did not respect them because of their talents, but just regarded them as tools. They were polite, and cautious only because Ji had a bad temper and was afraid of the heat, which annoyed him. But after coming to China, he found that everyone here looked at Ji with natural respect and yearning. Those older people even showed some kindness like elders looking at younger ones. Now that he started to help, Jonah discovered that no matter how old the people in the laboratory were, they seemed to have high status. People with high standards will not raise objections when faced with discipline's instructions, but will study seriously. Even when facing Jonah, there was a natural respect. This flattered Jonah, who had not experienced much kindness from strangers since leaving his country. He poured his surprise into a bamboo tube and told Ji Chang's. Ji Chang said with a smile, Do you really think that every country is as racist as country K? China does not have this bad problem. Hand me the one on your hand. I said, didn't you say that your country is coming to pick you up? Why haven't you come yet? Jonah quickly handed over the things and whispered in Ji Chang's ear, the leader of our country is very angry, and I am very grateful to you for saving me, so it seems that the top leader wants to come to China in person. Well, that's it. Ji Chang's was thoughtful. Country B is not a person who can suffer a lot, but they are not fools who act recklessly. Even if they wanted to confront country K, they would not fight alone. At this time, China, which was exchanging insults with country K, was naturally a good ally. I didn't expect that your country, which is so protective of its shortcomings, would get into such a big fight because of you. Where? Jonah muttered, K country actually had the nerve to contact important people in our country and ask them to hand me over. At that time, they asked me several times and confirmed that I had indeed been under house arrest for 2 years and was being abused. That's why we decided to go with country K. Ji Chang's clicked his tongue and said, it's more than that. Jonah was a little timid. As for the modification technology of fighter jets, didn't you tell me that China plans to sell it to a country it has good relations with? You also know that I am also from country B, and the relationship between our two countries is already good. Gee, you and I am also a friend, and the good news should not go to outsiders. Ji Chang's understood. However, country B cannot tolerate it. As a citizen of country B, Jonah has suffered so many grievances and is also suffering from various illnesses. Now that country B has decided to side with China, it will definitely use this as a raft. He said to Jonah, I think you are going to be seriously ill soon. Jonah didn't believe it. How is it possible? Although my illness has not been cured, my body has returned to its former strength. Look, I have only practiced for 2 days, and the muscles on my arms are so obvious. The big white man happily showed off his biceps to Ji Chang's. Then the next day, he was lying on the hospital bed, dying. A photo of Yi 11 with a haggard face made international news. Students from country B were forcibly detained by country K because of their excellent grades and forced to participate in country K's weapons research. Students from country B who were subjected to atrocities by country K. Seeing this photo, do you still dare to send your children to study in country K? Country B lodged a complaint against country K for international students sent to country K who were detained and mistreated. The whole world knows. There was an international student from country B who was favored by country K for his excellent academic performance and many good research results and was put under house arrest. During this period, he was forced to participate in weapons research by using threats such as deprivation of food and water. After that, this poor international student who was 1.92 meters tall finally managed to escape back to the country. Country K also forcibly added crimes and forced country B to hand over this international student. Good guy. I know you are shameless, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Not to mention that country B is famous for getting angry when it doesn't accept it. Even some developing countries felt uncomfortable when they heard the news. We send students there to study. If you retain them based on your ability, then forget it. At worst, you will be unlucky. As a result, you not only forced them to house arrest, but also tortured them, and they ran away. How dare you call an army to hold them accountable? Is it a human being? Do you want face? I know you are shameless, but now you don't even cover up. Immediately afterwards, China also joined the camp that denounced country K. Now, the news that broke out is even more outrageous. Country K not only forced Chinese students to be placed under house arrest, but also forced them to speak to the public about their home country. Although Huaguo did not say how they were forced. But even if you think about it, you can see it just by looking at the poor student from country B. It's so pitiful. Looking at the photos of him when he was in his country, he smiles so stupidly, no, he looks so cheerful. As a result, he now looks sick and has been diagnosed with atrophic chronic gastritis. You know, this disease requires long-term untreated gastritis to appear. You forcefully detain talents from other countries and force them to work for you. If you don't treat them well, you don't feel bad for people who are not your own. For a time, the news was reported all over the world. Country K has always been a country that has to put on a moral high ground even if it does bad things. As a result, this time, they really didn't abuse Ji Changs. Not only were they not abused, but they were also given good food and drink, almost treated like their ancestors. Ji Changs is the only one who gives money to others. How much money has he made? This guy is in country K. At that time, it's time to call the wind and rain. They didn't even lift a finger on the Chinese man. Yes, they admit it. Before. It was true that there was some misbehavior in the way certain things were handled. But for Ji Changs, country K definitely takes care of him in the palm of his hand. As a result, I had done bad things so many times in the past and covered them up. This time I really did something good, but in the end I still got scolded. They have always been the only ones who confuse right and wrong. When have they ever been bullied like this? This time, country K is unprecedentedly free from guilty conscience and rocking the stick straight. The shouting match began in the air. Country K, you fart. We treat Ji Changs with first-class treatment. Be nice to him. We give him food when he wants to eat, and drink when he wants to drink. None of our own researchers are treated so well. Huaguo, then why did you ban him from leaving the country? Country K, that's because he doesn't want to return to his country. He admires our country K and wants to serve our country. You. Look at these news, look at these reports. They presented strong evidence and waved the news reports in their hands triumphantly. Huaguo, you forced him to send it, but he was not willing at all. Country K is laughing. They are the originators of confusing right and wrong, but China still wants to compete with them on this matter? Especially, this time they are really reasonable. You said that we forced him to issue it, but you came up with evidence. Who would believe it if you just relied on your mouth without any evidence? Ji Chang's voluntarily stayed in country K during this period. What evidence can China come up with? Funny. Then they watched helplessly as Hua released the book Huaguo Up and Down. 5,000 years that cracked the code. By the way, I also explained it in dialect. The secret language of Ji Chang's paper published in a newspaper a year ago. Country K. Country K. If a paper is written in a secret dialect, it can be said to be a coincidence. That second time, as well as the various secret words hidden in the paper that followed at about the same time, were enough to prove that Ji Chang's had asked China for help a year ago. And at that time, it was the time when he openly declared that Country K was better than China, that he loved Country K and wanted to stay in Country K forever. Country K, which was still confident of victory, was stunned. What's going on? Didn't Ji Chang stay in our country voluntarily at that time? What went wrong? What happened? Did you miss any information? The previous newspapers were not allowed to be fake. Ji Chang's request. The rescue was clearly there. All the evidence is conclusive and beyond reproach. But there is the most important question. I don't know anything about the K country that forced Ji Chang's to make patriotic remarks about K and put him under house arrest so that he had to rely on dialects to seek help. They did do a lot of bad things. But this was really not done by them. It is true that Jonah was put under house arrest by them. But Ji Chang's, they are not forced from beginning to end. At best, it can only be regarded as a tactful act, but it has never been mentioned openly. However, what did they say? No one believed anything. This time, the blame on Country K's head is definitely thrown away. No matter how they explain, no one will believe it. If a country with good credibility denies it, maybe others will still be a little skeptical. But the reputation of Country K, tisk, no need to say anything more, everyone knows it clearly. People in various countries enjoy eating melons with great joy. There are even melon-eating people in some countries who work hard to learn Chinese translation secrets in order to eat melons better. I translated the sentence. It means not having enough to eat. It's very sad. Country K really doesn't feed these people who are under forced house arrest. This is really miserable. He said that his bed was too hard and it was very uncomfortable to sleep on. Hey, maybe he was treated like a prisoner. The prisoner's bed is also very hard. The people of Country K are too cold-blooded. Ji just wants to eat some delicacies from his own country, but they won't agree. He can't blame Jonah for having stomach problems. Country K, who was criticized and pointed at, said, "Nonsense. Ji Chang's can spend an unknown amount of money on a meal. To drink milk, he has to fly to China every day to get it. To eat chicken, he must be born and raised in China for more than 2 years. Even pigeon soup, he must be muscular. As for the bedboard, that's even more nonsense. Ji Chang's thought the bed was too hard, so they wanted to put a dozen quilts on his bed. As long as the sun came out, they would use them to bask in the sun. They almost treated him like the Prince of the Pea. What else? Chinese delicacies. Their legs were about to break. Alyssa, an all-round agent who could use all kinds of weapons, turned into an all-around nanny. I didn't know how much she had learned. During the day, I have to take care of Ji Chang's, and at night I have to work overtime to learn Chinese cuisine. Where are the prisoners here? This is simply an offering to the ancestors." However, no one listened to the roar of Country K. Even if they brought out the bills and evidence of Ji Chang's expenses, no one believed it. Letter. Who are you fooling? He can spend so much money on his own. K country has always been like this, but this time it didn't work very well. It was a bit too strong. He actually said that Ji Chang spends several million a month. Even if he can eat money, he can't spend so much. It's too much to make up. Country K. This is all real. Real. Every penny and every dime was all created by Ji Changs, a spendthrift. However, no one believed their cry. How could a researcher who never leaves home spend so much money? Especially what is written above. How could anyone refuse to eat food that is not from the country? This is obviously spreading rumors and slandering Ji Changs. Then he can say to others, you see, he is a bad guy, so I must be a good person. An old trick. Not to mention those who have enmity with Country K, even the allies who have good relations with them gave them a few tactful reminders. Hey, weren't you very good at making things up before? Why is it so overturned this time? Is it because the person who made up the export this time is not very good and cannot be logical and self-consistent? Seeing that there is a lot of commotion outside, why not explain it differently, so as not to make everyone look bad? Nice. Country K. We didn't make it up. This is real. This is real. The allies immediately responded with an attitude of look at you, why are you pretending to me? Yes, yes, you didn't make it up, it's true, but this version of the truth is really unconvincing, you. Change it to another one. Country K. They really didn't make it up? Ji Chang stayed in Country K voluntarily. He just made millions in a month. He is just a talker, but he owes others a job. However, this kind of repeated behavior will only make other countries see the perpetrators desperately trying to blame the victims in order to prove their innocence. The behavior is roughly equivalent to a girl being killed by her ex-boyfriend. People who want to clear the murderer's name will make up something like, she was disorderly. She's greedy for money. In short, the victim has been splashed with dirty water, and the perpetrator's behavior can naturally be understood, and some people may even sympathize with them. This trick has been tried and tested by K country. Just this time, they told the truth. But no one believed it this time. No matter how they defend the dispute, others. People's attitude towards this matter is you. This is not the first time you have done this. Who doesn't know you yet? Country K. In the beginning, it was just everyone happily eating melon together. When some countries became more cautious and began to check the records of international students returning to their countries, they followed the clues and discovered that several international students had mysteriously disappeared behind Country K. Many countries are in trouble. With the development of science and technology, the importance of talents is becoming more and more known to countries around the world. In the past, wars were fought to see who had more courage and who dared to fight. In today's war, one heavy weapon can withstand thousands of troops. Talents who can create weapons are naturally a top priority. Their own country's talents are pampered like treasures in their own homes, but when they come to your place, they not only forcibly snatch away their treasures, but also treat them like grass. The most powerful country is amazing. The first robber is pretty much the same. Country K was outraged and was a little anxious for a while. They really couldn't spare their hands, so they could only keep shaking the evidence in their hands and shouting with all their strength. Trust me, trust me. Ji Chang's is really treated very well in our country. He is the one who did that. If not for us, who can bear it? Then Ji Chang's finally showed up. As soon as you show up, you will be interviewed. On the screen, a young Chinese man with fair skin and elegant appearance smiled shyly, lowered his eyes slightly in embarrassment, and spoke in a polite and serious voice. Yes, I did suffer threats for 2 years in Country K, but it has passed. I will forget everything I have encountered and start a new life. The person next to him poured him a glass of water, and he took it and drank it. I don't mind that it's a paper cup. Don't mind it, it's not lemonade. No problem not adding ice. He even said thank you to the person who poured the water. Country K. What about the one who controls heaven and earth? Why are you so arrogant and domineering in our K country, eating and taking things like a mountain king? Why do you look like a little white rabbit when you arrive in China? If it weren't for the fact that the fighter jet was really modified by Ji Chang's, they would all wonder if this guy came to K country in disguise to cheat on equipment. No, that's not right, he has the ability, there is no need to cheat on the equipment. If Ji Chang's has this ability, he will be popular wherever he goes. A year ago, they didn't even notice each other. He could leave anytime he wanted to return to China. Country K firmly believed that this was a conspiracy and investigated it several times. No matter how you check it, Ji Chang's had indeed asked for help from China before the Secret Service of State K took over. Was he being controlled at that time? How come they don't know? Country K has checked everything and found out that some factions in Country K had secretly and forcefully recruited some talents to work for them. Could it be that Ji Chang's was controlled at that time? They hated it so much. What a good talent. As long as we win over each other, even if we don't make friends, we won't make enemies. The result was a bad ending from the beginning. Hateful. Let them take the blame for what those people did. Country K has found the culprit, and this matter cannot be hidden. Ji Chang's had just finished his work that day and washed his hands. He was about to go to the cafeteria to eat when he heard the person who took care of him was very sympathetic and said pitifully, "It turns out, sir, that you were controlled by the XX faction before. They are always ruthless in their actions. You have really suffered." Ji Chang's. What? What faction? After confirming that the other party was serious, he paused for a second and nodded firmly, "Yes, isn't it? But it doesn't matter. Everything has passed. I don't think about them anymore." How can you not think about it? Sir, let me tell you, you don't have to be afraid. Country K is currently fighting within itself, especially the XX faction. Because they are threatening you with imprisonment in private, many people in Country K are dissatisfied with them, and we are also among them. To muddy the waters, they are now scattered and have no atmosphere at all. Ji Chang's took a bite and said, "This is it. So, what exactly does the XX faction do?" In the distant Country K, the leader of the XX faction's eyes turned black with anger. "I didn't. That G. It's not on our list at all." The opponent who thought they had ruined everything sneered, "Who would believe it? Waiting to spend your life in prison." Summit. He did kidnap some foreign students to work for him, but Ji Chang's, this guy had no name at all before. Why did it happen so suddenly that everyone thought it was him? I really don't have it. Who the hell knows who he is? The author has something to say. 10,0004-1 nutrient solution will be terminated first. I owed 2 updates before, I'll make it up as soon as I get better. Today's update is 9600, tweet, Lily is free and the fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 365. Ji Chang's didn't pay much attention to the situation in Country K after returning to China. On the other hand, the guard next to him, because he had followed up on Jonah's physical condition before, and had also witnessed many of the unfriendly treatments that the other party suffered in Country K, he did his job seriously, every time. When you heard the bad news about Country K, you couldn't wait to come and tell him. The country of China, which had been arrogant before, was baring its teeth and claws at the border, looking like, "If you dare not let us bully you again, we will go to war." As a result, Huaguo did not back down at all, and also adopted a posture of fighting if it wanted to. China, which has always been developing in a low-key manner, announced to the world in an almost high-profile way this time, "We in China do not cause trouble, but we are not afraid of trouble either." Country K really can't stand it. But this time, China will not be bullied like before. Ji Chang's speed was as fast as ever. Many new types of weapons have appeared in China's arsenal. These weapons may be produced in small quantities, but they are enough to be used in exchange for various resources and support from other countries. When K country provoked again, the Chinese team fought back without hesitation. Many fighter jets flew across the sky, and heavy weapons on the ground were ready. The Chinese people stood upright, with firm eyes, waiting to defend their country at any time. During those days, the entire country of China was plunged into anger towards country K and discussions about war. Every day the newspaper will be updated with implementation information, new weapons in the arsenal, where China has made achievements, which country China has established diplomatic relations with, and which country openly supports China. In the long confrontation, country K finally chose to retreat in the face of China's strength and those weapons that were too powerful for them. The main reason for retreating was that China announced that they had solved the technical problem that had been stuck for a long time. Huaguo, who has a big trump card in his hand, is no longer a little sheep whose meat can be chewed at any time. Ji Chang? Not long after Ziyi just returned to China, the problem that China had been stuck in for so long was solved. There is no such thing as a coincidence. Especially as China keeps announcing what kind of technology they have. Ji Chang's power is beyond everyone's imagination. It's just that no matter how regretful country K was, it didn't kill Ji Chang's directly. When Ji Chang's returned to China, it was like a fish returning to the ocean and a bird flying into the sky. He was no longer a little thing in their hands. A foreign student. The relationship between China and country K seems to have recovered again. Peace has been achieved, but everyone knows that this is different from the previous peace that was entirely controlled by country K. At this time, China's weapons arsenal is constantly being updated, its friendly countries are constantly increasing, and the value of force is gradually becoming stronger, allowing China to truly have a say in the international community. China is not like country K, who likes to meddle in the affairs of other countries and goes all the way to control other countries. After country K gave up its coveting of China in despair, the entire country started construction with peace of mind. With the example of Ji Chang's in front of him, China is even more convinced of the importance of talents. While vigorously developing the economy to enhance strength, we will also provide students with various welfare policies to strive for the next generation of China to be better than those who have done well. When Ji Chang's called home, he heard from his sister Ji Changhe that the school had been renovated and repaired, and the government also sent several teachers. These teachers are all young, but their teaching level is very good. The school in Xiaoliu village finally no longer needs one teacher to teach several classes. In the past, the country of China was really short of money, and many mountain villages built schools with support, so it was very difficult to pay teachers. Just like Fang He, when he left Xiaoliu village, he still had 5 months of unpaid wages. But this year, the basic wages of teachers, soldiers, doctors, and other professions have all been raised. For example, the situation of mountain village teachers who may have to wait several months to receive their wages is completely gone. The basic salary of scientific researchers has risen directly to a terrifying level. Of course, this also requires results. Once the results are achieved, the amount of bonus will be considerable. The country now only needs a banner with the words "study hard and do scientific research." As long as you get good grades, you will be popular in whatever you do. We must not only look at the future, but also develop the present. In the next few years, as expected, China will focus on development. As for other countries, they are worried that China now has new weapons and will sharpen its weapons against other countries. Is it free? They have a vast land and rich resources. They are the largest in the world in terms of population and the top 3 countries in terms of land area. Wouldn't it be nice to develop their own place? Why bother meddling in other people's country affairs? Huaguo was high profile once, and then became low-key again in the following days. It's just that many domestic policies have begun to be adjusted. Elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, universities, and all schools have received new instructions. Before that, Ji Chang's went to see the old principal who was guarantor for him. The old principal has been through a lot of things and has a calm mentality. He has also brought out many students. Even though he was implicated for guarantoring Ji Chang's, he himself is not that sad except for being angry. It's just that as you get older, you will inevitably have some ailments. He was diagnosed with the disease a year ago. According to current medical technology, there is no treatment and we can only wait for death. He stayed in the hospital for a long time, gave up treatment and returned home 6 months ago. After learning that Ji Chang's was not treasonous, I heard that the old principal was so happy that he drank a bowl of soup that day. Later, when Ji Chang's asked to visit them, they readily agreed. Ji Chang's called Fang He before he left, and Fang He simply went to the old principal's home. When he left, the two of them were playing chess. The old principal lived in a small building with a courtyard. The garden was beautifully decorated by his wife, a gentle old lady. There was a grape trellis in the middle and a stone table underneath. Now all the leaves of the grapes have fallen off, leaving only the branches. The sunlight penetrates from the branches and shines on the two people sitting opposite each other. Fang He respected the old principal very much. He sat upright and held the chess piece in his hand with a serious look on his face. Contrary to his serious attitude, the old principal looked relaxed, as if he had the upper hand in this game of chess. Ji Chang's did not disturb them and stood beside the two of them silently. Black and white are fighting each other, and it is obvious that black is pressing forward step by step. In the end, under the poor chess skills of the old principal, Fang He sighed and still failed to let go. "You lost again." The old principal smiled and said, "I should say you won again." The two began to pick up the chess pieces, and Ji Chang's asked, "Why did you two start playing backgammon? In general, shouldn't people of this age like go more?" Fang He, Principal Bai, said that he has 50 years of experience in playing backgammon. As a result, within 3 minutes of the two players playing, the old principal lost. The old principal still had a smile on his face. "Just play chess, it's fun. Changzi, come on, do you want to play with me?" Ji Chang's looked at the teacher, and Fang He gave up his position. "You come on." 4 minutes later, the old principal was defeated again. He pointed at Ji Chang's. "Your skills are still not as good as your teacher's." He gave way without leaving any trace. Ji Chang's listened respectfully and said, "Yes, I have remembered it. I will try my best to prevent you from seeing any traces in the future." After accompanying the old principal to finish today's entertainment, Ji Chang's got down to business after entering the room. The country plans to build a new university to ensure that students in this university have access to the latest technology and to cultivate talents at the highest level. There is no candidate for the president yet, so I recommend you. The old principal shook his head when he heard this. "I am old, how can I still take on such a big responsibility? I know you really want to go back to school. The teachers have told me that even after you left school, you have been paying attention to the development inside the school. Hey, it's one thing to want to go back, but it's another thing to be able to go back." The old principal stood up and went to pour water for the two of them. It was only a short distance from here to the kitchen. When he came back, he was already out of breath. He showed a kind and helpless smile to Ji Chang's. "Looking at me like this, what else can I do? At most, I can only play backgammon at home." Ji Chang's was silent for a few seconds and suddenly said, "I understand. I'll come again in a while." After saying that, he nodded respectfully to the old principal, turned around and strode away. The old principal sat down with a confused face and looked at Fang He. "He understands what?" "Fang He, I don't know." The old principal said, "He's just so big and square, walking around. Then didn't the people from K country hire assassins to assassinate him before? It is said that several groups of people were caught. Although they only said that they were doing things for money, I still want to know who Ji Chang's and Zeta could offend. Isn't it because he is so good that country K wants to kill him to inhibit the development of China? Yes, but don't look at Chang Ziyi, who is so easy to bully. He is surrounded by a bunch of people to protect him. Our country of China is not like country K, where everyone can hold a gun. The person who wanted to assassinate Nagasawa hadn't even reached the door when his gun was detected and he went straight into the prison. It is really difficult to assassinate someone in China. During the anti-pornography campaign, all those people in society who licked the blood with their swords went in, and those who dared to show off were reported by the masses and sent to jail. The rest are all ordinary people with no professional knowledge. It is impossible to buy a murderer in China. You can only come from abroad. But foreigners still go to China? It's quite the same everywhere. To attract attention, they have to find Asians or people who look similar to China. Even if you find it, there is nowhere to start. There are few cars in China, so it is difficult to get to the sky if you die in a car crash. China has banned guns, so if you want to fight directly, you can only use a kitchen knife. Ji Chang's rarely goes out. Every time he goes out, he is surrounded by a bunch of people. Even if you want to assemble your own long-range weapons, since Ji Chang's developed the detector, there are detectors everywhere. You can't avoid it even if you go to the wet market to buy things. If there is any danger, the alarm will be triggered immediately. Those foreign agents and some killer organizations took several orders. Each time they collected all the weapons they had on them as soon as they arrived in China, and then they made their own weapons and loaded them. Got caught and jailed. No matter how high the bounty is, it can't withstand such a harsh assassination environment. The main reason is that in the past, China had too much to take care of itself, and maybe there was some possibility of success. Now, China is making great efforts to develop, and everything is strictly controlled, and weapons cannot be brought in at all. If it were another country, maybe they could buy and sell it privately and get some weapons. As a result, in China, you tried your best to get on the line, saying that you wanted to buy some weapons that were not allowed to be sold, and they gave you a Qinglongyanyu sword. The people of the killer organization have never been so speechless as they are now. Before, some people thought that since Ji Chang's had no weapons and many people to protect him, it would be better to attack his family and force him to replace them. As a result, Xiaoliu village is bustling with land reclamation and farming. The village is poor because it has always been deep in the mountains. This time, everyone is reclaiming land together. Some families had a small population, so they hired some farmers to help open up wasteland. The killer, who looked exactly like a Chinese, mixed in, trying to seize the opportunity to take action. As a result, the land was opened early and late in the field. The killer was so tired that he almost died, and he was criticized for being unlucky at work. They didn't dare to ask the adults. Firstly, he still wasn't very good at speaking Chinese, and secondly, they were afraid that the Chinese would notice the clues. So I took the candy and went to ask the children in the village about the Ji family to see if there was still a chance to wait for Ji Chang's to come back and kill him with one blow. He never thought of it. Before he could take action, Grandma Ji led someone to pick him up. You said you have 20 years of farming experience. What a fart. Look at the pits you dug. You have 20 years of farming experience and you are not the one who has worked for 2 months. You are doing business every day. Instead of running around the village all the time, let's step into some places. I see you always keep an eye on the children in the village. What's the matter? Do you want to kidnap and sell the children in our village? I tell you. My grandson is a hero of China, and I am the heroic grandma. In our village, fighter jets have fallen down, and children have been kidnapped and trafficked to our village. Second brother, go and call Chunur, and give it to him like this. Tie him up and take him to the police station. Grandma Ji, who has always considered her a hero, is also half a hero. Now she has done a big thing to help the people, but she is extremely proud of it. As a result, the police found clues during the first interrogation. This guy was not a personal trafficker, but a killer. Comrades from the police. From that day on, detectors were installed everywhere in Xiaoliu village. The Ji family also has many more people protecting them. Because they were not sure who the employer who paid for the murder was, the account was placed on Country K. So Huaguo bit off a piece of K Country's flesh. This was really done by Country K. There's nothing we can do in the open, so we can do something secretly. As a result, China has almost become a weapons developer, and domestic control is still so strict. The common assassination behavior in their country is simply not feasible in China. One side is being retaliated by China, and the other side is being pursued for compensation by the killer organization. What a mess. Since then, not only the K country, but also those foreign killer organizations have cast a shadow on the harsh assassination environment in China. For a long time, Ji Chang's name was on the assassination blacklist. The old principal also has his own way. Naturally, he knows about the assassination of Ji Chang's. He has experienced all the storms and storms as an old man. Naturally, he will not be afraid because of these things. Some people were surprised that Ji Chang's himself didn't seem to care. When Fang He had something to do, he would come and play backgammon with the old principal. The old principal's wife, a gentle old lady, quietly said to Fang He, "Does he want to go back to school? He has to wipe it every night. He took pictures at school before photo. We have lived together all our lives, how can we not know what the person next to us is thinking?" The old lady advised her husband, "Don't be stubborn. You don't have a few years to live anyway. You might as well go to school while your health is still good. If you don't go when others ask you to go, you end up thinking about it every day at home. What a waste problem. You do not understand." The old principal sighed, "This is a new university. Many policies require time to support. If I really go, the policy is halfway through implementation. When the new principal comes, do you think those policies should be implemented or not? Students are used to my policies. A sudden change in policy would be a lot of trouble for the teachers, let alone the students. I'm an old man and I'd better not cause them any trouble. Besides, this is a new university. Everything is new. If I had held any position in the past and ended up dying in my position, it would be unlucky. Thankfully, you are still educated, so you believe in these feudal superstitions." The old lady felt a little sorry for her husband. She complained, "You are always like this. You have to think about others in everything. Before doing anything, you always think about whether it will trouble others. Even before your own death, you have to worry about whether it will disturb others. Isn't that why you married me, because you liked me in the first place?" Old principal. He. I like school because there I can see a large number of children becoming talented, and I can try my best to do what I can do in their lives to make their lives easier in the future. Especially some students from poor families, they just hope that they can help one by one, so that these students who could fly to the sky will not suffer too much because of poverty. The country of China has suffered too much because of its poverty. We should protect these children if we can. It's different now. Chang's told me that the country is now vigorously supporting schools. There are enough poverty subsidies for poor students, and there are also student aid funds. You can borrow them when you go to school and pay them back when you work. New universities can also hire some students, who can not only learn new knowledge but also make money. With or without me, it's the same. Why should I cause them this trouble? The old lady's eyes couldn't help but turn red when she looked at her husband, who was still walking like flying every day a year ago and now looked frail. "You're always like this." Since she is destined to leave, she really hopes that the other party can return to her favorite school before leaving. The old principal sat on the recliner, looked at the stars in the sky with the squeaking sound of the recliner, and slowly closed his eyes. "It would be great if I could really turn into a star after death. Stars are all objects visible to the naked eye in the universe. If you want to become a star, do you specifically want to become a planet, a star, a comet, or a white dwarf? Actually, I don't think you can become a star. Based on your size, even if you really turned into a celestial body, you wouldn't be able to see it from Blue Star." After many days, Ji Changs, who came to visit the old principal again, drank a sip of tea, listened to the old principal's death wish, and made the above remarks. "Old principal." Fang He next to him. Fang He lightly kicked the student. "Bye." "Principal. Don't you know this? Why are you still so open-minded as before? Didn't you say that you have become calm in country K? He still looks the same as before." After making a joke, Ji Changs put down the teacup in his hand and started talking about business. "So, principal, you should live for more than 10 years. The People's Hospital has new technology that can treat your disease. I have already made an appointment for you. You can go there today and you can start working after a month of rest. You'd better be the principal for more than 10 years first to make yourself a little bigger, and then you can become a star." The old principal was so shocked that he almost knocked over the water glass in his hand. Fang He stood up in surprise. "Really? Great. Great. Principal. Your illness has been cured." The old lady who was reading in the house ran out when she heard the noise and said with joy on her face, "Is it true? Can Lao Bai's disease really be cured?" Ji Changs gave an affirmative reply. "It's true. I just came from the hospital." "How is this possible?" "Last week, the doctor told me to eat more. Because new technology was introduced today." Ji Changs, whether it is technology or medical treatment, everything will progress. Diseases that cannot be cured today may be cured tomorrow. I brought my car here. If you don't believe it, you can go to the hospital with me now." Even the old principal, who had always been calm, couldn't help but feel his hands shaking with excitement. Who is not afraid of death? If you can live, who wouldn't want to live 100 years? They accepted their fate of dying, but if they could live, they would definitely live happily. The old principal was helped into the car by his wife, and the two of them arrived at the hospital with feelings of apprehension and anticipation. Ji Chang's pomp is getting bigger and bigger now. The car they were riding in was the leadership car. There was a car in front and behind, and some soldiers responsible for protecting them followed behind on motorcycles. It's not that he's showing off, but since he encountered several suicides, the higher UPS wanted to protect him like a treasure, inside and outside. It was quite eye-catching for the group to travel like this. When they arrived at the hospital, the director came to greet them personally, with a smile on his face. Don't get me wrong, it's not because of their ostentation. Just to thank him. Really? Comrade Sieji provided technology to our hospital and allowed us to overcome this difficulty. Thank you very much. I knew you were a genius before. I never thought that you could achieve such results in medicine. It is really amazing, people admire it. The dean held Ji Chang's hand for a long time and couldn't bear to let go. The guard who was following Ji Chang's looked uneasy, thinking that this old gentleman would not insist on studying medicine. Fortunately, although the dean loves talents, he also understands that what Ji Chang's is doing now is a major event related to the future of China, and he did not really say anything, hoping that the other party will consider studying medicine. The old principal next to me also understood. The new medical technology that can cure my disease was developed by Nagasawa. The dean looked at the old principal and recognized that they were the patients who needed treatment. He quickly shook his hand and said, "Yes, yes, this is Principal Bai. You really taught me a lesson. A good student has come out, and I want to thank him on behalf of all the patients." Old principal. He turned back to look at Ji Chang's. "Aren't you engaged in scientific research? How can it still be related to medical treatment? Is it related?" Ji Chang's wrote lightly, "After reading books for a while, this disease can be cured through scientific means. In the past, it was just that the technology was not enough. Other people, you, an outsider, have mastered a technology that even an expert cannot master after reading books for a while. This cannot even be described as a genius, right?" "Fang," he murmured to himself, "from what you said, it seems like it was done easily." The guard expressed his disapproval. "It's not easy, and it's very hard for the commander. After they learned about your illness last time, they took time to read every day after returning home. They could read more than 30 books for 5 hours a day. Book, I came to the hospital directly after leaving customs." He added distressedly, "And during this period of time, in order to free up time to read, Quan only slept 8 hours a day and stopped taking naps at noon. He even drank 1 bowl less chicken soup than before, and he only drank 1 bowl per meal. I stopped eating after 3 bowls of rice and didn't even sleep in the cage in the morning. It's a long-lasting sin." The more he talked, the more distress the guard felt. Especially early. Before going out last night, Ji Chang's also weighed himself and found that he was 20 ounces thinner than before. For the guard who has been taking care of him properly and considerately since he was assigned to the officer's side, and has been watching his weight increase slightly, and is very relieved about it, falling off the scale is terrible. Fang He. Old principal. The dean standing next to him. For a moment, the three of them didn't know whether to be shocked that they had read 30 books in 5 hours, or to think about whether eating 3 bowls of rice in 1 meal would be a lot less. Especially the dean? They only know that Ji Chang's has given new medical technical support, which can miraculously solve this disease that is classified as a terminal illness. But they didn't know that Ji Chang's actually did it in a short period of time. Especially listening to what the other party said, he learned about Principal Bai's illness last time and consciously studied medical books in order to treat his illness. In the end, he actually got results from his research. Genius, no. Evildoer. This is a monster. Dean. I feel envious and regretful at the same time. Such a good medical genius, but it is a pity that he is engaged in scientific research and cannot be poached. Ji Chang's was accustomed to the guard's attitude of anyway, whatever the officer says is right, and the officer is always good wherever he goes. Dean, please give Principal Bai a medical checkup first. The earlier the treatment, the better. The new university will be established in 2 months, and Principal Bai will be in charge by then. Principal Bai is not saying that he will not go to Xinjiang University at this moment. Since the disease can be cured, go. Of course I want to go. They must shine for Xinhua University. He has to live his remaining years well, even if he is going to die, he has to train several batches of students before he dies. Everything went smoothly. While Principal Bai was undergoing treatment, his daughter learned that her father could be cured and returned home that night. She was so grateful that she almost knelt down in front of Ji Chang's. Seeing Bai Yu's family hugging each other and crying with joy, Fang He relaxed and smiled. He raised his glasses and said to the student standing next to him, "A year ago, I never expected that today would happen. The old principal whom I regard as my mentor no longer suffers from a terminal illness and may die at any time. Students who are raised as parents and children are not treasonous or patriotic heroes. China has developed rapidly and has the respect of other countries internationally." Fang He concluded, "It's like a dream." Ji Chang's looked at the teacher's gray hair and gave him a hug. They can't make the other person's hair return to its once black luster, but they can make his face regain its former glory. Teacher, let's create this dream together and make it more and more beautiful. Fang He agreed. They also became a teacher at Tsinghua University. 1 month after Principal Bai was discharged from the hospital, the establishment of Xinjiang University was completed. This is a pilot university, but it is also a university on which the country has placed high hopes. If the new university pilot is successful, this university model will be directly implemented nationwide. Different from traditional universities, new universities pay more attention to the cultivation of scientific research. When recruiting students, in addition to recruiting students directly from the college entrance examination, they will also poach students from other schools according to their wishes. It is still a little late for China to attach importance to learning. Some young people just miss this time period. This time, they specially recruited students from all over the country. As long as you pass the exam, you can enter the new university. Because it is a pilot university, tuition is free. Students can earn living expenses by doing things for teachers in the university. As long as they work hard, not only can you learn new knowledge, you can even send money home. Ji Changhe applied for the exam. When she went to school, her grades were actually very good. Although Ji Changhe and his younger brother Ji Changs were several years apart, they went to school together. After all, it was after teacher Fang came to Xiaoliu village that the school really started to operate. Naturally, her talent cannot be compared with that of her younger brother, but it is still pretty good. It's just that although Ji Changhe has been studying step by step, he doesn't know what he wants. Compared with his younger brother who was directly admitted to college because of his genius, Ji Changhe took the college entrance examination step by step. As a result, as the college entrance examination approached, news of his brother's treason came back. Ji Changhe was deeply affected. He had a high fever that day and didn't even finish answering the paper. Everyone in the school knew that the traitor Ji Chang's was her younger brother, and they talked a lot about her. Ji Changhe was too embarrassed to repeat his studies, so he returned home and studied by himself while helping with household chores. Unexpectedly, it can actually turn around. Xin. University. My brother called me and told me. The tone was full of expectations for the new university. He also said that if the new university succeeds, universities in China will follow this model in the future. By then, there will be more and more talents in China, and so will the country. Getting better and better. By then, the tools for long-distance travel will be faster. If it is closer, you may be able to reach another city in an hour. The nights in China will be a city that never sleeps, and students will not have to walk 2 miles a day to go to school. 4 hours, family members thousands of miles apart can see each other directly. It sounds very fantasy. But Ji Changhe is willing to work hard for this future. Everyone in the family knew that she wanted to enter a new university. Every time she entered the study room, the whole family became quiet. Even Grandma Ji, who liked to chatter the most, avoided going out to other people's houses to chat. She didn't know about technology, and she couldn't imagine the future that Ji Changhe wanted to achieve through her own efforts. But she would say, okay. Then work hard. When you get that tool later, send me one, and I will go to the capital to see you every day. Ji Chang's mentioned that he wanted to bring his family to the capital, but Ji's father, Ji's mother, and Grandma Ji were not happy. They have grown up here all their lives. Compared with the bustling capital, they still prefer to stay in their hometown where all their acquaintances and relatives are. But at the same time, I also miss my children who are far away in the capital. Especially now that Ji Changhe is about to pass away. Therefore, although Grandma Ji could not imagine anything that would allow her to get to the capital in 1 hour, the words "you must study hard and try to make something early that will allow me to get to the capital in 1 hour" also became what she faced. Words for grandchildren. Ji's father and mother were more interested in the thing that they could see each other thousands of miles away, but they didn't want their daughter to be too stressed, so they said, "It doesn't have to be thousands of miles away, 100 miles will do." After learning that his sister had applied for the new China University, Ji Chang sent back a pile of books from the capital. Above the books was a card that read, "Waiting for you to become a member of the team that opens a new era." The support of her family gave this shy girl endless energy. She seemed to have returned to a time a few years ago, when she was full of hope and hard work for the future. When she failed the college entrance examination and her brother rebelled against the country, she thought her life was about to end. But now, her life will start again. When the new university started, Ji Chang he took his luggage with him, and with hope and fearlessness for the future, he refused his younger brother's company and walked into the university with his head held high. There were countless new students around her who were as hopeful about the future as she was, as well as teachers who came to welcome the new students. The first day of admission for new students. Too many students. Here we are, the first batch of new students. The teachers directly handed them the new student guide and gave them class and dormitory numbers according to their names. There are road signs at every intersection in Xinjiang University to ensure that freshmen can find their dormitories on their own. In the midst of the busyness, Ji Chang he stood under the road sign with the freshman guide in his hand and looked at it carefully. As he was watching, a girl came over. She had a shy smile, her clothes were washed white, and her back was white. Holding the rolled-up quilt, he asked a little embarrassedly, "Hello, do you know how to get to dormitory building 1? I just looked at the freshman guide, which seems to be here." Ji Chang he saw that she couldn't look up at the road signs because of the heavy weight she was carrying. She happened to be in the same building. He put down the freshman guide and said, "Turn left here." "I am also in the same building. Yes, let's go together?" "I don't have much, so I'll help you get this bag." Thank you, thank you." "Excuse me. I'm from 1512. Which dormitory are you from?" Ji Chang he was a little surprised. "I am also from 1512. "What a coincidence, then we are in the same dormitory." "Wow. That's great. My name is Fang Qi." "What's your name?" "My name is Ji Chang he." The two girls of opposite ages happily exchanged names and headed towards a building together. While walking and chatting on the road, Ji Chang he learned that Fang Qi had dropped out of school for 3 years. Her family lived in the grassland and she had been admitted to university. However, her cattle and sheep fell ill and died. Halfway through, her father was seriously ill and her mother couldn't take care of it on her own. Going to college also required expenses and the family couldn't afford it, so Fang Qi dropped out of school and went back to help. Originally, she was already looking for a job after her family's conditions eased. She heard that admissions to the new university were only based on grades, and tuition was free. She could also make money through part-time jobs on campus. With the support of her family, Fang Qi worked early and late to review her homework. "And then I passed the exam." When she said this, she felt a little embarrassed. "In order to treat my father's illness, the family's cattle and sheep were sold. I also want to earn some money to support the family while studying." The two of them talked about their studies. Ji Chang he was surprised to find that Fang Qi was really smart. No wonder she dropped out of school for 3 years and still managed to get into Singapore University of Science and Technology. The two of them arrived at the dormitory talking and laughing, and when they opened the door, they were both stunned on the spot. In the bright dormitory, there are tables with beautiful appearance and practical inside. On each table, there is a plugged-in computer quietly placed. Computer. Computers have been popularized in country K for office work, but in China, computers are still a rare item. Even if the school didn't charge any money, one person actually allocated one to them. Ji Changhe and Fang Qi put down their hands to salute, then stepped forward with some caution and gently touched the edge of the computer. There is a small piece of paper taped to each computer. Take it off. On it is the handwriting of Principal Bai. I hope it can be updated and replaced when you graduate. Woo. Fang Qi came all the way tired, miserable, and hungry. Now he was looking at the note and tears fell down for some reason. When Ji Changhe looked at her, she wiped her eyes in embarrassment. I just suddenly felt that this university is really good. I have a feeling that my life may be completely changed here. Ji Changhe nodded, yes. She feels this way too. Okay, let's put down our things and go outside to familiarize ourselves with the school environment. The two girls quickly packed up their mood and began to prepare and bow. At this moment, they did not know what a bright future they were about to have. There is a better China. The author has something to say. This story is coming to an end. Last night I dreamed about the plot of New World. It was very, very exciting. I woke up so happy at that time, and hesitated for 2 seconds whether to write it down before going to sleep. But after thinking about it, I still remembered the content, so I fell asleep peacefully. Then when I woke up again, I only remembered these 7 words, very, very, very happy. Human tragedy. Besides. Please don't laugh at me. I'm just immobile for the time being. It's too unkind for you to form a group to laugh at me, pointing.jpg. And this cannot be regarded as a real day-to-day practice, it is just a temporary cultivation. I am currently learning phonetic code words. Just wait. Sooner or later I will come back to fight. Behe free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 366. Ji Chang's has been paying attention to Ji Changhe's college life. For a girl in her 20s who has been familiar with life in her hometown before, she may still be a little timid when she suddenly comes to a strange capital. After all, this sister has always been shy in Ji Chang's impression. She always works silently at home and reads books silently. Under the original owner's childhood genius, she has always been suppressed and has no sense of existence. Rather than personal character, Ji Chang's believes this is because of environmental issues. In that small mountain village, girls are always more likely to be ignored than boys. Even though the Ji family is much better off than other families, the one the whole family loves more is still the one who always shines. Men. No girls of the same age in the village are studying anymore. Ji Changhe is the only outlier. Although her younger brother is a genius, he has never been willing to talk to her. She has not enjoyed any of the benefits brought by her younger brother, but he was ostracized by his classmates after becoming a traitor. She is silent and has no sense of existence. Even if she works hard, she is working in obscurity. Ji Chang's original plan was to bring his sister to the capital and give him one-on-one tutoring lessons. Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, she was already working hard. Hearing her voice that day with a bit of excitement and anxiety, Ji Chang swallowed the words he had not yet spoken and encouraged her to prepare well for the exam. After that, he sent a box of books to her and told her family to try their best to give her a better education. Environment. After enrolling in school, Ji Chang's received a lot of information about Ji Changhe one after another. I studied very seriously. I would go to the library to read after school. I was very busy and took the initiative to help the teachers. Between being paid and unpaid, I took part in the recruitment of unpaid teacher assistants and passed the exam. Apart from attending class every day, I spent time in the research room. The new university has many honorary professors. They will take time out of their busy work to come to the new university to give an open class or to take care of students. The new university encourages everyone to actively conduct experiments. As long as the proposed ideas are reviewed and approved, you will receive an experimental fund. Ji Changhe prepared seriously for a month and a half. After nervously submitting the application, As soon as he received the news that the review was successful, he couldn't wait to call his brother when he got off work, and shared the happy news with some shyness. Ji Chang's listened carefully and gave some of his own opinions from time to time. Ji Changhe's voice gradually lost the timidity. With encouragement, I gained more confidence. The teacher said that my idea is very good and supports me to complete it well. My classmate Fang Qi, who is also my roommate, is also very supportive of me. She is really smart. With her joining us, we can have fun every day. A lot of progress. The class teacher also knew that I passed the experiment fund review, and praised me and asked me to do a good job. If I have any questions that I don't understand, I can ask her. We have completed one step, that is. This phone call took a long time. Ji Changhe told her brother about her idea, her degree of completion, her roommates, and her classmates. Every day she wakes up and finds a quiet place to read. The library is always overcrowded, so the long building in the school, the corridor, has become a good place for many students to read. The doors to knowledge and the future opened by the new university to students are something that students who have emerged from poverty cannot help but cherish. They work hard to thirst for the knowledge in front of them, so the long corridor is always full of people. The lights in the corridor are very bright, and the trees outside are beautiful. Looking at the greenery when you are tired from reading is a good way to relax. The only drawback is that there are many mosquitoes. At first, there were no mosquito repellent equipment there. When the teachers discovered that students liked reading there, they lit mosquito coils 24 hours a day. Principal Bai later simply ordered a batch of stone tables and placed them on both sides of the corridor so that these young students who used their legs as tables could have a place to write. It is said that the old man had been arguing with the finance department for several days for these stone tables. The finance department thought that if they wanted tables, they could just move the wooden tables in the classroom. Why bother with more expensive stone tables? Principal Bai, but he has a unique insistence in this regard, believing that stone tables are more suitable for long corridors than wooden tables. After arguing for several days, Principal Bai won. After the simple and beautiful stone table was moved to the corridor, the entire corridor became more leisurely than before. Even sitting there studying seems to be overflowing with happiness. Ji Changhe's favorite thing was the green paper strips hanging down in the corridor. When she leaned there, she felt like she was back when she was a child. She asked her brother, "Do you still remember that when we were young, my father made you a hammock with a fishing net in the woods behind the house? The hammock was very big. We always lay on it and played. Sometimes I would lie down with a book. Look inside. The leaves above the head occasionally let out some dappled sunlight, and the hammock swayed slightly at the slightest movement, and the calls of various birds in the forest could be heard in the ears." For the young Ji Changhe said, that is her favorite little world. Ji Chang's also said in a nostalgic tone, "Wherever it was made for me, it was made for you by Dad. Give me." Ji Changhe was stunned, "Isn't it for you?" Ji's father knew some carpentry work and occasionally made some toys for his children, but those toys were always given to his younger brother first. She could only play with it for a while until Nagasawa didn't like it anymore. Ji Changhe occasionally felt aggrieved by this, but there was always a big difference between girls and boys in the village. Living in such an environment, the grievance and unwillingness in his heart gradually faded away. "I remember it very clearly. It's for you. After you went to the town to attend junior high school, you came back and said that a classmate had a hammock at home. After Dad heard this, he was already mending the unused fishing nets at home that night. At that time, you were about to pass. It's your birthday, I should make it for you as a birthday present. After I finished it, I wanted to go up and play. My parents said that it was made for you and let you play first. They all went to the fields when you came back from vacation. I secretly ran up to play. I saw you coming back, so I was afraid that you would tell me. Mom and Dad, I told you this was made for me. Ji Changhe was a little stunned when he heard this. Ji Chang's guilty voice came from the other end of the phone. Sister, I'm sorry, I lied to you and said that was not your birthday gift. Ji Changhe actually couldn't remember what happened at that time. She only remembered that in her mind, the hammock belonged to her younger brother, and she only had his permission to lie on it and read. Ji Chang's knew exactly what was going on. The original owner had been domineering since he was a child. When there were only two peers in the family, he didn't like to see his family quietly busy preparing gifts for his sister. On the day when his sister came back from celebrating her birthday, he lay on the hammock and smiled indulgently at his sister who had just returned home. This is the hammock made by my father for me. Do you want to come and play? I can let you play. He was smart enough to figure out that his family members were not the type to show off their merits. He fabricated lies unscrupulously, snatched away his sister's birthday gift, and took away the love she had already received. The young Ji Changhe didn't think much and accepted the fact that this hammock was his younger brother. Every time she lay on it and read a book, the original owner would run over and say she wanted to play. At this time, the sister, who felt that the hammock was her younger brother, would come down and watch her younger brother playing on it. The family won't take it to heart. In their opinion, this is just a sister who loves her brother. Ji Chang's recounted that time. After Dad found the fishing net. Because there were too many places that needed to be mended, at noon that day, he and his mother sat in the yard mending the fishing nets. After mending them, they looked in the forest for a long time before they found a tree of the right height. Is that so? Ji Changhe had an unreal feeling. The memory I had always believed in is now shaky. After talking to his brother for a while, Ji Changhe slowly walked to the dormitory after hanging up the phone. She tried hard to recall that afternoon, and actually gradually recalled some memories from her youth. The day of my birthday happened to be a school holiday. Every year for her birthday, her mother would give her a bowl of longevity noodles. She came back very early that day, and her family was still working in the fields. She was pulled into the hammock by her younger brother. The two of them were playing together when their family came back. In fact, the memory is very blurry, but when I suddenly think of it now, it is as clear as yesterday. Under the setting sun, family members came back one after another. Grandma just finished washing her hands, wiped them on her clothes, and muttered. Nowadays, people are getting more and more particular about eating longevity noodles. They also add eggs. When I was young, I couldn't even eat a bowl of porridge. While mumbling, he took out 2 eggs from the henhouse, compared them with the sun for a while, and chose the biggest one. After a while, he came out mumbling to himself and took the smaller one back with him. Mom squatted in the small vegetable patch in the back room to select vegetables, holding 2 small cabbages, and then carefully washed the vegetables in a basin. She took off the leaves of the cabbage one by one and washed them clean, and the innermost young leaves were put aside alone. Dad was the last to come home, carrying a hoe and coming to the back to wash his hands and face. Seeing Ji Changhe sitting on the hammock, he gave a silly smile. Changhe, do you like this hammock? Does it look like the one at your classmate's house? Before dinner in the evening, Grandma Ji quietly called Ji Changhe to the kitchen, where there was a bowl of longevity noodles. Made from the tenderest cabbage leaves, there are 2 eggs lying in the noodles. Grandma peeked outside like a thief and said to her, eat these 2 eggs first, or your brother will come and ask for them later. The good things at home are usually from Chang's, except for Ji Changhe's longevity noodles. No matter how much trouble her brother makes, her family will never agree to share her longevity noodles with him. On your birthday, my sister didn't want to eat your longevity noodles. You have to eat the longevity noodles by yourself. It's just as delicious if you eat your own noodles. At most, I was really disturbed. I felt sore and boiled an egg for my brother. Ji Changhe, a teenager, stood in the kitchen and finished the 2 eggs under the watchful eyes of his grandma. After finishing eating, Grandma G asked her with a smile, "Is it delicious?" She nodded, "It's delicious. It must be delicious. These are 2 eggs. I added a lot of oil to fry them." Grandma touched her head with her big rough hands. "You go to school well. Now our family is getting more and more prosperous. I will lay 3 eggs for you next year." It turns out that Grandma, who always regarded her younger brother as her darling in her memory, also said such things. It seems that some details that were once ignored are now emerging little by little with the memories. Chang He scored another 100 points in the exam. It's really good. I'm proud of you. Let's go and hang this certificate on the wall. Chang He, it's too late. Stop reading. It will hurt your eyes. Are you hungry? Mom just picked a tomato for you. Does your school still have evening self-study? It's not safe for girls to go home at night. Dad will pick you up later. Ji Chang He walked all the way to the dormitory. Fang Qi, who was sitting at the table and reading a book seriously, asked her in surprise, "Chang He, why are you crying? What's wrong?" Hearing her words, Ji Chang He raised his hand to wipe away his tears in confusion. Did she actually cry? She doesn't even know. Fang Qi thought she was being bullied and kept asking worriedly. No. Ji Chang He wiped his tears and smiled, "I just suddenly found that I seemed quite happy." Ji Chang's often calls home. Occasionally, family members would talk about Ji Chang He. Most people think she has changed a lot, is a bit novel, and a bit happy. The capital is the capital. After your sister came here, her personality became cheerful. This child is not as talkative as before. When he called last time, he reminded us that it was going to be cold. Grandma is afraid of the cold. Remember to take advantage of it first. Let's dry the quilt well now. It's not that Ji Chang He didn't care about his family before. But she was never ashamed to say it out loud, and always did it silently. Sometimes I do it quietly. Seeing Ji Chang He becoming more and more confident and cheerful, Ji's family is also happy for her. She also got a scholarship, but the competition is too great. You should also advise your sister not to put so much pressure on herself. She just needs good grades and doesn't have to compete with others to be first or second. Don't worry, my sister is sensible, and we will meet for dinner occasionally. Never seen it in school. Ji Chang He did not let Ji Chang's go to school to see her. Firstly, Ji Chang's is busy, and secondly, he is a well-known figure and will definitely attract attention when he arrives at school. Usually she went to visit Ji Chang's during her vacation. Bring him some food, help him clean up his dormitory, etc. Although there were guards around Ji Chang's, it was obvious that in Ji Chang He's eyes, his younger brother was still the child who needed care. As Ji Chang He spent more and more time at the new university, the current topics of conversation between the two siblings gradually changed from parental triviality to professional academics. Ji Chang's may not be able to take care of himself in life, but academically, he is definitely better than the teachers at new university. No matter what questions Ji Chang He asked him, he could get the answer from his brother. She is not a genius, just an ordinary smart student. But the good thing about her is that she is willing to endure hardships, studies all the time, does not care about face, and will ask other people when she encounters problems. Ji Chang He's progress is undoubtedly rapid. The same is true for many students at the new university. A lot of the knowledge they learned was the most advanced. It may even be that if the country breaks through in technology, a new course will be added to the curriculum of the new university. There is always a queue in the laboratory. Tutors in the lab are in great demand. The school encourages students to voluntarily develop various technologies and will provide financial support. The only requirement is that once the school thinks the technology can be used, it can be applied on campus. Of course, if students really achieve results, there will be no shortage of rewards, as well as support and financial rewards from the state. These students are naturally not as talented as Ji Chang's. But they have many people, many ideas, and the support of the country behind them. It has only been 3 years, and many changes have taken place on campus and even in China. Especially on campus, because many technologies require time to be tested, the school has become the best place for testing. Not only can the effect be verified, but also suggestions can be obtained from students who are hiding in the school. The school has a secret forum. It is said to be a secret, but in fact all the teachers and students of the school can enter. This forum is created by Ji Chang's. Very simple and very unpretentious. There is an icon for this forum on the computer equipped for every new student. After clicking on it, there are various categories inside. Suggestion area. It is divided into 2 areas, one is the want suggestion area and the other is suggestion area. Forum. There are also 2 communities, one is serious discussion forum and the other is chat forum. Self-built area. This is not just 2 categories. All students can create a community in the self-built area and name it whatever they want. Those who are interested can enter by themselves. The more people who join, the higher the priority will be. There is also a ranking list on the far right side of the forum. This is Ji Chang's bad taste. The ranking list had no name, so it was just called the ranking list. It was blank at first. It was not until 1 month after the freshman enrolled that a student's name suddenly appeared on the ranking list. First in academic credibility, 3,516 Wang Hao. This is a school-wide forum. Once Wang Hao's name comes out, how can other students not pay attention to each other? What did he do? Why is it on the ranking list? Also, what the hell is academic credibility? When I asked Wang Hao, he was also very confused. Asked the teacher also said he didn't know, the rankings are automatically calculated. Maybe Wang Hao did something. Wang Hao was stunned for a while. I submitted an idea to the school forum and it was approved. Didn't the teacher say that if the idea is approved, financial support will be provided? Is it because of this? Immediately, students who were preparing their imagination reports worked overtime and rushed out to participate. After being approved, his name was indeed on the ranking list. Now all the students in the school were shocked. Are they young people, more or less, or a little half-hearted? If they can be admitted to the new university, they must be capable. Now there is a competitive ranking list, which also arouses the desire to win hard. During that time, the most ideas were submitted, and there were more and more names on the ranking list, until one day, Wang Hao's name was pushed down by the name of a new classmate. At this time, everyone is no longer a new kid in school but a seasoned veteran. They have been familiar with each other in the forum for a long time. After a pair of messages in the chat area, they immediately came to a conclusion. The new classmate completed his idea. His academic credibility increased from over 100 at the beginning to 303. The students understood immediately. It turns out that the ranking list is not only based on proposing ideas, but completing the ideas will increase the score even more. More and more students are starting experiments. There will be extra points for being admitted as a tutor's assistant, extra points for publishing papers, extra points for being in the top 3, and extra points for sports scores. If what you do is applied to school, you will still get extra points. The young students seem to have discovered a new world, and they happily started working hard to improve their scores every day. The forum also became completely lively. Some students began to try to put their ideas on the forum. His students are making suggestions below. There are also live broadcasts of students completing the process of envisioning. Some students posted hero posts on the forum and invited classmates who had common plans with them to form a group. Ji Chang he ranked 5th in the rankings because of his own hard work and the fact that he could ask his brother for advice every time he had any problems. The first 4 were true geniuses, and hard workers. She didn't expect to surpass them. Sometimes she felt a little inexplicable pride in her heart. If Nagasawa also went to a new university, he would definitely be ranked first every year. Because of the incentive of rankings, students in new universities prefer to do it themselves. Principal Bai didn't have the old-fashioned ideas that most of the older generation had at all, and he smiled and let these students do what they did. The director of the finance department is going crazy. This group of students had wild ideas. The last time he went for a walk on the playground, he actually saw students digging a hole. He jumped in and measured the temperature and humidity underneath, holding a ruler to measure inch by inch. His body was covered in dirt. A group of people are still laughing there. The most important thing is the shovel for digging the hole, with a red rope tied to it. All items applied for in the school must be tied with red strings and must be returned to the school when the students no longer need them. In order to store all the strange things that students applied for, the school also specially set aside a relatively cold first floor to serve as an item room. All items are classified according to size, with 5 large rooms and 5 small rooms. All items must be returned when students do not use them. They will all be registered and their numbers will be recorded. So that when the next batch of students apply for the same items, they can go to the item room to get them. The director of the finance department just walked over there. There was really everything there. He even saw a dummy, which might be used for high-altitude experiments. The dummy fell miserably, even though the students should have said it before sending it. I gave it a bath, but its face was still broken into spider webs. God knows how speechless he was when he opened the room and saw the person with a face covered with cracks in spider webs. And now, this group of students actually applied for shovels. Forget about applying for a shovel, they applied for this thing just to dig holes in the school. Hello, Director Ma. These little bastards didn't feel guilty at all when they saw him. They even greeted him with a smile. Maybe they saw him watching for a long time. One student thought he was interested in digging holes and asked, "The director wants to come with us digging." Director of the finance department, "No, come on, remember to take a shower before going back to the dormitory." Looking at the dirt on some students' heads, he added, "And wash your hair. Don't worry, director, we are cute and clean. If the dormitory is tidy, it will get extra credit points." The director of the finance department looked at the several natives in front of him and found it difficult to understand today's children. His face was covered with dirt and he was still smiling. Isn't it possible that when you laugh too hard, dirt won't get into your mouth? They happened to see Fang He coming, and the two exchanged a few words to say goodbye. When he came back from another walk, Fang He actually jumped into the pit and started digging. Director of Finance Department. He'd better take a shower and go to sleep. Principal Bai was quite relieved that the students were acting up everywhere. Make it. If you want to be pretentious, you must have money. If you want to be rich, you have to come up with ideas. If the idea is not passed, there will be no money. If it is passed, the school will pass it. If it is not dangerous, it will be fine. If there is a certain degree of risk, the school will arrange a teacher to take care of the whole process even if it is passed. It's like these students digging a hole. They dug holes everywhere like groundhogs, and of course they remembered to fill them in after they dug them. Almost 8 months later, this group of students, who had made themselves miserable almost every day, formed a group and made it to the rankings. They made an underground dredging robot specially designed for underground operations. Although this robot has neither head nor feet, and its workmanship is a little rough, it is indeed of great help in the construction of drainage pipes. It can even be improved and turned into a robot that can save people underground. Not only does the school have rewards, but the country also gives a reward first, and then discusses the technical issues regarding the purchase of this robot. These students are the first team in the school to have the country purchase technology. Even if the money is divided evenly, it is enough for them to become rich instantly. One of the students' family was very poor. After receiving the money, he was completely confused. After staying there for a long time, I ran to the phone booth to call home. It is said that as soon as the call was connected, the person opened his mouth and said, "Dad, Mom, you don't have to work so hard. I can support you, ugh." After saying these two sentences, he couldn't stop crying. He scared his parents so much that he thought his son was being bullied at school. Later, his friends couldn't stand it and squeezed in to say that he was happy. When they heard that their son's technology was purchased by the state for developing a robot at school, his parents were just happy and surprised. When they heard the amount of the money, they were a little frightened. First reaction: it should be true or false. Could it be that you met a liar? How can you get so much money? The two elders were really uneasy and came all the way to the capital. Principal Bai personally received him and confirmed the authenticity of the news. They also believed it with a sense of illusion after they really saw the money. This is actually true. The country actually gave their children money. This incident became a hot topic on the school forum. Many students feel like they have been given a shot of chicken blood because of this. Every day they wish they were like a sponge with 8 hands, absorbing all kinds of new knowledge while working hard to carve out their own path. Although Ji Chang seems to be very busy every day, he also has a new university forum number, but he doesn't talk, he just squats inside and watches the daily life of the campus. He is 01. Principal Bai is 02 and Teacher Fang he is 03. When the forum function was first tested, it was the three of them who tested it. Ji Chang he is a ruthless person who is often mentioned in forums. This is how one popular poster described her. This senior lady is ruthless and doesn't talk much. She is usually very low-key, but every time she appears she explodes the fall protection device from the air last time, and the school's new solar street lights are all from her hand, pen. I won't talk about the rest. You can go directly to the top 100 achievements to see that all her achievements are ranked in the top 30, as well as her roommate Fang Qi. Together, these two people are incredible. The young people in the new university may be the most receptive to new things in China. After all, various inventions are emerging in schools endlessly. To exaggerate, maybe today everyone is fanning a fan, tomorrow it will be an electric fan, and later it will be an air conditioner. Especially in an atmosphere where everyone is progressing, it seems out of place to want to be salty. In the 4th year of the new university's term, the first batch of students graduated. After that, new students enter the school. In the past 4 years, new university has often appeared in newspaper news. Every time a new thing appears, there is always a 50% chance that it was developed by new university students. There is another saying outside, saying that if China is undergoing silent changes, then the new university is changing day by day. In Xiaoliu village, Zhang Yuan, the high school student who tried to correct Grandma Ji that the plane did not use a joystick, also worked hard and was admitted to the new university. When he first came to the capital, his parents were really worried, so they asked Ji Chang he to take care of him. I would also like to ask Ji Chang's for help, but everyone knows that Ji Chang's is busy. Furthermore, he is notorious for not taking care of himself, so he might not be as good as Zhang Yuan. They were all from the same village, so they were somewhat related, and it was a simple task, so Ji Chang he naturally agreed. As a distant relative in the same village and as a school sister, she spared a day to come to her alma mater to help Zhang Yuan adapt to school. Compared with 4 years ago, when most students carried large bags and quilts, China's economy has improved visibly today, and ordinary families are no longer stingy about paying for a quilt. Many students simply carry suitcases. The same goes for Zhang Yuan, who only brought a suitcase with some clothes in it. As for the books he commonly used, they were all sent by express delivery. The rise of express delivery has developed rapidly with the rapid development of online shopping software. There are express delivery services that are fast and expensive, and there are also express delivery services that charge low fees and are slow to deliver. Zhang Yuan's book was not in a hurry, so I found a slow one. After meeting Ji Changhe, he asked curiously, "Sister Changhe, I heard that the largest shopping software in the country was made by a student from New University. Do you know it?" "I know him. He is a classmate of the same grade as me." Ji Changhe wanted to help Zhang Yuan carry his luggage, but he avoided her, so she was rude and simply said, when he had this idea, he posted on the school forum. The first batch of stores were in the school the students here. The biggest characteristic of students at New University is their strong practical ability. After they made many things, they felt they were useless, or they planned to make better ones, so they put them in the store and sold them at a price they thought was appropriate. So far, many students' shops have many people collecting them, mainly because they want to buy them, but they just want to join in the fun. After all, the students had wild ideas, and the small items they gave up were more aptly described as weird than useful. Ji Changhe remembered that she had also joined in the fun, made a hydraulic automatic fan machine and put it up, and sold it at a good price. She was so happy that she treated her brother to a good meal. Zhang Yuan got the answer, nodded and continued to look at the school environment. After entering the main gate of the new university and walking a little further, you can see the tracks on the left and right sides. There are also protective fences erected around the tracks. There is no guardrail only at the front, which is only about half a meter long. A car that can only seat 4 people when sitting horizontally came over. Although it was relatively narrow horizontally, when viewed vertically, it was very long. After the car stopped, the door position happened to be where there was no guardrail. Diddy. A student poked his head out from the driver's seat and shouted to the freshmen standing in front of him, "Juniors and juniors who want to go to dormitories 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 can get on the bus. I will take you all the way to the door of the dormitory." The new students and their parents who came to see them off were dumbfounded. "Is this a train?" "There is actually a train in the school." Zhang Yuan also looked confused, but Ji Changhe was not surprised. This car was still being built before she graduated. It seemed that the speed of the junior students was good, and they actually made it in time for the start of school. She had seen the ideas about this campus car in the forum and took Zhang Yuan there directly. When the student driver saw her, he stopped being cool and quickly calmed down. "Sister Ji, why are you here at school?" "I have a younger brother who is enrolling in school today. I'm here to take him to see him." Ji Changhe motioned to Zhang Yuan to get in the car, and he also got on it. The student driver sat up straight. "Sister, how do you think the car is finished? Is there anything you want to make comments on? This is the result of their hard work for so long." Ji Changhe didn't really want to make suggestions in front of so many people, so he just smiled and said, "If you are free in the evening, we will go to the cafeteria to talk." Yes, I'm sure I'm free. See you in the cafeteria tonight." The student driver was delighted. Ji Changhe is not the most talented among the seniors, but she is definitely the least scientific. She can get answers to any questions. Their car can only ensure smooth traffic now, but if they want to improve the speed, they can want to study. Unexpectedly, I was so lucky that Senior Ji, who graduated, was willing to give me advice. The seats are full. Let's wait for the next one. The next one is in 10 minutes. Punctuality is also the focus of campus bus testing. Zhang Yuan saw that the other party respected Sister Changhe, so he sat obediently by the window and looked outside through the railing. The car drove on the campus track at a slow pace. Along the way, he saw a 2-meter-high plant growing in a corner of the playground. There was a dummy being pushed by several people on the high-rise building of the school, along what looked like a pipe. Sliding down, there were a few students below who immediately stepped forward to check as soon as the dummy fell. Several toy-like airplanes flew past and landed on the heads of the students standing in an open space. A voice came from inside, "The picture quality is clear. Let's start testing the time synchronization now." A little further, there is even a lake in the school. A few students by the lake shouted to the center of the lake, "Teacher, can you pull it? Our boat is sinking. You should let it go. Let's come down and help." The person in the center of the lake replied, "You little bastards, just stand here. Who told you to stop the boat during the holiday and not know how to anchor it? You still want to be a warship?" We threw it away. It was definitely because the wind was too strong during the holidays. Don't worry, teacher, we will definitely make improvements. From now on, even if there is a typhoon, the boat will not be able to move. It can be seen that after a vacation, many students couldn't wait to pick up their unfinished experiments as soon as they came back. I even met a man driving a convertible on the road and enthusiastically recommended to the students on the roadside, "Come and try my car. This kind of car has no problem climbing hills and going to fields. It can be driven in any difficult environment. Come on, if it is completed, it will be very useful for rescuing disaster areas. Come on, classmate, come up and try it. I have some candy here, and I'll give you one." Zhang Yuan looked envious, but also a little confused. "Sister Chang He, you should be safe when rescuing disaster areas. Why did he make the car look like an open top?" Ji Chang He took a look outside and recognized that this was a classmate who was still in school after graduation and wanted to use the experimental site. He laughed. He didn't want to make a convertible. He applied for the internship after finishing the basics. The inspection fund has been spent, so we can only leave it open. Zhang Yuan. This reason is really strong and reasonable. The author has something to say. The update time in the future will be restored to before 12 o'clock in the evening. Good night. Behi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 367. Originally, after taking Zhang Yuan to see the whole school, I should have taken him to dinner together. But Zhang Yuan was attracted by the school's food delivery robot, and the two of them had a meal in the school cafeteria. After settling him, Ji Chang He went to the second floor of the cafeteria. The cafeteria of their school originally only had the first floor. The second floor was expanded because compared to the large open environment on the first floor, the second floor is made up of small cubicles, which are more private. They are also equipped with the school's student research and development facilities. With the soundproof glass, once the door is closed, people outside can't hear what is being said inside. So this gradually became a good place for many student groups to discuss their ideas. From then on, the cafeteria ants have one more job. When the cafeteria is about to close in the evening, they go up to the second floor and knock on the door one by one, so that the students who are talking passionately and are reluctant to leave. End today and come back tomorrow. Ji Chang He once mentioned this campus bus situation to Ji Chang's, and she relayed her brother's opinion today. This group of juniors and juniors were very excited when they heard it, and they couldn't wait to modify it now. A schoolgirl said, "Senior, your brother is so awesome. How on earth did this family educate their children? My sister is so powerful, and my brother is so strong too." Ji Chang He smiled, "Yes, he has always been very good." She left the new university and went straight to her brother's house. The place where Ji Chang's lives is a small second-floor building with red brick walls and a beautiful garden. It looks similar to Principal Bai's home. Some interns were already standing outside, craning their necks to look inside. Seeing Ji Changhe coming, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Senior sister. I heard that Professor Ji has never invited anyone into his home. Are we the first group? I brought some small desserts that I made. I don't know if Professor Ji will eat them. I bought some fruit. Damn it, you all brought gifts, but I don't have anything? Come on, hurry up, give me some apples." This group of students are all juniors at the new university. They were recruited into the research base because of outstanding talents, just like Ji Changhe, a junior. Ji Chang's gave an idea some time ago. They finished it quickly and slowly, and the work was excellent. He seemed very happy and invited these students to his home for a dinner to celebrate. Ji Chang's has always been a godlike existence at the research base. Work alone and do things simply, while others are often still in the stage of imagination. He has already achieved results in the decathlon. Another thing, he is a workaholic. During working hours, I only do work, and during off-duty hours, I never participate in dinner parties and celebrations. This is the first time he has invited others to dinner, and the place is his home. How can he not let these interns be flattered? After entering the research base, they learned that Ji Changhe was Ji Chang's biological sister. Although they were happy to be invited, Professor Ji was still a bit frightened after all. Ji Changhe did not come. Before, they only dared to stand outside and wait. Ji Changhe was a little funny. "Why are you so afraid? Chang's is a very easy person to get along with." "No, no, no, Professor Ji is not a human, he is simply a god. They are all from the same school, and the interns are much more lively when facing Ji Changhe. God has mercy on the world, but the world dare not approach God. Speak English." As the saying goes, Professor Ji seems to be so sacred and inviolable that we only dare to look at him from a distance and don't dare to get close. Yes, yes, that's Professor Ji who just flew the fighter jet back to China. They chattered about how majestic and sacred Ji Chang's aura was. Ji Changhe just wanted to laugh after hearing this. "Okay, I hope you still think so after eating this meal." She led the students in and pressed her finger on the door. The door lock position flashed a few times, and the mechanical voice sounded, "Fingerprint unlocked successfully, please step forward." Ji Changhe took a step forward and looked directly at the camera on the door. "Pupils unlocked successfully, welcome home." Wow! So advanced. Is this a new technology? I do know about fingerprint unlocking and pupil unlocking. This is the first time I've seen it. Ji Chang's pushed the door open further and turned around and said, "This is how Chang's family works. Every time he has a new achievement, he will install it at home. This will be convenient all the time. Find loopholes, and if you can try it. Many things need to be applied in life. Since they are for people to use, if you use them every day, the effect will be more intuitive." The interns nodded and were a little excited. "Doesn't that mean that we can see many achievements at Professor Ji's house?" Ji Chang's nodded, "That's right, but things in Chang's family are updated very quickly, so I'm not sure I'll see him." "What?" The interns expressed their understanding. "Isn't it the same even in school? Today a senior makes something that makes the computer run faster, but tomorrow it may be replaced by something new made by a junior. Not only are they accepting new things, they are also the ones who develop them, and they understand this all too well." An intern said with a bit of curiosity and expectation, "I heard that Professor Ji was going to overhaul his house last month, and all the people who took care of him were put on leave. Professor Ji should be the only one at home now, right?" "Ah. So today's dinner party was hosted by Professor Ji himself?" "No. Right, I should ask the hotel to deliver food. Professor Ji, who seems to have nothing to do with anything, actually has to cook and clean himself at home. It feels a bit inconsistent when he thinks about it. Are discussing. The door opened wide, and a man came over. She has beautiful features and long hair. She is wearing a floral skirt with a simple apron outside. She bends slightly in front of a few people. Hello, are you our guest today? Interns. Didn't it mean that all the people you take care of are on leave? Ji Changhe, yes, you are. She has never seen this person with her brother before. Moreover, the country sends people to take care of the younger brother, and they are all men from Pi. Even if they are women, they will not be as good looking as Pi, right? Could it be, sister-in-law? I am Xiaoi, the housekeeper of this family. After speaking, the beautiful woman turned around and stretched out a hand to signal everyone to follow her. As she walked, she said, if you, my guests, need anything, just call me by my name. The interns followed Ji Changhe forward, muttering to each other. So beautiful. There is actually a butler these days. He is indeed Professor Ji. I want to have one too. Such a beautiful sister to take care of me. Ji Chang's lives in a small second-floor building with average height. But the length is definitely inferior to other small second floors. Xiao Yi led them through a long corridor, and when they finally reached the living room, they stopped and bowed slightly to Ji Chang's, who was eating potato chips on the sofa, and said respectfully in a sweet voice. Master, today's guests have been brought to. Lord, Master. The interns were stunned. Ji Changhe looked at Xiao Yi and then at Ji Chang's at the same time in shock. It was unimaginable that his younger brother would be like this. Hobby. Huh? Coming. If Ji Chang's appearance a few years ago was still uniquely handsome in China, then he is truly sacred and inviolable now. The facial features are still the same, the skin is still so fair, but the body that has been carefully cared for a long time has gradually become more refined. Every time he raises his eyes, he seems to be observing the world without any fluctuation. Click, click. He finished chewing 2 potato chips at once, stood up and stretched. You're just in time, I have a question to test you. Even if I am eating potato chips and stretching, my whole body is filled with the divine. Even if Ji Chang's has never been cruel to them, the interns will still be scared when they see Professor Ji, and they will nod cautiously. Yes, Professor, what do you say? Come and see what's wrong with Xiao Yi. Interns. Let's see the little girl. Ji Changzi raised his chin. Xiao Yi, take off your head. What did you take off? They all turned to look at Xiao Yi, who smiled tenderly at them. Then he raised his hands and took off his head. Interns. They looked at the various mechanical parts under the little head and twitched the corners of their mouth slightly. Professor, this is a robot. Otherwise. Do you still know how to cultivate? Interns. Although, this robot looks too much like a real person. They also saw a lot of robot production in school. But there is only one thing that can be done to make it look real and fake so that no one can see it. Ji Changhe breathed a sigh of relief. She said, how could my brother have such a weird hobby? Ji Chang sat on the sofa again, eating potato chips while saying, little one just finished not long ago. It is a housework robot. I will give you half an hour to find out the problems with her. If there is a problem, I will give you half an hour to solve it. Interns. Sure enough, Professor Ji, a workaholic, never forgets to take exams even if he is having a party at home. An intern weakly raised his hand, trying to escape the tragedy of being tested on his day off. A housekeeping robot like Xiaoi that can almost look real is very precious and rare. Wouldn't it be a good idea to let a few of us interns come to check and repair it? And Professor, aren't we here for dinner today? Let's check the first graders, who will cook. Ah. It's impossible for Professor G to actually go up there on his own. You don't need to worry about this. Ji Chang's lay down on the sofa and snapped his fingers. The waiter. Owner. Another robot that looked exactly like Xiao Yi came over and bowed slightly to Ji Chang's. What are your orders? The guests are here. Let's prepare the food for today's party. Dinner will be served in an hour. Okay. The waiter nodded respectfully, turned and walked towards the kitchen. Ji Chang's continued to shout, "Little San." Another robot came over from the charging corner. Master. Give me a massage. Xiaosi, go and cut some fruit, just one for each person. 5 minutes later, Ji Chang's was eating fruit while his legs were being massaged by the robot. He turned his head slightly and ate the potato chips handed to him by the robot on the other side. He did not forget to urge the interns, "What are you doing standing still? Hurry up, examine." Interns. This robot is actually sold wholesale. They could only accept their fate and try hard to resist the urge to dismantle the small one to see what its structure is. Why on earth can it be done? It looks so human, even the way it walks and talks is exactly the same. Take it seriously. Really start checking. Ji Chang, he was not an intern, so he did not participate. He also sat on the sofa and asked his brother, "What have you been doing recently? Why did you suddenly retreat for a month and not even go to the base? It's not the Olympics yet? Our country has been dormant for so long. Even now that the economy has improved, there are still many foreign countries. People think that we are still the poor and backward country we used to be. Leaders of other countries may be very aware of China's rapid development, but ordinary foreigners are not so easy to believe it. After all, it is still a bit difficult for an ordinary person to believe that a country can develop rapidly to where it is now in a few years." Ji Changzi snapped his fingers. Starry sky. The entire hall immediately darkened, and countless stars floated in the sky and around it, making it seem like a person was in the universe. The interns who were still muttering about research were stunned, and some subconsciously reached out to grab the stars around them. Ji Chang scolded them, "Don't be lazy, hurry up." After watching the interns trying to calm down and continue studying primary 1, he said to his sister, "The Olympics are a good opportunity to show off my strength, so I simply developed the holographic technology in my hand in advance. Wait until the Olympic Games, and give the whole world a surprise." He gave a new command, "The sea." The starry sky faded away in an instant, and the waves rushed to everyone's feet with the sound. There were white clouds in the blue sky, and seagulls flew in the distance, making a few calls from time to time. "Oh my God!" An intern's legs softened when the waves rolled towards him and he sat directly on the ground. Ji Chang's looked over and said, "What's wrong?" The intern was on the verge of tears. "Professor, I am dizzy." Ji Chang snapped his fingers, the waves receded, and the surrounding area turned into the ordinary restaurant they saw when they first entered. The poor intern who was dizzy was helped up with his legs limp. Ji Chang's learned a lesson this time and asked before changing the scene, "Is there anyone who is afraid of heights?" Fortunately, none of this wave of interns are afraid of heights. So Ji Chang snapped his fingers again. But unlike everyone's imagination of people at high altitude, what appeared this time was a high-altitude roller coaster. Interns. They watched helplessly as they fell from high altitude with the roller coaster, got up again, and fell again. Occasionally, it would derail, and then catch up again on the next section. Ah! Screams filled the hall. Ji Chang's did not forget to say to them, "This high-altitude roller coaster is a peripheral game project prepared for the Olympic Games. Since you are here, you can look for any details that need to be corrected." Interns, Professor. I think it's hard to find details at such a high speed. It is moving, giving you the feeling that you are also moving. If you look carefully, it is actually not moving. Try chopping your feet. The ground is under your feet. The interns looked down tremblingly. It was indeed solid under their feet, but the scene they saw was that of high-rise buildings right below, and the fence around them would sway from time to time, as if they could fall down at any time. Ah! Ji Chang suppressed his laughter and continued to eat potato chips. Ji Chang he saw that he was deliberately teasing these students and asked him, "Why are you bullying them? They respect you now. Who asked them to give me a nickname?" Ji Changzi tried his best to hold back his gloating smile. "Young spotless master, it's so unpleasant. It made those students think I was a misophobia. Because the school forum only accepts students for discussion, many students have a sense of freedom when speaking, no one outside knows about it anyway, and it doesn't matter what I say." After entering the National Research Base, this group of interns frequently posted on the school forum. What kind of National Research Base is really high-end? Compared with here, many things in school are trivial. The professor who led them was Professor Ji Chang's, who returned to China in a fighter jet. Because he was too holy, aloof, workaholic, and always dressed in white, everyone privately called him Spotless Lord. Ji Chang's wanted to catch these interns and shake them to see if their eyes were okay and whether they needed to see an ophthalmologist. Why is he always dressed in white? Who is not wearing a white coat at the experimental base? In places where there are chemical reactions, researchers are still in protective suits from head to toe. Ji Chang he didn't go to the school forum anymore after leaving the campus, but he also knew his brother's nickname at the base and couldn't help laughing. "They mean you are as clean as snow, don't they really mean that? You're misophobic. The snow is not clean at all." Hey, these interns still don't have enough theoretical knowledge. They are still spreading rumors at the base that I am a robot. I really think that I have so much energy. It seems that I can take a rest in the future. Ji Chang's gave the order to stop, and the screaming chicken behavior over there stopped. A group of young and energetic students gasped and gasped, and they still felt like they were surviving a disaster. Even though they were screaming, they could still clearly hear the conversation between the two. They were both crying and extremely cowardly at this moment. A dazed intern immediately began to express his loyalty. "Professor, we were wrong. We will never give you random nicknames again. What about Mr. Spotless? What about Fighting Master and Overlord Ji? We really don't dare to do that anymore." Ji Changzi chuckled, "Oh, Fighter Professor, Overlord Ji, you really think about it?" Other interns: "No, if you repent, repent, why on earth are you pronouncing the remaining nicknames? Professor, it's not what you think. We are here to show respect. Didn't you come back with a fighter jet? And the Overlord is because the Overlord lifts the tripod. What we mean is that you alone lifted half of the institute, no, most of it. Our admiration for you is endless. These are not nicknames, they are just to express our admiration for you. A nickname given to express my respect for you." Ji Changzi looked at these young people talking nonsense with a half-smile. When he saw them looking at him with timid expressions, he knocked on the table. "Okay, stop flattering me and check Xiao Yi quickly." The interns were relieved. While checking, he whispered like a thief, "How does the professor know about these nicknames we have given? Don't we only talk about them in the school forum? It shouldn't be the senior sister who said that. She has already graduated and can't go to the forum anymore. I heard that several seniors want to stay in school in order to continue attending the school forum. When I think that we will no longer be able to enter the forum after graduation, I feel so sad. I'm off topic. Let's check on primary 1 quickly. If we can't find out what's wrong with primary 1 within the prescribed time, what if the professor gets angry and asks us to continue the high-altitude game?" As soon as these words came out, the students all became nervous and started working seriously. Ji Changzi looked at the young people muttering and smiled with great satisfaction. "They are all good seeds." He came close to his sister and whispered, "They did very well in the test I gave them before, and their temperament is also very good. They are particularly suitable to be my students. Sister, what do you think? I will focus on training them and let them. How about picking up my class?" Ji Chang's is not really a workaholic, but the students under him have not grown up in the past few years, and the experts above are too old, so he has to be like the nickname given by these interns. He is just carrying most of the country by himself. But after all, the country of China is the country of China for all the people of China. He cannot really do everything. These interns are very talented and have good personalities. They can withstand shocks and can quickly immerse themselves in their work. Even if they feel tired from work, they are very good at finding fun and relaxing for themselves. It seems that the training method of the new university is really good. Ji Changzakane said, "I will accept them as students first, and when their junior students come in, they will accept these people as students, so that I can retire soon." Okay, these interns are very good. Ji Chang he didn't want his younger brother to be too tired, so it would be best if he accepted a few students to share the burden. Okay, let's take the last test and let them prepare for the Olympics with me. This is the Olympic Games that will focus the world's attention on China. China is full of energy and wants to show its strength. They are in. It is true that China's status in the world has improved a lot, but for those ordinary foreigners who still have inherent ideas, China is still a poor and backward place. Naturally, Chinese people are still not respected abroad. Racism is something that really makes people uncomfortable. Let's just take advantage of the Olympic Games to settle things once and for all and let others take a good look at what China is like today. Ji Chang he thought about the big project of the Olympic Games. Okay, yes. They are here, so you don't have to work so hard. In fact, Ji Chang's, who didn't have much hard work in the first place, said, and it's quite fun to see such a group of young people there. The interns who were working hard to check felt a cold feeling on their necks for no reason. He touched his neck and looked back strangely, only to see Professor G giving them a faint appreciative smile. The intern who was looking bitter just now immediately became happy and happily told his companions, "Professor G is looking at us and smiling. Doesn't he think we are great?" The other interns were also excited when they heard this and looked back furtively. Really? Wow! I can actually be looked at with such admiration by Professor G. Mom, I've become successful. The young people quickly came back to life with full blood, and started working hard with enthusiasm, striving to make Professor G appreciate them more. They are indeed the best students from the new university. Although it took a little time, he still managed to find out Xiao Yi's problem and solve it successfully before the time was up. After having a delicious meal, Ji Chang slowly wiped the corners of his mouth with a tissue. "You also know that I have never accepted a student. You are quite good. I think we get along very well. I wonder if you are willing to be my students." The interns were all stunned by this huge surprise. What is a golden pie from heaven? This is it. Half of the Overlord G is actually willing to accept them as students. If you are willing, hello, teacher. Teacher, 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 do we want to rank each other? For example, senior brothers, senior sisters, junior brothers, junior sisters, etc. Ji Chang showed a friendly smile. "I don't care about this. If you are willing, you can arrange it in private. As my student, you will definitely follow me to do things in the future. As you know, I am currently preparing for the arrangements for the Olympic Games. I am mainly responsible for the holographic aspect, and I am a little busy. But it's also a good learning opportunity. Are you willing to follow me? Olympic Games. Is this a good opportunity to win glory for the country?" Ah! A group of interns foolishly fell into the trap. Those who are willing, and those who are not afraid of a little hard work, will bring glory to the country. For China. We can do it. We will do whatever the teacher does. For China to take off. Ji Chang smiled even more friendly and kindly. Okay, as expected of you as my student, let's start today, rest for half an hour, and come upstairs to find me in half an hour. Ji Chang he, do you want my help? Ji Chang's refused quickly. Sister, this is not your specialty. Just don't come. He carried his health-preserving wolfberry water upstairs. The interns were so excited that they pulled Ji Chang he with a silly look on his face. Senior sister, we actually became Professor Ji's students, Professor Ji. I'm going to call my mother. Oh, 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 she will be very happy if she knows that I have become Professor Ji's student. Senior, do you think Professor Ji will teach us how to fly fighter jets? If not, we can also make fighter jets. I'm so great. How can I be so great? I can actually become Professor Ji's student. What a genius do I have to be? Next to him, Ji Chang he looked at the silly juniors and girls, and then thought about his smiling brother with a big-tailed wolf face, and silently covered his face. You guys, come on. From what she knew about her younger brother, usually when Chang Ziyi smiled like this, it was because he had caught a strong man who was satisfied. The last time he smiled so happily, it was because some allied countries sent a group of researchers who wanted to study in their country of China. When he learned that a group of mature researchers with strong foundations and excellent talents had arrived at the base, Nagaze was so happy that he had an extra bowl of rice. During that time, he led the group of researchers to complete the 18 ideas he had accumulated in one go. Because they are here to learn knowledge, and they are allies, and Changsawa does not hide them, so they can teach them whatever they have. Of course, we are all friends, so if we want to study, we naturally have to study together. It is rare to catch so many people who can be used with confidence, so we must seize the time. After studying in the dark and day and night, the researchers had indeed learned what they wanted to learn. Even when they walked away, their eyes were wide open. Ji Chang he remembered that his younger brother sent him off when they left. His eyes were full of reluctance, and he even mentioned it in the end. If you don't study for a while, you will scare people so much that they almost jump on the plane. The researchers from the Allied powers still have one day to return home, but as expected, this group of interns born and raised in China will always be with Ji Chang's. Ji Chang he silently patted the shoulder of the intern closest to him. Study hard, I'm leaving first. I hope you can hold on, come on. The interns were excited for half an hour and went upstairs with high expectations. There must be a lot to learn, they thought. When they were two children, they couldn't hold on any longer. Professor, I can't study anymore. Ji Chang smiled and said, think about bringing glory to the country. In the third hour, the interns said, Professor, is it a little too intense? Don't worry, I took a certificate specifically to teach students, and the intensity is within my control. Ji Chang's was still smiling, think of China taking off. At the fifth hour, the intern's eyes widened, Professor. Ji Chang's, for China. In the new university, the students were surprised to find that the students who were specially recruited to the Huaguo experimental base in their junior year had not posted for a long time. This doesn't fit with their talkative nature. After some inquiring, they found out that they were under the name of Professor Ji Chang's. Yes, it was the same Professor Ji who was forcibly imprisoned by Country K because he was too good, and finally flew back to China in a fighter jet. I heard that Professor Ji accepted students for the first time and he attached great importance to these students. He took them with him every day to teach them everything he had and even took them to do research himself. The students who listened directly were envious. Professor Ji takes care of the students himself. They must be wandering in the ocean of learning and unwilling to come out at this moment. I'm so envious. They must work harder to win over Professor Ji. When Ji Chang's was crazily feeding his students knowledge, life always flew by. Soon, the Olympic Games will begin. This is an international matter. As it is about to begin, some foreigners who want to cheer for their country are also preparing to start coming to China. In country X, twin brothers from an ordinary family are buying tickets to China to support their national team. Before leaving, their mother helped them pack their luggage. The brother looked at his mother stuffing pillows into the suitcase and was a little speechless. "Mom, there is no need to bring pillows. We will stay in the hotel. The hotel has pillows." Who knew there were weird bugs on the pillows in hotels in China? Have you forgotten how poor their country is? The younger brother agreed with his mother's words, but he didn't want to bring a pillow on the plane. Isn't China already developed? They don't even dare to mess with country K now. That's just the development of weapons. How can a country develop so fast? The two brothers really had no choice but to take out the pillow and hide it while the other party was away. We can buy some pesticides. Even if we are bitten by bugs, a couple of bites should be nothing. It shouldn't be that bad in China. Many things on the market now are made in China. Also, the new mobile phones we bought, I heard that the technology was bought from China. Computers too. After cheering each other up, the two brothers embarked on their journey. In fact, they don't have a clear idea in their hearts, but firstly they are afraid of trouble, and secondly they will only stay in China for a short time anyway, so even if there are some hardships, they can still bear it if they think about it. On the plane, sitting next to them was a compatriot who also went to China to watch the Olympics. Compared to the optimism of the two brothers, this man is more pessimistic. The poorer the country, the more dangerous it is. Even girls in our country dare not go out at night. I came here with my girlfriend. She really wanted to support our country, so 3 months ago, I am practicing my martial arts in order to go to China. If there is any danger, I will definitely protect her. He also kindly said to the two brothers, "You guys are really too thin. I'm afraid that you might be robbed. Why don't you come with me? I'll protect you. Besides, the three of us are walking on the street at the same time, those bad guys don't dare to try against us." The two brothers thought what he said made sense, and the four of them successfully formed a team. Along the way, the elder brother, who was fully prepared for his girlfriend's safety, kept giving them popular science. The water must be boiled before drinking when you arrive at the hotel. Use a stool or table to block the door after 7 o'clock in the evening. Don't go out anymore if you are approached by strangers. Be sure not to answer them. What if they stun you and sell your organs? You must know that if people are too poor, they can do anything. Also, I'll give you masks. If the smell is too strong, put these on to protect you. To resist. The two brothers each got a mask. They listened carefully and felt a little uneasy in their hearts. It shouldn't be so bad, right? China's mobile phones and computers are pretty good. Believe me, I have a friend who came to China 5 years ago. Although he did not encounter any danger, I heard that even cars are rare. The poor are the most likely to take risks. We should be careful. When the plane arrived, the four of them immediately raised their eyebrows, held each other tightly, and got off the plane as a group. However, as soon as they got off and were taken to the inside the airport by car, they were confused. There are countless people standing in the large, bright, and beautiful airport. Everything is neat and clean. The staff wear the same uniforms and have sweet and kind smiles. There is a transparent elevator that is descending in the distance. Most of the Chinese passengers are walking in a hurry. They have no body odor or dirty clothes. Most of them are carrying a simple suitcase and heading towards the elevator. Wearing Bluetooth headphones on his ears, he is talking on the phone while walking. The four of them even saw a man walking in front, his suitcase sliding behind him as if it had eyes. A sweet female voice sounded in the airport. After a paragraph in Mandarin, it was changed to something they could understand. Dear passengers, welcome to the capital airport of China. Due to the Olympic Games, foreign passengers have increased significantly. We have set up an air guide for you. Please look up in the air and follow the arrows to exit the airport. Air coordinates, what are they? The four people looked up blankly, and actually saw arrows in the air. Under the arrows were written in various languages from here to the airport gate. This arrow, it's hanging. It's still shiny and transparent. Oh my God, what kind of technology is this? It's so amazing. Many foreigners began to walk in the direction of the arrow one after another, and they arrived outside the airport quickly as expected. There are many cute little robots outside, walking around saying in various languages, if you need help, please talk to me. Is this a robot? The two brothers had only seen robots on TV, and they hadn't grown up yet. They stepped forward out of curiosity and tentatively asked, are you a robot? The little robot immediately switched to the language they used. Yes, the little cutie is a robot. Do you need help? The cutie knows the map of the country, information on nearby hotels, and can also help call a taxi. It's called Little Cutie. It's really cute. The eldest brother's girlfriend came over and asked, can I touch your head? The little robot replied in a cute voice, yes, but you have to do it gently. So cute. Is China so advanced? The girlfriend carefully touched the round head of the little robot, her eyes full of affection. The brothers asked tentatively, we want to stay in a hotel. Can you recommend a hotel to us? There are the following 30 hotels with rooms nearby. The hotel information is displayed on the robot's screen and translated into the language they use. So smart, oh my God. After the four people sighed for a while, they finally chose a hotel on the advice of the little robot. It also posted a taxi request for them, hoping that the driver could speak some information in their national language. Soon, a car stopped at the entrance of the airport. The driver came out and asked, Mr. John, is Mr. John here? Your taxi has arrived. The four of them didn't expect that the driver who spoke their national language actually came. They couldn't help but sigh as they got into the car. The interior of the car is clean and tidy, and there is still a bit of fragrance. They chatted all the way, and also learned that in China, you can actually take a taxi, buy food, order takeout, and order a restaurant on your mobile phone. The driver was very talkative and said with a smile, I heard that the country is already researching things that are more convenient than mobile phones. The news says that our generation is definitely the best at accepting new things. Sometimes we can take a nap when I wake up, there is something new. The hotel arrived. This hotel was built 2 years ago and has the entire exterior wall made of beautiful soundproof glass. From the outside, it looks very clear in the sun. The four of them had never seen such a beautiful hotel, and for a moment they were still a little afraid to go in. Fortunately, the staff standing outside the door saw them standing there without moving, and came forward to ask, knowing their country. After that, they immediately switched to the words of their country. You know how? It's amazing if there are so many countries. The staff member smiled and said, because I am a robot. 4 people. They thought the staff was playing a joke on them until the other person showed the hand of the robotic arm. 4 people. Oh my God. China is developing too fast. There are actually all of them. Robots are working as waiters. In fact, China has not yet reached the true state of. For the sake of Renren robots, these robots are all temporarily sent by the country to receive foreign tourists. Compared with real people learning foreign languages, it is naturally better to use a robot that can understand any language as long as it is input. The 4 of them didn't know this, they just felt like they were dreaming. Wasn't China very poor a few years ago? Why did it develop so fast all of a sudden? Not even by rocket? It would be so fast. After they checked into the hotel, they opened the window and looked outside. Looking down from a high place, they saw that in the distance they could see, high-rise buildings were busy with traffic and continuous flow. They were worried that it was too late at night, they could not see the road and were afraid of being in danger, but at 7 o'clock, every building in the capital was lit up, including street lights, buildings, houses, moving cars, and some buildings still using colored lights. The entire capital was as bright as day. This is a dark place where you can't see the road clearly. It's clearly a city that never sleeps. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. The only woman was lying by the window, her eyes filled with the stars of the Chinese capital. She looked at her boyfriend. Are you sure? Is your information correct? Why do I feel that China is safer than our country? The boyfriend, who specially learned martial arts for 3 months in advance. He asked, are we in the wrong country? How is it possible? Is it really possible? Can the country develop so well and powerfully in a short period of time? Although his heart was full of confusion, when he stood by the window and looked down, he couldn't help but sigh. What a beautiful and amazing country. The author has something to say. 10,500. I think it will be finished tomorrow. I'll see if I want to write a sequel for later generations. Lily will update it for free and as soon as possible. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 368. The Olympics packed the capital. People from all over the world who wanted to cheer for their country came to this country that was still in poverty a few years ago. Without exception, everyone was shocked. It's not that China's development is so fast, it's that it's shocking that China is much better than our own country. It's like everyone originally got 100 points in the test, but Huaguo got 60 points. We haven't seen the poor students for several years, but they still got 100 points in the test, but Huaguo got 120 points. Many people who came to China with a condescending mentality put aside the discrimination in their hearts. People bully the weak and fear the strong. When a country is strong enough, no matter how racist it is, people will not dare to provoke its citizens. In particular, China has not only developed well, but its current international status is such that even country K cannot afford to offend it. Most racial discrimination is actually rooted in looking down on the country behind that race, regardless of skin color. And when the country of China takes off, provoking the Chinese people may lead to the hatred of the entire country of China. Even if they want to do something in their hearts, they will not dare to do anything on the surface. For those who have no ill feelings towards China, it is a special surprise to find that the country where they are about to stay for many days is so beautiful and safe. Many people are already contacting us about tourism projects, planning to have a good time in China after watching the Olympic Games. The same was true for the foursome, especially after they went out at night and saw many Chinese girls playing freely outside. The only girl among the four became full of a huge fondness for China. A country that allows girls to travel freely at night without fear of danger must be a safe country. Her boyfriend naturally nodded in agreement to what his girlfriend said. He no longer kept talking like he did when he got off the plane, talking about how poor China is, and how Chinese people are trying to find ways to make money because they are poor. There were a lot of people from the travel agency. Fortunately, they arrived early and had booked their tickets. The staff member who entertained them also said that they had caught up with a good day. An exhibition of objects was about to be held in the new university. By then, they had finished their fun and just went to join in the fun. They know about new university. It is said that many new things in China come from new university. Although many universities in China have now launched the same model as new university, in terms of influence among all universities, new university is still the most powerful. After asking clearly, the object exhibition is. Some students will sell their own things on the outside, while the ones inside are not for sale but for exhibition. It is said that local Chinese people go to see it every year because they can buy a lot of good things at very cheap prices there. The four of them were immediately filled with expectations. Even the expectations for the Olympics were washed away by the trip to China a few days later. It's not that I don't want to watch the Olympics, it's just that the Olympics are always like that, so when their country takes the field, everyone cheers for them. Of course, these words must not be said. The four of them can be regarded as Buddhists, but there are radical fans who come here specifically to support the national team. If they hear this, they will definitely stare at them. The opening day of the Olympic Games has finally arrived. The crowd is surging, everyone is sitting down one after another, and the surroundings are noisy. There are all kinds of sounds, several languages are mixed together, and the noise is so loud that people's brains hurt. On time, the bright place suddenly darkened. Everyone was stunned, looking around in confusion in the darkness. Isn't it? On such an important occasion, there was a power outage? He also said that China's development was very good, so it wouldn't be so miserable, right? Amid the miscellaneous chatter, the sky above suddenly slowly lit up. A child in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Mom, look up." Anyone who could understand what he said? Everyone looked up subconsciously. A bright star falls quietly with the light on its body. Then, 2, 3, 4. More and more, until finally it becomes a sky full of stars. The stars at the front began to rotate slowly, like in the universe. But the stars around the audience only fell slowly. Oh my God! God! The audience couldn't help but exclaim, and some people tried to reach the stars floating around them. However, these stars quietly passed through their hands and fell to the ground, causing ripples. In the starry sky, a voice sounded, "At this moment, our location is only a very small place in China. Translations in other languages will follow soon." In the void, the appearance of the location where the Olympic Games will be held lit up, and the camera pulled back, all the way to the entire map of China. And China is only a small place on Earth. The camera then pulled back, starting from the country of China, and moving all the way back to the beautiful blue planet. Blue star, everyone knows that for us, it is huge, but when compared with other planets. Many people know about the comparison of celestial bodies. But using holographic technology to show it to everyone, the shock level is far beyond their psychological preparation. This paragraph was just an opening statement. After finishing it quickly, he said something like, "Even if we humans are very small, we should live a good life." At this moment, many viewers who are not very keen on sports and just want to support the country have begun to feel that what they just saw is worth the price of admission. Many people are still immersed in the shock just now. That kind of shock, as if you are in the universe, surrounded by planets. I am afraid you may dream about it again at night. Waiting for the stars to quickly recede until the last one was gone. When the surrounding lights lit up and became as bright as day again, warm applause sounded and lasted for a long time. "It's so cool, I want to watch it again." "Just real? It's like I'm right next to the stars." "Huaguo is so good. This country is completely different from what my father said." Fortunately, I didn't listen to him and ran over. Otherwise, it would be a pity to miss this. The 16 days of the Olympic Games were very exciting. China won many gold medals and ranked among the best. For those foreign spectators, when the Olympic Games are completely over, it will be time for them to return to their home countries or start traveling in China. A holographic exhibition hall opened quietly. Anyone who has bought a ticket for the Olympic Games can enter and experience it for free based on the ticket stub. There are holographic high-altitude games, holographic deep-sea adventures, holographic haunted house adventures, and so on. The haunted house adventure is the most demanding. Children are not allowed to enter, those with a history of illness are not allowed to enter, and the elderly are not allowed to enter. All these are screened, and the last person who passes the boldness test can enter. But the more you are not allowed to enter, the more some people want to enter. After completing a series of tests and going in with my head held high, I came out with cold sweat on my head and trembling legs. The holographic haunted house became famous in one battle. In the following years, it became the #1 scariest haunted house in the world, attracting many people to go to China to challenge it. The group of 4 watched as a tall, white man with big muscles and bulging muscles came out tremblingly. After a long time, his body was still shaking, but he didn't dare to go in. The only one, a woman, was very interested, but the other 3 people said they didn't want to go in. Even if she was interested, she didn't dare to go in alone, so she had no choice but to give up. We have been playing in China for a full month. Even when he left, he was not the last one to leave. It could be seen that the others were just like them, a little happy and reluctant to miss home. The brothers bought a small robot at a new college exhibit. It is said that this little robot is of no use. When it is not turned on, it will help hold the pen. Set a specified time. At that time, it will walk slowly on the table. If it touches the pen placed on the table, it will pick it up and put it away into the pen holder. It doesn't care about notebooks and books, because it can't be lifted at all. This little robot spent all the pocket money the brothers had saved and the remaining money from their travel fund. As a result, they only had enough money to buy air tickets, and they only ate free lunch on the plane along the way. But they think it's worth it. After returning home for a long time, I would deliberately leave pens scattered on the table, and then look at it. Because it was just for fun, it was only made roughly. The face was just a pair of big eyes taken from a doll. The little robot was slow and well behaved. Step by step. After touching the pen, he slowly squatted down, stretched out his slightly stubby little robotic hand, and with some difficulty picked up the pen, which was very large for it, and then walked slowly step by step towards the pen holder and put the pen in it. It is no exaggeration to say that when they first returned home, the 2 brothers could watch the little robot pick up pens for a day. Even their parents couldn't help but be curious and crowded in their room to watch non-stop. The 2 brothers were very excited and told them everything that Huaguo had seen. The power of China, the development of China, high-rise buildings, busy traffic, robotic technology, holographic technology, unmanned human-machine patrols, surveillance and automatic locking of criminal information. There is also this kind of robot. This is just a practice work of Chinese students. When we were staying in the hotel, we saw a robot that looked very human. If it didn't put up its sleeves, you wouldn't know it was not a human. It is said that this kind of small robot has been mass-produced in China. Do you know about tea pets? Tea drinkers will keep some ornaments as pets. That's probably what it means. It is said that they named this small robot Chi Pet, means a pet that is kept on the desktop. Ours is just a simple version. I heard that there are all kinds of utensil pets. Some help their owners clean the table, some are responsible for being cute, and some simply lift and organize items. Ours is the one that lifts and organizes items. The Chinese students who sold it to us said that it was actually a very crude product. It's a crude version, but I think it's really the cutest little robot I've ever seen. That night, while the family was eating, they listened to the 2 brothers chattering, and their parents' eyes lit up. The next day, the father came back from work and said to his sons, "Your mother and I are going to visit China in a while. Do you still want to go?" "Go, of course, we won't need a tour guide this time. I'm pretty familiar with the place over there, and John is also learning Chinese." The family is happy, and many families around the world have made the same decision. This time, the whole world knows that China is real. It's different. China's development is undoubtedly the fastest in the world. The technology they eliminated will be sold to other countries that want to buy it, and when those countries replace the technology, they will find that the newly eliminated technology has arrived again. Because of the success of the new university, most universities in China began to learn from the new university. More and more students are discovering their talents. The original bulky desktop computers have been eliminated and replaced with new computers in university dormitories, which are thinner, lighter, and smoother. Without exception, there is a school forum on every computer. The on-campus forum can only be logged in with a computer provided by the school. When a student graduates from school, as expected, he or she will never be able to return to the forum. Therefore, everyone cherishes their 4 years in school very much. Compared with Ji Cheng's simple and crude naming, other university names are much more varied. Heavenly Ranking, Cloud Ranking, Wind Ranking, Dragon Gate Ranking, and so on. Anyway, how did you come to be in the 2nd grade of middle school? This group of young children like this. Some students in the school even create their own rankings privately. What is the most competitive list, the luckiest list, the happiest list, and the most handsome list? The ranking system of Huaguo University was once the envy of many foreign students. After all, this list is not a report card. Those with poor grades will not be on the list at all and will naturally not be publicly executed. Those with good grades will enjoy everyone's envy and pursuit. Well, there are very few people who don't like others to envy and boast about themselves. Adults are praised for their modesty, but they still feel a little secretly happy at the bottom of their hearts. It's much easier for minors. In order to get this honor, they don't even need to be urged by others, and they work hard automatically. Today, almost 70% of young people are actively making progress and are not satisfied with the current status quo but want to change themselves. It is impossible for China not to continue to develop. Ji Chang's also chose to leave the rest of the work to his students. He began to travel around the country with the 3 elders of the Ji family. The 3 elders, who have lived in the mountain village all their lives, saw for the first time the great rivers and mountains of the motherland, the advancement of science and technology, and the open-minded nature of this generation. Society is becoming more and more open. When everyone is competing to work hard, who has time to care about what others are doing? In the past, people would criticize people for getting divorced or not getting married, but in this generation, whether he gets divorced or not is none of my business. Wouldn't it be nice if I have so much time to read, play, and play games? The new university education method is, you can use any standards to hold yourself, but don't hold others to your own standards. That's not doing good to others, that's looking for trouble. Along the way, the 3 elders met a long-haired art pursuer. On the beautiful beach, he played and sang while holding an instrument they could not identify. People around him cheered and applauded. I have also seen a blind man traveling around with his guide dog and wearing a blind companion watch on his hand. He said, "I was born blind. The outside world is full of novelty for other people, but it is full of danger for me. Since I was a child, my family has told me to stay at home and not go out, because if I go out, I will not go out. You can get hurt at any time. Guide dogs can only help me guide the way, but many times dangers come to me on their own. After getting this blind companion, I tried it and found that it can plan routes and avoid risks. Although everyone in the family I was advised not to come out, but I still wanted to give it a try. Even if he couldn't see it, he wanted to try his best to feel what kind of country he was in. He hugged his guide dog and said to Grandma Ji at the beach, "Even if I can't see, Huahua can see for me. It has been stuck by my side. If I have the chance, I still want to take it out to play of. Grandma Ji and her father and Mother Ji never understood why some people would take care of their pets as if they were family members. In their understanding, cats are used to catch mice, and dogs are used to watch the door. It is good to give them food and a place to sleep. Even if they are family members and sleep in the same bed every day, they will find it disgusting. But this time I realized that for many people, no matter whether they are poor or rich, sick or not, whether they can see or not, whether they can speak or not, pets will not leave them alone. In Japan, in the days of getting along with each other and relying on each other, it has become more than just a pet. Ji Changs said, "New university has developed a robot pet, and the sales are very good, but most of the people who buy it do not have pets themselves." The three elders were a little shocked. They have truly realized that the country of China is no longer the country where everyone is immersed in doing things, as long as they are full, and do not think about spiritual happiness. Today's Chinese people, some pursue art, some fly around the country to eat a satisfying meal, some practice yoga to exercise, and some travel to dilapidated and abandoned villages for inspiration. In fact, Grandma Ji still doesn't quite understand them. But she's also changed a bit. In the past, she might have said that it was all for free. But now she understands that this is a good life. When she no longer has to work hard just to have enough to eat, she can pursue her own spiritual happiness. The final conclusion: it's because of my family's great efforts that they can be so happy. Anyway, she never forgets to praise her two amazing children anytime and anywhere. Because Grandma Ji was older, they were not in a hurry, and it was common for them to stay for a month when they found a place they liked. This nationwide trip lasted on and off for 3 years before it came to an end. Grandma Ji was satisfied. In her words, "Even if I die, I have no regrets." Ji Changs asked if she wanted to travel around the world, but she refused. On the one hand, she didn't like flying, but on the other hand, she was confident. "Those foreign countries are definitely not as good as China, so I won't bother." Although this sentence is a bit arbitrary, judging from the current situation, it is indeed a truth. After returning from the trip, Grandma Ji and her father and mother moved to the capital. For those who have traveled around the country, the past that they did not dare to go out and only dared to stay in familiar places is a thing of the past. After Ji Changs arrived at New University, he only concentrated on teaching students and gradually retreated behind the scenes. China no longer needs him to turn the tide. Many young people should do many things that can transcend this era. But even if he no longer works on projects himself, Ba Wangji's reputation is still famous. He has a total of 7 direct students. After Ji Changs left, these 7 students, like their teacher, supported half of the country. Of course, it was everyone who push up. The country of China was still developing at a rapid pace. When Ji Changs passed away, the country of China had already found a new planet suitable for human habitation. In order to commemorate this great hero who ushered in the great power of China, the planet was named Zixing. Nourishes all things and brings blessings to all. Are you ready to immigrate to Zixing? I heard that there are no intelligent creatures there, but the vegetation and animals are all growing vigorously. I wonder if there will be a battle between humans and local animals and plants after I go there. Didn't I say that the planet over there is more than 10 times larger than Blue Star? Didn't the experts say to live in a protective cover first? It still consumes too many resources to go to Zixing now. I'd better wait until both sides can pass normally, otherwise, it would be inconvenient to move here with all my relatives and friends here. It's going to take a few years anyway. It's okay, I can afford to wait anyway. Go check out the hot searches. Ji Chang's diary has been released. What? Public. Who made it public? Ji Changs died only 10 years ago. It is said that the agent who was placed next to him when he was imprisoned in Country K passed away. Her children discovered Ji Chang's diary while packing up her belongings, which recorded Mr. Ji Chang's daily life when he was imprisoned in Country K. Ji Changs was imprisoned. Country K actually dares to imprison our Chinese people. Doesn't China have cannons for you? One person replied this. Is there a kid upstairs? Have you studied history? When Mr. Ji Changs was imprisoned, our country was not what it is now. At that time, even K country could bully us, roam around our country unscrupulously, and forcibly detain our talents. It was Mr. Ji Chang's who returned to China Qak's cheating all the way gradually turned into what he is now. The people of K country are too abominable. They imprisoned our talent back then, and now they actually want to show his scars for everyone to see. Is this what the father of the country is looking at? Come on, ask them to stop this. A group of people were furious, and someone suddenly said, "Did you not see the diary? What is the specific content?" Content. What content? A group of people rushed to look for the content. After reading it, everyone fell silent. Look at this full article. K country is so sad. I just want to drink a cup of authentic Chinese tea. The tea needs Chinese tea, and the water needs Chinese mountain spring water. XXX in the laboratory, I smiled at him. After a moment, he didn't even smile back at me. I'm so sad. Is China better? Everyone will smile at me. No, I'm really sad today. I don't want to do anything anymore. I'll take a day off tomorrow and sleep at home. It happens to be a rainy day, perfect for sleeping. XXX was actually transferred to another department. The superiors even talked to me and said they were transferring him out of fear that he would affect me. What did they mean? Are they laughing at my glass heart? I'm so sad. Please ask for leave tomorrow. The bed was really too soft. I asked Alyssa to take down some of the dozen or so mattresses that were spread on the bed. She actually said that she had laid out a dozen mattresses because I complained about the bed being too hard a while ago. But couldn't she make the bed hard and soft at the same time? Wow, the mattress from China is fine. I slept well in China. The milk from China is still delicious. I wanted to go back to China today but was still rejected. They put me under house arrest. I was so angry. They smashed a room full of experimental equipment, but it exhausted me to death. I was so angry. These people couldn't even sing or dance, so they couldn't keep me entertained when I was bored. Son, how can you have the nerve to force me to stay? Today they actually found a female singer from K country to sing for me. What was she singing about? That woman is still interested in me. Oh my god, the pores on my face are even finer than hers. Who did it? She is confident. I really can't stand having to reheat the Xiaolong Bao I bought from China. Their plane flies too slowly. Today is still a day when I look at the moon and feel homesick. Judging from the time, a few days after this diary was written, Ji Chang's flew back to China in a fighter jet, taking Jonah with him. There are many more diaries like this. After reading this, the melon eaters said, "How does this look? Doesn't it look like someone who has endured hardship?" It looks like. But looking back at the previous news, although the public opinion at that time was saying that K country abused talents, it was also abusive. Jonah, Ji Chang's, because everyone's attention was on fighter jets, the two countries had always been war of words and gossip. Everyone rushed over in a hurry, and there was a lot of anger. How dare you bully our country's treasure scientists? Come and take a look at the results. It seems like my own treasure is bullying others. That's okay. But Mr. Ji Chang's, is this actually the case? It's so cute to watch him complain about country K's food being unpalatable and the nanny being too stupid. Ha 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 ha. Ji Chang's has always been cute. Yes, before he died, he prepared a tombstone for himself, which said, "Please don't come to see me all the time, you will disturb me." Ha 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 ha. Killing me. Don't get me wrong. Upstairs, Mr. Ji Chang's has always wanted to return to China. At the beginning, Country K forced him to make some unpatriotic remarks. He even asked for help in secret words in his paper. Unfortunately, no one could understand it at the time. I just missed it until more than half a year passed. He failed to escape. At that time, the K people searched the residences of Chinese students in order to catch him. 2 Chinese students noticed something was wrong and reported it to the country. The country sent people to investigate, and they successfully found the secret contact. What a tortuous experience. if Ji Chang's hadn't been complaining in his diary at this time that the Nanny Elise's lullaby was not good. At the beginning, Country K did abuse the talents of other countries, but it probably did not dare to abuse Mr. Ji Chang's. If someone of this level really abused him, Mr. Ji Chang's, with this kind of temper, everyone would probably have perished with them directly they died together. Along with the diary, there are also paintings drawn by Mr. Ji Chang's. What happened to Hua? Mr. Ji Chang's? He often paints. Isn't it common for paintings to be left in Country K? No, when Grandpa Chuji returned to China, didn't Hua announce the method for a successful connection? It is based on a painting, and this painting may have another origin. Several paintings were circulated everywhere, and some people were looking for the book 5,000 Years of China, trying to find the answer from this code book that was known to be used by Ji Chang's. Vibrantly. After searching, there is still no result. Almost when everyone thought that these were really just a few ordinary paintings, suddenly a 12-year-old child found a book at home that his grandmother loved to read. Teach you how to cook delicious food step by step has been translated. The first sentence is, Plan 1, build a plane yourself and fly it back. Forget it, let's modify it, build it, it's too time consuming. This was actually Ji Chang's plan when he was preparing to return to China. The whole country was shocked. The book teaching you how to cook food step by step was written so long ago. As soon as this happened, it was hard to find a book, and some smart people started buying the book at a high price and then copied it and sold it to others. The more. The content is cracked out. Ji Chang's deserves to be Ji Chang's. Although everyone knew that he must have been planning for a long time, they did not expect that he had made so many preparations to go back. Someone simply summarized it. Plan 2, make an invisibility cloak and get on the plane. Forget it, it's hard to hide this thing. Plan 3, make a weapon and blow up the research institute, or directly blow up the entire country K. No, I can't be so violent. Plan 4, flying car, too time consuming. In addition to these, there is 56,789 underneath. It can be seen that Ji Chang seriously considered many ways, and finally chose to fly back directly in a fighter jet. There is also a special note at the bottom, remember to hide my property in advance, especially the big golden bull, which is solid. If these contents had been revealed when Ji Chang's first returned to China, they might have attracted some ridicule. But now, looking back on the past, the whole world cannot deny that Ji Chang's really has the ability to blow up the entire K country and still escape unscathed. A scientific researcher who can directly blow up an entire country is still worried about his own property before running away. This contrast is really shocking. How can he be so cute? Children, don't think they are too beautiful. I met Grandpa G when I was a child. He liked to pinch the flesh on children's faces the most. He said the fleshy ones were fun. My mother was a student of Grandma Chang He and took me to participate in the G family at the party. None of the 12 children present could escape Grandpa G's venomous hand. My parents were still happy and did not wash my face for a whole day. Grandpa G seems to have this kind of bad taste. I heard that he likes to watch students howl in their studies. He used to ask questions for the college entrance examination every year. Once, the Education Bureau did not invite him because he was afraid of his hard work, so he took the initiative to ask questions. Yes, I remember one year he gave an essay topic, please praise the Chinese Ji Chang's, is that it? Simple and crude. I want to hear rainbow farts. I heard that he was recuperating in the hospital at that time, and the content of the college entrance examination essay was uploaded to. After reading the essay library, he laughed while reading it, wondering if there was any news at that time. I found the link to the news and posted it. Clicking on the link shows Ji Chang sitting on the hospital bed holding a bookboard specially designed for reading question banks. A young reporter is asking him, "May I ask how you feel when you see these essays praising you? Are you very happy?" Ji Chang's, who was obviously old but still a handsome grandfather, coughed dryly, put his hand into a fist and pressed it to his mouth, saying, "Actually, I am not a person who smiles happily when others praise me. When I read these compositions, I read them more with a serious and critical mood, so in fact, it doesn't matter. No matter how much they praise me, my heart is calm and unruffled. Well, that's it." However, he was so calm inside that he could hardly hold back the corners of his mouth. "He is lying. I saw." He smiled so happily. "Serious nonsense or something, ha 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 ha." I saw that the reporter was also suppressing laughter. It was really hard to hold back. The next scene is of the reporter facing the screen. Professor G is still ill, facing a screen full of boasts, but still able to remain serious, which can only be admired. To put it bluntly, he is truly worthy of being. Then, behind the blurred image, you can vaguely see Ji Chang's smiling shoulders shaking. Large rollover scene. I saw. Grandpa Ji laughed so loudly. "Ha ha 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 ha, my, Mom," he laughed, "I'm afraid that the ceiling can't stop it." It's understandable, who can still hold back their happiness when being praised. By the way, do you still remember that you are off topic? Aren't we discussing Ji Chang's 1 to 9 plan? K country is trembling, thank you ancestors for not bombing us. Speaking of Grandpa Ji's 10-year plan, have you read it? Is that just a prank? It's obviously impossible to come true. Yes, Grandpa Ji is someone who likes to joke so much he probably wrote this just for his own fun. Plan 10, open a space-time tunnel and let someone from parallel time and space come and solve it on his own. This is not a good idea if it comes, he might be lazier than me. Parallel time and space or something, it must be fake. Time travel is pretty much the same. Speaking of time travel, do you think Ji Chang's is like a time traveler, the kind from the interstellar world? Why don't you say he comes from outside the universe? He has been a genius since childhood. So you are off topic again. Today is the New Star Festival, and it is announced that humans can immigrate to Xixing. Everyone is celebrating on this day. Aren't you going to play? I am playing and chatting at the same time, so I am doing both. Nova Day commemorates the day when a new planet was discovered. The whole country of China was extremely lively, and countless false balloons flew into the sky. Brilliant fireworks bloomed everywhere. Under the beautiful night view, people played in groups of 2s and 3s. Children lined up to wait for marshmallows, surrounded by robots responsible for watching over the children. A child got a marshmallow and planned to go to the playground in front to play while eating it. As I was walking, I suddenly saw an adult standing in front of me. The clothes on his body were gray and a bit black, his hair was combed like someone from a nostalgic movie he saw a while ago, and he was actually wearing cloth shoes, and his face looked haggard due to illness. He was looking at the surrounding scenes blankly. When the people around him passed by with smiles, he shrank down a little awkwardly to prevent himself from touching others. "Grandpa, are you lost?" The child has learned safety lessons and is surrounded by security robots. Is he not afraid? He stepped forward and asked, "Can't you remember what happened at home? How did you get there?" There is an old man suffering from Alzheimer's disease near his home, but his mother said that the country is already working hard on it, and Alzheimer's disease may be curable in a few years. "Hello." This strange adult knelt down and asked, "Where is this place? Do people come here when they die?" "This is the capital." "Grandpa, if you can't remember where your home is, let me call the robot for you." The child felt that this adult was so pitiful that he couldn't even tell whether a person was dead or alive. "Capital? How can it be the capital?" The old man muttered a few words and asked, Which country is it from? The capital. China, the capital of our country is the most beautiful. Grandpa, are you from another country? In this case, you have to go to the embassy. China. The old man was shocked, turned around blankly, and looked at the city in his eyes that was so prosperous that it was hard to believe it was the real world. Kid, can you tell me what year it is today? The year is 2076. Grandpa, you are so pitiful. You even forgot the year. Will China look like this 100 years from now? The old man blinked and smiled slowly. A little girl ran over while spinning the windmill in her hand and accidentally bumped into the old man. However, she did not apologize at all. Instead, she said to the child, "Do you want to play together?" The child accused her, "How could you not apologize if you hit someone?" People? Where are they? Isn't it right here? Someone who can't remember anything? Grandpa, he must be sick. The child pointed to where the old man was standing, but all he saw was an empty space. He was stunned and touched the back of his head. Strange, why is it missing? Maybe the medical robot found him. Let's go and play together. Look at this windmill of mine. Children don't think too much after all. After thinking for a while, they followed the little girl into the playground. For children, today is still a happy day. Ji Chang's, on the other hand, has opened his eyes again. He looked around. The 10th year of the end of the world. The author has something to say. This story is over. The next story is a bit similar to green pepper fried cake. I want to try out what it would be like to write two different settings in one story. Amway my own pre-received articles. Interested little angels clicked into the column and the first one was there. The cover is a character picture. It was my first appointment with a character. I felt very good and full of freshness. He. The country treats me as a treasure. Cat in sugar. The country treats me as a treasure. The theme is a period novel, and the male protagonist is engaged in scientific research. Anyway, it's Sususu who is a cool, happy, and relaxed male protagonist. The introduction is too difficult to write, so let's make do with it first. Lily is free and the fastest update. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 369. After modification, the sound was reduced to a minimum and the super-fast motorcycle drove quickly on the dilapidated bridge. On the high places on both sides of the bridge, there were crows standing above them. As soon as he opened his eyes, he realized that he was driving a motorcycle. If Ji Chang's hadn't reacted quickly, he and the car would have almost rushed off the bridge. Seeing him stop suddenly, the entire convoy following him stopped quickly. The person closest to Ji Chang's rode up to him, took off his helmet, and revealed a young face. "Boss, what's wrong?" Ji Chang said calmly, "It's okay. Oh, I just want to take a rest." Although he didn't know what this bridge that had been crossed countless times was good for the wind, the young man still got out of the car, raised his hand and announced, "Rest." The people at the back immediately got off the motorcycle in twos and threes, took off their helmets, ate something, and drank water. Ji Chang's leaned against the bridge and looked down to the place where the river originally belonged. At this moment, it was completely dry, and countless shriveled zombies were reaching out to them underneath. I have to look at them every day when I pass by. It's really unlucky. The young man cursed and asked Ji Chang's, "Boss, it's almost time. We have to choose a day to shoot another batch. Otherwise, if one of them with a higher level climbs up, it will be troublesome." Boss, why are you ignoring me? What are you thinking?" Ji Chang's glanced at his subordinate lightly, then drove him aside, "Go away." The young man wants to say, "Boss, you have become more and more fierce recently." But in the end, he still didn't dare to disobey the other party, so he could only walk to the other side to blow the wind in despair. No one bothered him anymore, so Ji Chang's read the complete memory in detail. This world was commissioned by the original owner. Just like the memories I received when I first arrived, it is now the 10th year of the end of the world. 10 years ago, the end of the world came and a large amount of fog swept across the world. Some people were immune to the fog, while others suffocated to death under the attack of the fog. When they open their eyes again, these dead people have turned into monster zombies that have no instincts and only pursue humans as food. At the same time, most of the technology-related equipment failed and lost the protection of technology. The surviving humans were like lambs. Just like in the movies, humans will die quickly after being bitten by zombies, even if it is just a small bite. Death takes less than a second, and then. The first time he opened his eyes was a zombie. In half a year, the number of humans dropped significantly, and national governments around the world ceased to exist. And after a year, it was like a miracle. The humans in the mainland could only rely on brute force and strategy to fight against the zombies. People with superpowers appeared one after another. The power of the superpowers reversed the disadvantageous situation that had been suppressed, but those who awakened were not only humans, but also plants and animals. Human beings who have fallen from the top of the biological chain have to fight against three powerful enemies: zombies, plants, and animals at the same time. The good news is that superpowers can be upgraded. The way to upgrade is to absorb crystal nuclei that have the same origin as their own superpowers. Crystal nuclei can be found in the heads of zombies, the hearts of animals, and the roots of plants. Crystal nuclei soon became human beings' currency, and were divided into levels 1 to 9 based on color and energy. Similarly, human powers were also divided into levels 1 to 9. The conditions for absorbing crystal nuclei are also very harsh. Low-level crystal cores are ineffective against high-level superpower users. Crystal cores with different attributes from the superpower users cannot be absorbed. Crystal cores with a higher level than the superpower user may not be able to sustain such a huge energy explosion if they are forcibly absorbed. No matter how powerful the superpowers are, they can't go it alone, so the base came into being. Some powerful superpowers established bases and recruited surviving superpowers and superpowers who were not as strong as themselves. The weak superpowers worked in the base and lived a hard but barely surviving life. The powerful superpowers came out. Search for supplies at the base, fight zombies, and get crystal cores. In the apocalypse, the strong are respected. The base where the original owner was located was called Yinghe Base. It was named because it was built on Yinghe Island. Yinghe Island was a tourist resort before the end of the world. It was large and had a stable ecological environment. The entire island was surrounded by the Yinghe River, and only one bridge could lead to it. After the apocalypse, there was a global earthquake, and the water in the Yinghe River dried up overnight. Its water flow depth is about 80 meters. When there is no water, zombies will never be able to climb up if they are thrown in. Similarly, if it is a human, if you fall down, will you be crushed to death even if you don't fall to death? Zombies will bite you to death. Most of the zombies have lost their eyes since the second year of the apocalypse, but they seem to be naturally able to sense the smell of living people and the smell of blood. They often follow the slightest sign of trouble and a group of zombies will follow them and run naked. The Yinghe base tried to throw many zombies into the river. After the zombies accumulated too much, the smell of many zombies may have overwhelmed the smell of the residents of the island base. Those who were originally 800 miles away also started to cry. The one who rushed over to start the meal? The corpse finally calmed down and no longer focused on rushing towards this direction. Therefore, the zombies in Yinghe have become a natural barrier for the Yinghe base. Every once in a while, a person with supernatural powers will go out to attract the zombies from outside and lure them back into the river. The reason why defense materials must be replenished every once in a while is because some alien species occasionally appear among zombies. Although they are more interested in humans, they will also hunt zombies and eat the brains of their own kind. Crystal Core Advancement. In order to prevent the emergence of high-level zombies raised by hand, Yinghe Base will kill high-level zombies in the river every once in a while to prevent them from climbing up to a height of more than 80 meters and entering the base. The identity of the original owner is the boss in the base. This good idea of using zombies as a protective cover to protect the entire base from being invisible in the eyes of zombies was naturally not his idea. It's the former boss of the base, Ji-Rong. Ji-Rong, a fire-type superpower with a power up to level 8, once single-handedly broke into a city full of zombies and mutated animals and plants, and was able to bring out a child from it with his hands free. Not only is he powerful, the most important thing is that he is brave and resourceful. This method of turning enemy corpses into protective shields was thought up by Ji-Rong and successfully implemented. What he is most famous for is not his powerful fighting power, but his weapon, a sword. The end of the world, what? There will be fantasy things. There are high-level superpowers, high-level zombies, high-level animals and plants, and naturally there are high-level weapons. It is impossible for superpowers to fight with bare hands. Otherwise, if a fist hits the zombie's head will be split, and the superpower's hands will bleed. If you are infected with corpse poison, you will die immediately. So all kinds of weird weapons were born. Powerful superpowers are easy to find, but powerful weapons are hard to find. Ji-Rong's weapon is more normal than the meteor hammer and crescent sword. It is a beautiful sword. This sword was made by Ji-Rong after he killed an 8th level alien beast that broke into the base and used the enemy's bones that could not be burned no matter how hard it was burned. When he made this sword, everyone was already learning how to refine it, adding crystal nuclei, poison, and everything else. Most people would throw in the crystal cores that they couldn't use, but Ji-Rong was different. He also built high-level crystal cores of his own series into it. In the end, he created the world's first level 9 weapon. Even if it is an ordinary second-level superpower user, holding this handle. The sword can also kill level 5 mutant beasts beyond level 3, let alone Ji-Rong who is already on the ceiling of level 8. When a hero is equipped with a good sword, everyone will admire him. But when Ji-Rong and the 9th level zombie king died together, this sword would only attract the covetousness of many people. This is the first and only level 9 weapon. Ji-Rong was indeed very powerful before he got the sword, but after getting the sword, he could directly defeat the bosses of the same level in other bases. Let me ask, in the end of the world when force value is equal to safety value, who wouldn't want to get that sword? The original owner wanted it too. To be honest, the original owner can be considered a very powerful person, but he has always been overshadowed by Ji-Rong. They are both at the 8th level, so he will always be the second in command. He only took over after Ji-Rong died. Before Ji-Rong's death, everyone firmly believed that the original owner was the most loyal subordinate around Ji-Rong. Because his life was saved by Ji-Rong. In the early days of the apocalypse, no one cares about anyone. After 2 years of the apocalypse, can those with superpowers survive? It's not bad, but ordinary people can only survive hard. If ordinary children don't have parents to protect them, it will be even worse. The original owner was such a miserable orphan. When the apocalypse began, he was only 7 years old. Compared with other children, he still had parents to protect him, or neighbors or something. Before he left, there were also kind-hearted people who helped evacuate the children. The original owner was in a worse situation. His parents are wanted criminals. Since the original owner was born, he has been hiding with his parents. He has no relatives, no friends, no identity, and no schooling. When the apocalypse came, both of his parents turned into zombies. Because they were taking a nap when they mutated, they locked the door for fear that the original owner would wake them up, and the original owner escaped. Just because of the hiding of the family, in the early days when the army was still active and the people in the city were evacuated, the original owner was left behind. The original owner, who was only 7 years old, didn't understand what was going on outside. He didn't know what happened. No one taught him or remembered him. He found that he had a strange ability, so he fumbled to use this ability to fight monsters. He crawled into other people's homes to find food that they had not taken away, and collected rainwater to drink. He wore ill-fitting clothes and hid on the rooftop where zombies could not go to sleep. Just like that. After 2 years, no one talked to him or taught him knowledge. When the original owner was discovered by Ji-Rong, who rode into the city alone in order to find medicine for his wife, he could no longer speak. Ji-Rong took him back and asked him to follow. He gave him his own surname, named him Nagasawa, taught him step by step, patiently taught him how to speak, sent him to school, advanced his crystal core, and took him out to do tasks. However, the original owner was not grateful. I don't know if it's because he was born alone, or because he could only see zombies in the past 2 years, he doesn't have many soft emotions, and he can't feel the various emotions that ordinary people can easily feel. Gratitude, trust, happiness, these feelings that can be easily obtained by ordinary people, to the original owner, are like being separated by a thick layer of glass, or are they soundproof and bulletproof? He trained hard and followed Ji-Rong every step of the way, not because he regarded him as an older brother, nor because of loyalty, but because Ji-Rong was the strongest person he had ever seen. In the eyes of others, the original owner is taciturn, always dressed in black, carrying a scabbard, with nimble movements and powerful abilities. He was single-handedly raised by Ji-Rong, and will not hesitate to take on any task no matter how dangerous it is. Next, it's Ji-Rong's most loyal brother. In fact, the original owner just wanted to become stronger. As for anything else, he didn't care. Only when the mission is dangerous can you break through, and by following Ji-Rong can you be constantly exposed to danger. His weapon was given by Ji-Rong, which is the scabbard of the 9th level sword, which was made together with Ji-Rong when he made the sword. The original owner made it clear that he liked that sword, but no matter how much Ji-Rong regarded the other person as his brother, he could not give him his weapon, so he settled for the next best thing and gave him the scabbard made of the same material. No one knows what the original owner thought after getting the scabbard. When he becomes stronger than Ji-Rong in the future, he must defeat him and get the sword. Others only saw him carrying the scabbard with him. It was a scabbard for a level 9 weapon. Although it was a scabbard, it was said to be equivalent to a level 8 weapon. So this became the reason why Ji-Rong regarded the other person as his biological brother. Proof. No matter how you look at it, everything the original owner had was given by Ji-Rong. Ji-Rong really took care of the other person as his own brother. As a result, as soon as Ji-Rong died, the original owner immediately took the position of the boss of the base. He had no intention of taking care of Ji-Rong's wife and children, and even clearly coveted level 9 weapons. Ji-Rong has an heir. The reason why he took the risk to look for medicine in a city full of zombies was because his wife was pregnant and many medicines could not be taken. At that time, there was no way he could find it outside. He could only find those medicines in this zombie city where no one else had set foot yet. The result is buy one get one free. Not only found the medicine, but also found the original owner who was only 7 years old. He pitted the original owner for living like a savage for 2 years without a father and a mother. Logically speaking, he should have been sent to the base orphanage. But maybe it was because the original owner had the same fire element as him, or maybe it was because he was about to become a father and loved him so much. After hesitating for a while, he just kept the original owner by his side for 8 years. His wife gave birth to a boy shortly after the original owner was taken back. When Ji-Rong died, the child was only 8 years old. Born after the apocalypse. The child was already awakening his powers one after another. No one knew whether the child would suddenly activate his powers one day. Before his father passed away, this child had always been trained as a successor. Jirong is a very good person and has many loyal subordinates. According to their opinion, regardless of whether the child has special powers or not, he should be promoted to the position of boss. After all, he is Jirong's child, and he built the base by himself. Even if he is incapable now, so what? With the support of their old subordinates, the base can still operate normally. When this child grows up, awakens his powers, and has the entire base as his backing, even if he cannot become an extremely powerful power user like his father, level 7 will still be no problem. The situation is as if the emperor passed away due to an accident and the prince was young. The courtiers plan to support the prince to ascend the throne and survive the first few years. When the prince grew up, they would naturally be able to secure the throne. As a result, the prince's uncle took over the power and sat on the throne. It would be fine if that was all. The most important thing was that he did not give the prince the title of king. The queen and prince, who were originally the most noble people in the base, suddenly became commoners. The original owner's ambitions were clearly displayed in the eyes of others. Jirong rescued him, educated him, took care of him, and brought him, a wild child brought back from the city, all the way to the respected second in command of the base. But what happened to him? When someone dies, he doesn't care about his sister-in-law and nephew, but goes to snatch what belongs to them. The most outrageous thing is that he still wants the sword left by Jirong. This sword is indeed powerful. Jirong blew himself up before he died, and even the zombie king was destroyed. Fortunately, it was not damaged at all. With such a sword, he can jump to level 9 even at level 7, and he can take away the zombie king at level 8. All Jirong people are gone. This sword belongs to him. His loyal subordinates naturally think that this sword is his. It should be left to Jirong's only son. This is Jirong. What is left for his wife and children? The only guarantee. The original owner couldn't understand why his former colleagues refused to let him get the sword. In his opinion, since Jirong had passed away, he was the most powerful person in the entire base. Then he can naturally get this sword. The original owner, who had his own set of logic, divided all the people who were blocking him into the enemy camp. After thinking about it, he thought that he could fight, but he couldn't fight with so many people, so he could only change it to the one that cannot be defeated yet. The enemy camp. In the end, even if the base changed hands, it was still divided into two camps. One is the new base faction led by the original owner. The other is a group of old subordinates who insist on protecting Jirong's wife and children. Of course, this kind of factionalization is only done in private. No one would really jump out and say to an 8th level firepower user, "Ha ha 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 ha, I am against you. Come on. Hit me." To say that they were unhappy with the original owner being the boss was not the case. After all, to be the boss, either you are strong enough, or there are other reasons, such as Jirong's son, who is only 8 years old this year. He has not yet awakened his powers and is still young, but he is the son of Jirong, who single-handedly founded the Yinghe base, and there are many uncles and uncles with high levels of powers around him who are willing to support him. This is enough. The original owner is indeed the strongest in the base. If it weren't for these past events and his indifferent attitude, others would definitely not object to him taking the boss position. If the original owner had properly discussed with them and said something like, "It is impossible for the base to be real and handed over to a child, and you make me the boss, and I promise to treat their mother and child well," these old subordinates would not react like this. Fierce. But the problem is, the attitude of the original owner. After taking away the base, they didn't take care of the wife and children of the former boss. Now they even want to take away the relics left by Jirong. Pooh. Shameless. If they really let each other continue to be so rampant, wouldn't they be waiting to see orphans and widowed mothers being bullied? Jirong does have a good eye for people. Most of his subordinates who stayed at Yinghe base are trustworthy people. Even the original owner, others thought Jirong was mistaken, but if you look at it from God's perspective, the original owner really had no intention of harming anyone. He simply doesn't understand those emotions. What? The grace of saving his life? The original owner can't feel it at all. He just wants to become stronger. Become the boss of the base and become stronger. That's what he did. As for taking care of Jirong's wife and children, because Jirong had always taken care of him during his lifetime, Jirong's wife was his sister-in-law, Jirong's son had always called him uncle, and he should treat them kindly, etc., etc., the original owner simply couldn't understand it. Jirong took care of him, his sister-in-law always asked him to go home for dinner, his nephew called him uncle, and he watched him grow up, but none of these left any ripples in the original owner's heart. He wants to take the sword because the sword can make him stronger. Bullying orphans and widowed mothers is simply a misunderstanding by others. When Jirong was alive, he also wanted that sword. However, no one can understand the brain circuit of the original owner. In the eyes of others, he was a wolf with a heart and a dog's lungs and white eyes. Everything was given by Jirong's teachings. As a result, when Jirong was alive, he acted like a loyal man. As soon as he left, he looked like a very loyal man. It hasn't even been a day, and I can't wait to sit on the boss throne. He also bullied orphans and widowed mothers and wanted the 9th level sword left by Jirong. Who dares to trust such a person? Until the end, the original owner couldn't do anything to the people who protected Jirong's wife and children, and those people couldn't do anything to him either. And he is not the only one who covets the 9th level sword. Some people who also wanted the 9th level sword started to sow discord between the two camps, and eventually their secret fights turned to the ground. The internal fighting in Yinghe base gave other bases an opportunity to take advantage of it. The turning point was when the boss of the base, who had always wanted a level 9 sword, got a level 9 weapon. It's just that this weapon refused to acknowledge the opponent, and its power was greatly reduced. The dark-faced boss was stimulated, and he even wanted to get the 9th level sword. He teamed up with 2 other bases to encircle and suppress them, and also introduced zombies into the base. The original owner thought about it and felt that he could not defeat it. Just as everyone in the base went to fight the enemy, he knocked out more than a dozen superpowers who were protecting the mother and son outside. The child and his sister-in-law took away the 9th level sword left in the child's hand to save his life and went to fight the enemy. As a result, the enemy was driven back. When he came back, he found that Jirong's only son was dead. Eaten by an ordinary zombie, only half of the body was left. Originally, the arrangement of the Prince Protector faction was very good. Although the sister-in-law is a relatively mild and harmless healing type, she is at least level 5 and has the ability to protect herself and drive away zombies. And Jirong's only son has just awakened his superpower, which is also of the fire system. When he awakens, he will be at level 2. In addition, the level 9 sword in his hand can supply him with energy. Zombies below level 6 can't do anything to the mother and son. Plus, the more chaotic it gets, the less likely they are to let down their guard, and they even sent a dozen superpowers to protect the 2 of them nearby. In the end, who knew that the original owner would take action like that? He did remember that the fainted people might be eaten by zombies, so he threw all the unconscious people on the roof. After that, he quickly cleared away the zombies around him before leaving. No one knows how those zombies entered the place that is supposed to be the most protected. After the original owner removed all layers of protection around the child, a group of zombies entered the home of the mother and son. How could an 8-year-old child face danger alone with his newly awakened superpower without a 9th level sword for life-saving and energy charging purposes? It was obvious that the child had resisted. There were traces of fire all over the house, and there were more than a dozen zombie corpses on the ground. At such a young age, he was able to kill a dozen zombies by himself shortly after awakening. It can be seen that as long as nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely become as powerful a superpower as his father in the future. But he has no future. He was too young, and he was only at level 2. The uncles thought that he had a level 9 sword in his hand to provide energy, so they didn't leave him the fire crystal core for energy storage, and only left his mother with one that he couldn't absorb. Healing crystal core. No matter how strong the resistance is, when the energy in the body is used up, you can only let others slaughter you. The gentle sister-in-law who let the original owner come to her house for dinner and sewed clothes for him became hysterical for the first time, grabbing the original owner's collar and demanding his life. The original owner was also confused. He couldn't figure it out. He just grabbed the sword. Why did his nephew die? Haven't all the zombies around him been killed by him? He couldn't understand other people's emotions, but when he saw the child he had grown up calling him uncle before and died in such a miserable way, he still felt a sense of sadness that he had never felt before in his heart. The Yinghe base was saved. The child who should have been pampered and grew up safely to become a high-level superpower died in this chaos. His mother was so sad that she vomited blood and fainted, never waking up again. Those old subordinates completely broke up with the original owner. When the original owner saw that they were leaving Yinghe base, he simply left by himself. He became a rare wanderer in the apocalypse. I have walked all the way and thought all the way. The original owner couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. He just wants to become stronger, he just wants that sword. Why? He shouldn't get that sword. Why? There will be zombies in the house. Why? They said he was sorry for his eldest brother. Why? Before his eldest sister died, she still held her breath and wanted to kill him. Why? Everyone said he was a white-eyed wolf. Why? His goal is to become the strongest, and he will constantly challenge the strong along the way. Challenge after challenge, victory after victory. When no one could defeat him in the end, his goal was achieved, and he was rarely confused. What should be done next? The original owner's first reaction was to ask his eldest brother, and then he remembered that his eldest brother was dead. Well, he was killed by the zombie king because he was not strong enough. Then I wanted to ask my sister-in-law. But the sister-in-law is also dead, and she wanted to kill him before she died. My nephew is also dead, bitten to death by zombies. The original owner really couldn't find anyone to ask, so he returned to Yinghe base, found his eldest brother's subordinate, and asked him, "What should I do next?" The other party rushed up with a meteor hammer. "You killed my sister-in-law Ananan, you should commit suicide to apologize." His movements were too slow, and the original owner left the base thoughtfully. It seems that his next step should be to avenge his nephew. Yes, he also wants to avenge the other party, but he was busy improving his strength and couldn't spare the time. The original owner thought about his logic. The zombies entered the Yinghe base because the people from that base attacked Yinghe and deliberately let the zombies in, and his nephew died. So he should kill everyone who attacked Yinghe base to avenge the opponent. The original owner was strong in his own right. After getting the 9th level sword, he wandered alone for 3 years. He encountered various dangers countless times along the way. After many experiences, he didn't test the level of his powers, and he didn't know where he was. But it is definitely much stronger than before. He fought his way into the enemy base. Everyone who invaded Yinghe died under his sword. When those people asked him why he wanted to kill himself, he said, "Avenge my nephew." Until the end, those people were afraid of being killed. In order to beg the original owner to let them go, they told the truth. They had an internal agent at the Yinghe base. The internal agent saw the original owner knocking out the person protecting the mother and son, and then snatching away the 9th level sword. After the original owner left, the internal agent deliberately led the zombies in order to kill the 2 people at the Yinghe base. The conflict between major factions escalated and fragmented because of this incident. After all, there is internal fighting in the base, and in the end you get the cheaper one? Isn't it someone else? Unexpectedly, after the child died, the original owner was the last person to leave the base. He left voluntarily, and the base continued to operate as usual, so the internal plan naturally failed. That's the end of it. As a result, 3 years have passed, and the original owner who has become the strongest person is actually killed back. Or he came back to avenge his nephew. Only those who are being hunted want to curse. There's something wrong with you. 3 years have passed, and they almost don't remember who that child is. Now they come to take revenge? Is the reflex arc that long? I have no choice but to kill my fellow Taoist rather than die as a poor Taoist. The original owner still had an expressionless face. After confirming the names of the people inside, he chased those people to death one by one, then returned to the Yinghe base. After stabbing each other to death, he continued to wander with the 9th level sword in his arms. He has become the strongest person, but if he thinks about it carefully, it seems that he wants his sister-in-law and nephew to be resurrected more than becoming a strong person. Although he didn't know it himself, why did he want to resurrect them? The original owner chose a tree, closed his eyes and meditated. 10 days later, the strongest man successfully starved himself to death. Until his death, he never understood what he had lost. There is only an indescribable feeling. If I had to describe it, it would probably be a feeling of blank regret. He felt that he had done something wrong, but he didn't know which part he did wrong. Shouldn't I grab the sword? Still shouldn't take the position of base boss. He didn't even know how to make up for it. At the cost of his soul, he hoped that the missioner could change everything, at least everything he had caused. When he opened his eyes, Ji Chang still couldn't come to his senses. The original owner's feeling of being trapped, confused, and helpless as if he was isolated from the entire world was affecting him. It took him several seconds to recover. The life of the original owner is difficult to describe in one word. He has lost his emotions, but there is still a little left. He cannot understand normal people, and he doesn't like to talk. He doesn't talk, and he is usually just a little taciturn. No one knows how abnormal he is. When Ji Rong was around, he could still lead the way. But when Ji Rong passed away, there was no one to arrange tasks and mark the road ahead, and the original owner naturally ran around like a wild horse. He doesn't know good or evil, doesn't understand emotions, and is the biggest person in the base. No one dares to point fingers at him. In the end, he lost his most cherished treasure, but it took him 3 years to realize that it was his most precious thing. Ji Chang's rubbed his brows to help himself recover quickly. He started looking at the timeline. The current timeline is that Ji Rong has passed away and the original owner has taken the throne of the boss. He is the second in command of the base, and he is surrounded by many loyal followers. Even if the veteran who supports the prince is reluctant and cannot defeat the original owner, he can only accept him. However, the original owner did not give any preferential treatment to Ji Rong's wife and children after he came to power. He also showed his covetousness for the 9th level sword. Most people in the base have already concluded that he is a wolf-hearted man. I have been pretending to be loyal to Ji Rong just to wait for this day. Why would I fall out when Ji Rong leaves? Some people also suspected that Ji Rong's death had something to do with him. After all, why did the zombie king suddenly target Yinghe base? If it weren't for protecting the Yinghe base behind him, Ji Rong wouldn't have had no choice but to fight the enemy, and before he died, he would have self-destruct and left behind the zombie king. The strong man who was about to enter the 9th level died unexpectedly. No bones were left. Ji Chang's, who has seen the memory of the original owner, can prove that this matter was really not done by the original owner. The original owner was still helping out at the time, and was almost killed by the zombie king. If Ji-Rong hadn't saved him, he would have followed Ji-Rong away. He had already passed out before Ji-Rong blew himself up, and only when he woke up did he learn the news that Ji-Rong blew himself up and died together with the zombie king. It's more likely that the enemy base took action. After all, the zombie king came so strangely that Ji Changs didn't believe it was just a coincidence. But now the question is, because of the original owner's ambitious disclosure, even his die-hard party secretly speculated whether Ji-Rong's death was his handiwork. After all, he is so good at pretending. When Ji-Rong was there, who in the entire base didn't say that he was the most trustworthy person around Ji-Rong? As a result, Ji Changs couldn't wait to take over even a day after he left, without even pretending to be sad. No one believes him if he is not a villain. I can't blame the elders for carefully protecting Ji-Rong's wife and children. The original owner really had a villain face on his face, and they were trying to prevent him from eradicating the roots. Not only the entire base, but also other bases probably think so. As soon as his eldest brother died, Ji Changs ignored the old relationship and took the position that belonged to his nephew. This is a fact. No matter how eloquent Ji Changs is, having such a taciturn persona and an environment without any room for maneuver will still give him a headache. He stared at the zombies below, frowning. The system, which had not shown its head for 800 years, seemed to have noticed his headache, and went online quietly, "Host, can't you handle it? Buy props, props solve 1,000 worries. Ji Changs, don't buy it. Buy one. Well, it doesn't cost much, and it's useless for you to save these points. Isn't that a waste? Who says it's useless? I save it just to use it." The young man next to him saw that Ji Changs was frowning and looked uneasy, so he approached cautiously. "Boss, what's wrong with you? What are you thinking about?" Ji Changs uttered one word briefly, "Sword." The young man choked, and the surrounding subordinates also looked strange. "I know, boss, that you are interested in level 9 swords, but don't do that. Just say it openly. It's not good for the reputation." "Sword, is that what Brother Rong left for Wenan?" "Boss, why don't you stop thinking about it? There are so many weapons in the world. You can always find a more suitable one. You always think about how many swords you have. No, you can't hang yourself on a tree." Ji Changs ignored him. The young man was not surprised and continued to persuade, "Boss, don't be like this. You are so cold and indifferent. There is no human touch at all." "I don't know. I thought you were not a human but a robot." As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that the black-haired boy in front of him slowly moved his eyes, and his eyes fell on him, staying still. "Young man, boss, don't be angry. I'm not scolding you. I'm just talking casually. You have a lot, so don't argue with me." Ji Changs looked away, feeling that this was really a clever little guy. Not human. Yes, it's the end of the world, who stipulates that he must be a human being? Everyone agreed that what the original owner had done was all for that sword. But what if, he is the sword? Very good, Ji Changs thought happily, today we don't need to spend points anymore. It saves a day. The author has something to say, here it comes. Fried green pepper cake with 2 different settings written in one story. I had hot pot today and it was so delicious. I will send some red envelopes to everyone in this chapter. Twitter, Lily is free and the fastest update. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 370. Chapter 309. After Ji Chang's thought about it for a while, he finally decided, okay, he will stop being a human being. Boss, are we still blowing air here? It's almost dinner time, shall we go back to eat? When the young man saw Ji Chang's fell silent again and stopped talking, he was used to it and chirped. Don't think about the sword. You also know that Brother Rong's crystal core is on it. My sister-in-law and Wenan can't give it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the young man in black who had been looking into the distance turn around and look at him quietly without any emotion in his eyes. Why? There is a crystal core, so you can't give it to me. Young people. I definitely won't give it to him. Brother Rong's body is gone. That's the core in his brain. It's the only thing he left to his sister-in-law and them. How could they want the core of their husband and father to fall to someone else, in hand? The 9th level sword was damaged in the battle against the zombie king by Ji Rong, and an 8th level fire crystal core used as an energy output broke and failed. Ji Rong had been seriously injured. In order to stop the zombie king, he forcefully opened his head and took out the crystal core in his brain to replace the fire crystal core. Finally, relying on the energy given by the 9th level sword, they self-destruct and died together. The crystal core of the 9th level sword is embedded in it. There is no way to take it off unless it breaks. Ji Rong died so tragically, and the crystal core was used as a weapon energy source. What about his family? They might be willing to let his crystal core be in the hands of others. So, boss, please stop thinking about level 9 swords. You are so powerful. Wouldn't it be a good idea to make your own sword? In the entire base, except for my sister-in-law and Wenan, no one else can really use this sword. After the young man finished speaking, he saw that Ji Chang's face was still expressionless and his tone was calm. I am not someone else. They should give me the sword. Young people. He felt that his boss was actually quite shameless. Yes, boss, you are Brother Rong's recognized brother, but that's not how he thinks about this matter. Suppose, sister-in-law and Wenan, because you are Brother Rong's younger brother, and you are the strongest person in the base, they want to give the sword to you, that's fine. But you can't ask for it. There is Brother Rong's crystal core on it. If you ask for it, what kind of person will you become? After he finished speaking, he looked at Ji Chang's expectantly. As a result, Ji Chang's was still not explained, only. He asked, sister-in-law, will you give it to me? Young man, maybe it happened before. But now. Less than a day after Ji Rong died, Ji Chang's announced that he would be the base owner from now on, and quickly moved into the villa assigned to Ji Rong as the base owner, forcing Ji Rong's wife and children to move in a hurry. He thought that it would be impossible for Ji Rong's wife to give the sword to Ji Chang's. If Ji Chang's and Ji Rong didn't have the grace to save their lives, they wouldn't have the kindness to adopt. If he was just a passerby, it would actually be okay for him to do this. But the problem is that when Ji Rong was alive, he was Ji Rong's most capable and trustworthy subordinate and younger brother. Ji Rong's wife is a gentle healing person. Ji Rong said that Ji Chang's will be his brother from now on, and she will always treat him as her brother. Ji Chang's clothes were torn and she sewed them. Ji Chang's didn't know how to cook. He didn't have time to cook. He had 3 meals a day at Ji Rong's house. He liked to wear black clothes. Ji Rong only wanted to wear black clothes when he was doing tasks outside. If the size is right, I will bring it back specially. Everyone else in the base has to go to the hospital when they are injured, because healing power users consume more energy than other power users. But every time Ji Chang's was injured, it was Ji Rong's wife who treated him privately. It can be said that his martial arts, skills, clothes, weapons, and even the boots all came from the Ji Rong family. Rationally speaking, a series of things Ji Chang's did seem to be quite normal. But emotionally speaking, He is too cold-blooded. That was the Ji-Rong family who rescued him, raised him, and regarded him as his biological brother. This is like a family selling a house, and the new landlord comes to take possession of the house and they want to move out. But the family suddenly has financial problems and needs to sell the house. The younger brother said that he wants to buy it, but as soon as the money is given, he said to his brother and his family, "You guys move out, I will move in tonight." From a legal perspective, it's fine, but from an emotional perspective, it's too inhumane. Rao is a person who admires Ji Chang's. Faced with his behavior, he has to say something harsh. The young man complained a lot in his heart, but after all, Ji Chang's was the person he admired most, and he would definitely not say it outright. He just said, "Boss, you are so powerful anyway, why do you insist on holding on to a level 9 sword? I heard that an 8th level zombie appeared in the west. How about we find a time to go over and kill it? If it is a fire crystal core, if we save more, we can make another 9 by ourselves. A super sword." Yinghe base was established by Brother Rong. These people, were all brought back by Brother Rong. When the zombie king targeted Yinghe base, it was Brother Rong who blew himself up to save the base. "Boss, it's really unethical to bully Anan and his mother, an orphan and widowed mother." He had thought about this for a long time, but he had never told Ji Chang's. The main reason is because he knows in his heart that the other party is determined to win the 9th level sword. He is throwing cold water at this time because he is afraid that the boss will be unhappy. Today, I don't know if the boss's attitude was too confident and natural. As soon as his brain twitched, he said it. As soon as I finished speaking, my heart felt cold. "Finish the ball." "Why?" He said it all. The boss wouldn't be so angry that he would beat him. No, the boss never beats people up. When he gets angry, he always kills people directly. Danger. My life is at risk. Obviously, the young man was worried in vain. The expression on the face of the young man in black was still the same, calm and indifferent, and even his eyes did not waver at all. Why? It would be immoral. Young people. He looked carefully at Ji Chang's expression, and after confirming that the other party was serious, he was completely confused. "No, isn't this something you can tell at a glance? Brother Rong's crystal core is on it." "Boss, if you want to grab the sword, that's immoral." "Ji Chang's, why? The crystal core on the sword would be immoral." Etc. Has the topic returned again? The young man glanced at Ji Chang several times before confirming that he was indeed serious. It's not irony, nor is it a disregard for moral sentiments. It's like, I really just don't understand. No, wait. The young man scratched his hair, and finally remembered that his eldest son seemed to be, still underage this year? You can't blame him for forgetting. Every day, when facing a boss who can tear apart all kinds of zombies, mutated animals, and plants, who is tall, has long legs, is good-looking and silent, it is usually difficult to remember that the boss is still underage. Just those long legs, it's hard for other minors to do that. As for Ji Chang's specifics? How old is he? He really doesn't know. After all, he is a subordinate. There is no way he would be taken out to kill zombies and find supplies. When he goes to his cold boss and asks, "Boss, how old are you this year? Are you over 18? If it were a small-minded person, it would be considered a provocation. But now. The young man carefully looked at me and Wu. Ji Chang's, who lowered his head to wipe the scabbard of his sword, asked in a low voice, "Boss, how old are you this year?" The boy in black kept wiping the scabbard of his sword and uttered a brief sentence, "They said I was 15. It's my birthday next month." "Oh, it turns out that the boss is 15 this year." The young man nodded, suddenly reacting. "Damn it. An 8th level superpower who just killed the base owner of an 8th level mutant plant some time ago is actually only 15 years old. When he was 15 years old, he went out to the base to kill zombies for the first time under the arrangement of the school. At that time, he killed an ordinary zombie. He was so disgusted that he couldn't sleep well all night. Look at Ji Chang standing in front of him, his eyes lowered and quietly cleaning the scabbard of his sword. They are all human beings, so the gap is too big. But boss, what do they mean? How old is it? How old is it? Why do you still need them to tell me? The young man who was quietly wiping the scabbard raised his head slightly and replied, Brother said I am 15 years old. Sister-in-law said that she wants to celebrate my 16th birthday next month. Young people. He was confused. No, sister-in-law, no matter how gentle she is, she probably won't celebrate the boss's birthday after he has done all those things. Boss, sister-in-law, when did you say this? Ji Chang's thought for a while, 3 months ago. The young man choked. 3 months ago, Brother Rong was not dead, and Ji Chang's had not yet broken up with his sister-in-law and the others. At that time, what's the use of mentioning it now? My sister-in-law must be crazy to celebrate my boss's birthday. Etc. He looked at Ji Chang's calm expression in disbelief, and asked with a tone of no, it's not what I thought. Boss, you won't really ask your sister-in-law to celebrate your birthday next month, will you? It shouldn't be possible, right? It's all like this. It's not like our enemies are all great. What? Maybe we can still celebrate our birthdays as happily as before. However, the boy in black really nodded with a natural attitude. She promised. Sister-in-law also said, make me a cake. Write an invitation and invite others to come and eat. After saying this, Ji Chang suddenly looked at the young man. Question, you can go too. He took out a small notepad from his pocket, which was filled with notes on the weaknesses of various zombies and mutant plants. Turning to a blank page, the 15-year-old base boss put the tip of his pen on it and asked calmly, what is your name? What, I want to write an invitation. Young people. He didn't know for a moment whether he should be shocked that the boss was still thinking about his sister-in-law celebrating his birthday even now, or whether he should be shocked that the other party didn't know his name. No, boss, I have been with you for 2 years. A year ago, I helped you kill a level 7 mutant beast. We have been through life and death so many times. Now you are telling me that you don't know me. Name. The young man raised his eyes, his dark eyes looking at him without any movement. Should I know? Young man, I was your deputy captain before. You were the captain and I was the deputy captain. We have cooperated so many times. Well, although every time it was you who killed everyone and I was behind. After the breakup, I thought we already had a strong brotherhood between us. I'm sad, I'm really sad. They have been fighting side by side for 2 years. He regards Ji Chang's as his idol and the person he wants to follow. In the past 2 years, he has followed Ji Chang's through life and death. Even though many people in the base now criticize Ji Chang's behavior, he has always chosen to stand firmly by his side. As a result, the other party didn't even know his name. Speaking of which, it's really a bit of a grievance. He talked a lot, but Ji Chang still listened expressionlessly, waiting patiently for him to finish before asking, so what's your name? I want to write an invitation. Young people. He said aggrievedly, who's I? Seeing that Ji Chang's actually recorded his name on it, although he had not yet recovered from the huge grievance, he would not forget the current situation because of this incident. No, boss, do you really want your sister-in-law to make a cake for you? I think it's unlikely that my sister-in-law will do it for you, after all, it's like this. Seeing Ji Chang's looking up at him, as if he didn't know what he meant, Huziahu gritted his teeth and said, Boss, you too? Don't blame me for speaking harshly. It's really the time before. Facing the clear and quiet gaze of the person he admired most, he couldn't speak any more. When he stopped talking, Ji Chang's urged him, "What? Who's I who? Do not know why." It was obviously the boss who did those things. But the boss's calm demeanor, as if nothing had really changed, always made him feel like the other party had never done anything wrong. Although the boss is a jerk to the current situation. But why? It feels like I am doing something bad by revealing the truth to my boss who is looking forward to a birthday party and birthday cake. He opened and closed his mouth, but in the end he swallowed what he wanted to say. Just, you need milk to make cakes. It seems that the base has no milk reserves. It has been 10 years. Even if it is found outside, the expired milk has already expired. So why don't you let your sister-in-law make cakes? Boss, are you like this? You're grown up, right? Eat something adults should eat. Just steamed buns. Pickles, they're delicious. This was not meant as a joke. Dab steamed buns are a luxurious dish in the apocalypse. Whose lobbying failed. Ji Chang still insisted, "I want to eat cake for my birthday." Yes, 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 I know you have to eat cake for your birthday, but isn't this a saying before the apocalypse? Now that it's the apocalypse, what else does it matter? If you don't have cake, just eat as much as you want. That's fine. It's not what Big Brother said before the end of the world. Even if Brother Wrong said it, you can't listen to everyone. I will listen to whatever Big Brother says. Who choked again. What does he want to say to you? Listen to Brother Wrong. Why wait until someone is dead? Go grab the sword left by Brother Wrong. Why should he choose to quickly win the position of base boss among a bunch of colleagues who decided to support Wenan? Wenan is young. In other bases, if the boss dies and leaves a child, then it is normal for someone else to be the boss. But almost all the senior officials in the Yinghe base are Ji Rong's cronies. Among his subordinates, Ji Rong still sacrificed his life for the base. They are willing to support Wenan, hoping to replace his father and watch him grow up and accompany him. Go down. This is just the way it is, and intellectually speaking Ji Chang's doesn't think he did anything wrong. In the last days, the strong will be respected. If others give up, they give up, and they are not qualified to ask others to give up too. But emotionally, when everyone gave up fighting for that position and wanted to take good care of Ji Rong's orphan, Ji Chang's, who was supposed to be the closest and most trusted to Ji Rong, used iron and blood to secure his position as the base boss. This matter is not that controversial. In particular, he wanted Ji Rong's 9th level sword. No matter who it is, they must say that they are white-eyed and wolf-hearted. But this person whose reputation as a white-eyed wolf spread throughout all bases told him in a serious manner, Ji Rong said. If you say anything, he will listen. Huzaihu was really confused by his boss. He wanted to ask one thing in particular. Since you respect Brother Wrong so much, why do you still bully other people's orphans and widowed mothers? But before he could ask, Ji Chang's had already spoken, how to make milk. Milk. Huzaihu touched his head. He was 12 years old when the apocalypse occurred, and he had some impressions of the previous world. It seemed like it was squeezed out of a cow. Ox. It's not a cow, it's a cow. I can't remember clearly. I just remember that cows are mentioned in those milk advertisements, so it must be milk squeezed from cows to make milk. 10 years have passed, and Huzaihu still doesn't remember it very clearly, but he can be sure of one thing, there must be milk in the cow. Ji Chang's nodded. Cow, what? Like? It's almost like an ordinary cow, but it's black and white. Huzaihu tried hard to remember, took out his small notepad and started to draw on it. After finishing the drawing, he handed it to Ji Chang's to see. That's it? His painting skills are pretty good. After all, he also works part-time to draw some mutant creatures that he saw for the first time, and he has already developed them through training. Ji Changs took the small notebook and asked Hu Xiaohu again, "Do cows have milk?" "Yes. Cows have milk." Hu Xiaohu recalled it again and became more sure. "I remember very clearly that the milk advertisements all showed cows grazing with their heads down. It seemed that the bulls were all gray, the cows were all flowery, and all cows were collectively called cows." After saying that, he checked it out and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. He nodded affirmatively again, "Yes. That's it. That's right." Ji Changs tore off the page and put it into his pocket. "You go back by yourself." After saying that, he put on his helmet again, got on the motorcycle, and turned in the opposite direction from the base. Hu Xiaohu looked confused. "Boss, what are you doing? Looking for cows?" After saying these words, the boy in black immediately increased the accelerator and left alone under the blank gaze of everyone. The rest of the people didn't know what they said, so they all came up to ask Hu Xiaohu in confusion. "Captain, why are you going, boss? It's dinner time, doesn't he want to eat?" "We? Do you want to follow?" Hu Xiaohu, "We can't keep up." The reason why Ji Changs is so famous? There are a lot of bad smells. People follow him just because he has high force value. Although he doesn't talk much, just like Ji Rong before him, he is always the first to go on dangerous missions. And he's pretty fast. Most of the teams in the base ride motorcycles when they leave the base. The vehicles have been modified to be large, fast and stable, and can also hold a lot of weapons. But the world outside the base is full of dense forests and water flows. The eyesight and reflexes of people with superpowers are much better than other people's. They can also ride fast motorcycles to shuttle among them, but if the speed is slightly faster, there is a risk of hitting a tree. The higher the level, the faster the reaction ability. As soon as Ji Chang saw it, he increased his speed to the fastest. He, a level 8, could ride a bicycle quickly in the dense forest without hitting a tree, but they couldn't. "Boss has gone to catch the cow. Let's go back first." "Catch a cow? A mutated cow? Damn it, boss. It's too fierce. Those mutated animals. They're not easy to mess with." After the end of the world, all kinds of creatures have their own development directions. Plants are either evolving to attract prey, or they are evolving to be ferocious. Animals, on the other hand, seem to have automatically generated a biological chain. There are many powerful mutant animals. Some animals may only be level 3 or 4 when picked out individually, but others follow them. Ethnic life. 10 years have passed, and the animals have rapidly expanded in size. The mice are about the same size as the old cats, and the cows are as long as small houses. These small houses also like to get together. Who dares to take advantage of them? A bunch of houses rolled over together. So although there are more and more mutated animals, the meat in the base is still extremely expensive. After all, these mutant animals go crazy when they see people, and they cannot be kept at all. If they are caught alone, it will waste a lot of manpower and material resources to get 1 and 2 animals back. Is the price not expensive? Just like that, most of the ones caught were chickens, quails, and other animals that were not very large in size. Catching cattle. The last time there was beef in the base, it was because some cows were eyeing the forest opposite their base. If people in the base wanted to go out, that forest was the only way to go. In the end, the entire base concentrated their force and fought for a full day before finally winning with great difficulty. The dead cow was dragged back, part of it was divided among everyone, and part of it was refrigerated and could be redeemed with points. During that time, the team members, including Hu Xiaohu, were doing crazy tasks to earn points and exchange them for beef. Eat. it's a pity that no matter how fat the cow is, it will be eaten one day. After the beef was sold out, many people who were reluctant to redeem it beat their chests and regretted not being able to redeem it, and then they couldn't eat it even if they wanted to. Catch the cow. After the boss catches it, I wonder if he will give us some meat. I don't want more. Just give me a cow's ear. Although there were a lot of mutants, others didn't doubt that Ji Chang's couldn't catch them. Almost everyone in Ji Chang's team of confidants has 100% confidence in his military power. Although the boss likes to be alone and does not like to be with others, for those who follow him, it is a sense of security. In particular, although no one said it, none of the superpowers who followed Ji Chang's thought that the boss, who was the first to rush forward when in danger and stayed at the last resort every time he evacuated, was really such a bad person. And the boss is also very generous. In the past, every time he went out to look for supplies, if they needed the supplies he found, and asked if he could exchange them, he would just throw them to them. Such a boss must not be as bad as others say. Huzayahu cruelly broke their fantasy about delicious beef. Don't think about it, the boss wants to catch them alive and not eat meat. Huh? If you don't eat meat, why would you catch it? Those mutated cattle are very ferocious, and they probably don't want to plow the fields. Speaking of dangers, pigs are not as dangerous as pigs. Didn't someone catch pigs last time and the 2 cars they brought were overturned? When the cars were towed back, they were flat, and several people had broken arms and legs. Hey, the last time I ate pork was when I was 15. Damn, I really want to eat it again. Seeing that the topic had strayed to which animal was more delicious, Huzayahu looked at the sky and got on his motorcycle. Okay, stop talking about it and go back to eat. Motorcycles lined up at the entrance of the base, and the healing power users closed their eyes and felt them one by one, making sure they were not scratched by zombies before letting them in. Parking the motorcycle in the parking lot at the entrance of the base, they went to the exchange hall to exchange the materials for crystal cores and what they wanted. The group of people held their helmets and walked toward the canteen with the crystal cores in their arms. Before he even took 2 steps, he met a man in his early 30s who was sucking and eating noodles from a bowl. Behind him was a group of subordinates who were holding bowls and eating noodles. The eyes of both sides met, and their footsteps paused. This person is a prince protecting party. Even if everyone's fighting and hostility are not made public, and there is still false peace on the surface, it would be quite embarrassing to encounter them suddenly. Team Joe, it's time to eat. Huzayahu's movements stopped for a second, but he took the lead in saying hello. Yeah, are you eating? Did you just come back from outside? When Captain Joe met them head on, he was sucking the noodles in his mouth. When he heard Huzayahu ask, he swallowed the noodles with difficulty. Then, people on both sides were speechless again. He put the bowl down in embarrassment, looked back, and asked, "Where's the boss? Didn't you go out together in the morning?" Good guy, you greet their boss as soon as you come up, which shows how unhappy you are with their boss. Huzayahu increased his vigilance and replied cautiously, "The boss has something else to do and may have to come back later." "Oh, that's how it is." After finishing speaking, both parties fell into a weird and awkward silence. They were all brothers who had fought side by side in the past. They were suddenly divided into 2 camps, and everyone was very uncomfortable with it. After a few seconds of silence, Team Joe said bravely, "The cafeteria has noodles today. They are expensive, but they are quite delicious. I will treat the brothers to a meal. Why don't you go, eat something? Then let's go get something to eat." Eat some, it's delicious." Having an excuse to leave, Huzayahu breathed a sigh of relief. "Then let's leave first. Team Joe, you eat slowly." "Hey, okay, you guys. Go ahead." Team Joe also breathed a sigh of relief. People on both sides passed each other. Just when I was about to pass by safely, there was a sudden loud noise. Boom. Brush, brush, brush. Everyone immediately took out their weapons and tensed up their bodies vigilantly, facing the opposite side. Team Joe was about to take a bite of noodles when he suddenly entered combat mode and only had time to point a pair of chopsticks at Huzaihua. Huzaihua was not much better. He was tying his hair into pigtails when something unexpected happened and he had no time to grab a weapon. He could only hold the pigtails tightly with both hands and face Team Joe with vigilance. Our posture is completely a conditioned reflex when encountering threats during long-term operations. After a second, rationality returned. The people on both sides were holding weapons. You looked at me, and I looked at you. An awkward atmosphere filled the scene. Captain Joe slowly inserted his chopsticks into the bowl and said with an awkward smile, "Ha ha, ha ha, someone's tire must have burst. The sound is quite scary." Josiah also said, "I am supernatural." In this state, he slowly tied the headband to his head again. "No, at first glance, I thought someone had shot him." "Yeah, me too. I misheard it all at once, ha ha ha." The subordinates behind Captain Joe also laughed awkwardly and said while retracting their weapons, "Yes, yes, we are, too, ha 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 ha." Everyone on Huzayahu's side also laughed and put away their weapons. "Isn't that right, ha 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 ha." Boom. Less than a second. Brush, brush, brush. Huzayahu looked at Team Joe who was pointing chopsticks at him. Captain Joe looked at Huzayahu who was pointing the head rope at him. The team members on both sides looked at the various weapons on the opposite side. After everyone was silent for a few seconds, they recovered their weapons again. Conditioned reflex, reflex, ha ha ha. "Yes, yes, we, too, blame those stupid zombies, not you. Ah, don't take it to heart. Why? We are all comrades in the same base. You are, too. Don't take it seriously." Boom. Swish, brush, brush. He took out his weapon again and pointed it at the opposing team members. Huzayahu threw the headband in his hand directly. Is it over yet? Isn't this the third one? Captain Joe also inserted the chopsticks pointed at Huzayahu again. "Who is this? Do you know how hard it is to find tires now?" He angrily put the face into the hands of his subordinates behind him and started to roll up his sleeves. "Damn it, I can't bear it anymore. Give me the face. I'm going to go find him now. I will definitely let him know what today." Boom. 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 Ji Changs grabbed the tail of a cow and walked slowly towards the side. Behind him, the huge cow struggled wildly but could not break free. Every time it hit the ground, it made a familiar roaring sound. Team Joe. He looked at Huzayahu and the others, and at his increasingly weird eyes, he just said what he was going to do to the person who made the noise. Momo took his noodle bowl with beautiful red and green flowers in his hand and coughed dryly. Flowers are actually edible and can also be used as decoration. Putting a flower on the steak is the most sentimental. When he was trying to save his respect, Ji Changs acted as if he didn't see them at all. He just forcibly pulled the tail in his hand and walked forward with the struggling cow. Team Joe squeezed out a smile. "Boss." As a result, Ji Changs had no intention of talking to him at all, so he nodded and continued walking forward. Seeing that he just ignored her so much and made it impossible for her to get off the stage, Captain Joe looked a little unhappy. What's wrong with him? He's level 7, and he's one of the captains of the 5 major teams in the base. Ji Changs used to call him brother, but he's been the boss for only a short time, and he's so arrogant. Seeing the awkward situation, Huzayahu hurriedly chased after him. "Boss, Captain Joe happens to be here. Didn't you say that you want to give the new mutant plant you discovered to Team Joe?" Ji Changs then stopped, held down the struggling cow with one hand, walked all the way to the cow's head, punched it, knocked it unconscious, and then raised his eyes and glanced around. Team Joe stepped forward. "Boss, what? Mutated plants." When he came over, the young man in black glanced at the noodle bowl in his hand as if he had just seen him, and nodded. "Brother Joe." It's too late to call him Brother Joe now. Captain Joe complained in his heart, this guy is really good at pretending. When Brother Wrong was around, he called Brother Joe one after another. When Brother Wrong left, the good guy just treated him as a passerby. After a while, who knows if he will be wearing small shoes. Ji Changs didn't care what the other party was thinking. He took out his own notebook, tore off a page and handed it to the other party. New mutant plant, afraid of fire, water type, can spit ice, this plant is level 6. Okay, I'll tell the other teams. Seeing that it was business, Captain Joe put away his complaints and carefully took down the various descriptions of the features above. Huzaiahua, who was next to him, quickly took out his own notebook, tore off the page with the mutant plants and gave it to him. This is my painting, and the features are quite obvious. Clear. After the handover was completed, Ji Changs nodded. Brother Joe, I'm leaving first. After saying that, he continued to walk forward holding the cow's tail. Captain Joe curled his lips when he saw that he was pretending to respect him again. Hindsight. He put his noodles into the hands of his subordinates and asked Huzaiahua casually, by the way, what are you doing, boss? Are you hungry for beef? Huzaiahua, milk the cow. Captain Joe twitched his mouth. Milking the cow? You guys captured a male cow, and milked it? Huzaiahua, male cows. There are also male cows? Aren't all cows female? Can they be milked? Team Joe. He pointed at the person being slowly. The cow dragged away. I worked in a cattle farm before the end of the world, and I can still tell the difference clearly. And even if this is a female cow, can't you tell at a glance that it is not lactating? What? Might be able to milk. Huzaiahua. He was confused for a moment and thought it would be better to listen to the professionals. He hurriedly shouted to Ji Changs who was dragging the cow away, boss. Just wait. Team Joe said that this cow is not in the lactation period and cannot be milked. The cow being dragged stopped. The young man dressed in black walked over quickly, walked directly to the team member holding the flour noodle bowl, and asked, Brother Joe, don't all cows have milk? Team member. Team Joe standing next to him. Team Joe, boss, I'm here. Ji Changs frowned slightly, looked at the team member, and then at Team Joe, but said nothing. Team Joe. He silently took the noodle bowl back. Ji Chang's eyes followed the movement of the noodle bowl, and finally followed Team Joe's hand holding the noodle bowl and slowly landed on his face. Then Calm turned around and said to him, Brother Joe, are the cows too? Do they need to be lactating? Team Joe. He swallowed hard. Yes, cows are divided into male and female. They are not called cows, but they are ones that do not give birth all year round and have milk. You have to find one who is pregnant or lactating. That's it. Also, yours is a male cow, he will not be lactating. Ji Changs nodded, his expression still calm, even his voice of thanks was cold and indifferent. Okay, thanks. The boy in black clenched the scabbard of his sword, turned and walked towards the entrance of the base. Huzaiahua who gave the wrong message, boss. Why are you going? It's almost dark. Ji Chang's faint voice came, catch the lactating cow. As he spoke, he paused, turned slightly, and looked at the unconscious male cow on the ground. This cow is useless. You guys have to deal with it. After saying this, he turned around and continued walking. He has long legs and can walk far away in a short time. Only 2 teams were left, facing a cow in confusion. Team Joe holds his own bowl. Ji Changs didn't ignore him intentionally just now. But you didn't recognize it was him. Ji Changs, A wolf-hearted dog feeling, recognizes people, by relying on a bowl? The author has something to say, it's him, it's him, it's him, our Nagasawa, little face blind, lily free, and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 371. Team Joe was really confused. He has known Ji Chang's for 8 years, and only now did he find out that this guy was suspected of being face blind. But if you think about it carefully, the two have known each other for 8 years, which is good. But Ji Chang's was only 7 years old when he was brought back by Ji Rong 8 years ago, and he was already 22. He followed Ji Rong wholeheartedly to improve his strength and improve his base. Why? Probably dealing with a 7-year-old. Later, Ji Chang's grew up little by little, and he was indeed extremely talented. His skills were as good as Ji Rong's. He even looked better than Ji Rong's talent due to practicing since childhood. But firstly, the age gap between the two is really big, and secondly, their usual time at the base is basically staggered. While Team Joe was busy improving the base, Ji Chang's followed Ji Rong to clean up zombies and mutated animals and plants outside the base. Even later, he began to go out frequently, with different teams. Ji Chang still didn't like to talk. Even if he met occasionally, he would only say hello at most. Under normal circumstances, people from both sides met. Ji Rong greeted Team Joe, and Ji Chang's followed his elder brother silently, or simply went to look for supplies elsewhere alone. He has good skills and a high level of supernatural powers. Except for being with Ji Rong, he usually keeps to himself. This also leads to the fact that even though everyone has been together in the same base for 8 years, Team Joe still doesn't know much about Ji Chang's. If you ask him to tell you what this person is like, he can tell you a lot of characteristics. He can fight, he is dressed in black, he doesn't like to talk, he has fire powers, and his weapon is a scabbard. But if Ji Rong was asked about Ji Chang's character when he was not in trouble, the most he could do was to appear quiet and dull. Of course, after Ji Rong's accident, he decided that Ji Chang's was a white-eyed wolf. Still the kind that can be installed very well. Cold-hearted and shameless. I didn't feel embarrassed at all for doing such a thing. The kindness Brother Rong and his family treated him was really in vain. In the end, he was filled with grief and anger. He believed that the other party was a big devil who changed his attitude immediately after Ji Rong died. He really wanted to fall out with him, but he couldn't defeat him. He was also afraid that if they really fell out completely, Ji Chang's would take action against his sister-in-law Wenan, so he could only think in his heart. Trying to pretend to be miserable. Ji Chang's was unhappy at the bottom of his heart, but he couldn't blatantly scold him, which made him feel miserable. As a result, he is still struggling here, while Ji Chang's over there, who seems to have stopped pretending and doesn't respect him as much because he is now in control of the overall situation, is actually because of face blindness. Team Joe was completely stunned. If I had to describe this feeling, it would be like you being here fearfully and cautiously thinking that you are going to face the villain, but then a cold cat pops out. Not only is that cat cold, he also doesn't care about you, and doesn't even notice how hostile you are towards him. Team Joe's mood is quite complicated. He looked down at the bowl of colorful noodles in his hand, and then looked in front of him where Ji Chang's figure had completely disappeared. Asked Huziahuo, your boss, what's going on? Why does it seem to me that he doesn't recognize anyone? Isn't he poisoned? Huziahuo was actually confused at first, but it was okay for him to be confused, and it was okay for the rest of his team to be confused. What does poisoning mean? Do you want to know if their boss is weak now? Being from another camp, Team Joe's confusion always made him worry about whether the other party had bad intentions. How can there be no poisoning? Isn't our boss always like that? He insisted, Captain Joe, Weren't you colleagues with our boss before? Why don't you even know this? Has it always been like this? Hu's tone was so sure that Captain Joe scratched his head and began to recall the Ji Changs he had met before. Ji Changs has never been talkative and has never taken the initiative to communicate with others. Every time he met before, he always followed Ji Rong. It seemed that Ji Rong really asked him to say hello before he opened his mouth to call people. However, because there were too many people whose personalities became dull after being stimulated by the apocalypse, Ji Changs didn't attract anyone's attention when he mingled among them. After all, although he doesn't like to talk, he is not unable to take care of himself. He usually seems to be lively and capable, and it doesn't look like there is anything wrong with him. Could it be that this guy has always been face blind? Although face blindness is not a rare thing, it is so strange when it comes to Ji Changs. As soon as Brother Rong left, he immediately fell out of favor. Ji Changs, who was full of strong villain standards, was actually face blind? Deep down in his heart, he felt that this matter needed to be confirmed again, so he simply stopped eating and wandering around as he had planned before. Instead, he finished his noodles and stood on the same spot from the entrance to the base. Waiting on the road, I plan to verify whether face blindness is true. Because Ji Chang said before leaving that the bull was for them to deal with, Team Joe naturally wouldn't lick his face and think that you also included himself. Who's Who and who wrong? The team he leads are Ji Chang's cronies. Compared to Captain Joe, who was very self-aware, Who had no doubt that the boss was letting him handle the cow. He was gearing up and salivating at the thought of the delicious beef. The option of taking the cow back alive and raising it simply did not exist in his eyes. It would be hard for them to take the cow back if it was unconscious, but it would be okay if it woke up. They are not as fierce as the boss. They can drag the whole cow back by just pulling its tail. If this guy wakes up, they won't be able to control it and run around all over the base, which will hurt a lot of people. He tied up the head rope and let the water-type superpower drench the boss cow with water. Then he went up and used the thunder-type superpower to output, adding a stun guarantee to the already unconscious bull, and then took out the money. Draw out your weapons and start killing the cattle. After the killing was over and they were sure that this guy couldn't jump up again, a group of people struggled to carry the big fat cow back to their team's training ground, planning to wait for the boss to come back and ask if they could divide it directly. Meat. After carrying the cattle, I came back and planned to go to the cafeteria to eat. I saw Captain Joe standing here with his people and not leaving. In that posture, it was obvious that he was waiting for their boss. He was a little bit embarrassed in his heart. This guy can't be holding something bad inside. Although Team Joe can fight, he is alone, and it will definitely not be easy for him to face so many people. After thinking for a while, Who directly ordered his men to get food. He and the others also stood there. Captain Joe turned around and saw that they hadn't left yet, so he pretended to be waiting and asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" Yes, we plan to wait here for the boss to come back." "Didn't he go catch the cow?" "Let's see if we can help." Who answered happily, and then asked Team Joe, "Is Team Joe standing here waiting for the boss?" Team Joe. How did this make him react? To be honest, the two groups of people were at odds with each other. They were waiting here with nothing to do, and there was no reason. It seemed like he had some conspiracy. If not, he was indeed waiting for Ji Changs. Ah, yes. Fortunately, he was resourceful and came up with a perfect excuse in just a few seconds. "Didn't the boss just catch the wrong cow? I have some experience in raising cows. I'll help him take a look after he catches it." "That's it?" "Yes, haha." After the people on both sides came and went for a while, they fell into an awkward silence again. No one spoke or made a sound. A passerby passed by and saw two groups of people standing clearly separated, both of them silent. The atmosphere was quite strange. However, a man about 25 years old came over and was happy to see this posture. "Are you playing a game where whoever moves loses? Why are you standing here?" Seeing that it was him, both Huzayahu and Captain Joe heaved a sigh of relief. The base has secretly been divided into two camps, but some people are unwilling to take sides and choose to be neutral and not interfere with either side. The person who came was none other than the neutral captain, Captain Chin. Before Ji Rong's death, there were no factions in the camp. Even if the relationship between everyone was not as close as brothers, it could definitely be said that they could trust each other. Just like Huzayahu and Team Joe, although they are quite different in age, they have worked together several times before, and each time they cooperated tacitly and ended successfully. The year before last, Captain Joe's wife gave birth to a son. During the full moon banquet, he even went to give gifts and held the child in his arms for a long time. However, since everyone chose different camps, the teams that were once like a family are now embarrassed and wary of each other when they meet. But it's different for the neutral Chin team. He doesn't join any faction, nor does he go against anyone. He just said that he doesn't want everyone to act like enemies, so he won't get involved in this matter. Team Chin's name is Chin King He. His temperament has always been like this. He is alone, carefree and unrestrained. Apart from upgrading the crystal cores he earned, he uses them to buy food and drinks. No one is surprised that he chose not to join any party. But under such embarrassing circumstances, Team Chin's arrival is obviously liberating for both parties. "Brother Chin, come here to eat." Huzayahu was the first to greet him. He smiled and took out a lollipop made by the base from his pocket and threw it to the other party. "I just bought it yesterday. It's very expensive. I'm giving you an advantage." Chin King He took the lollipop, tore off the paper and put it in his mouth. His voice was slightly muffled because he was holding the candy. "No, I'm here to find someone. Have you seen and run? And team?" Huzayahu's face looked unhappy and he tugged at the corner of his mouth. "I haven't seen him. I haven't seen him for several days." Captain Joe then answered, "Maybe he went on a date. Didn't he have a girlfriend? He's been very busy recently, and I haven't been able to catch anyone else for a few days." "Dating?" Chin King He frowned slightly. "Didn't he say that he was afraid that Yingying would think too much and didn't plan to look for her again? Anrun's wife died in the first year of the apocalypse in order to save her daughter, and he was deeply shocked. After joining the Yinghe base, he once said when attending Ji Rong's son's birthday party that his daughter had lost her mother and he didn't want anyone to take away the daughter's fatherly love, so he asked everyone to stop enthusiastically helping introduce her. Now suddenly hearing that he had found a girlfriend, Chin King He was really surprised. "I have advised him before, saying that even if it is for Yingying's sake, he can wait until Yingying gets married before looking for him. He cannot stay with Yingying's mother all his life." At that time, he said firmly that Yingying's mother died tragically in front of him, and it was impossible for him to find someone to replace her. Compared to Chin Ching, who didn't quite believe it, Team Joe accepted it well. He has been alone for so long. It is normal for him to feel lonely and want to find someone else. Yingying will have her own family when she grows up. It is normal for him to find one now. Huzayahu said angrily, "Do you believe what a man says? Enrun just said it. It's not just once or twice that he doesn't mean what he says." Because Enrun was mentioned, he gave up the idea of having a family affair with Chin King He and curled his lips. "Brother Chin, Captain Joe, I won't talk anymore. I'll go to the door to see if the boss is back." After saying that, he led a group of people towards the entrance of the base. It happened that the team members who went to get food came back. Everyone had a bowl of rice in their hands. They looked like the people in the village before the apocalypse who were holding their rice bowls as soon as it was time to eat. Just like the old men who come out for a walk while eating. Seeing him walking away angrily, Chin King He asked Captain Joe, is he and Run still like that? It's still the same. I would say that Run was too good to him before and got used to him. Now everyone is like this. Huziahu and Run are not relatives. Why is Run still treating him like he did before? Team Joe obviously stood by his ally and felt that Huziahu was too greedy. Chin King, he said something fair, you can't say that. The two of them were dependent on each other before. Although their positions are different, they both have their own considerations, so they are not really enemies. Huziahu is younger and has a childlike temper. He is willing to take the initiative to get close to Run, but Run talks coldly to him. It is normal that he cannot accept it. Speaking of which, it's not surprising that when Huziahu mentioned Run, his nose was not his nose, not his eyes. These two people knew each other before the end of the world. One lived upstairs and the other lived downstairs. Although there was a big age difference, their mothers were close friends, so Huziahu and Run were also considered peers. In the first year of the end of the world, Run, Huziahu's parents turned into first-generation zombies, as did Huziahu's parents. However, compared to Huziahu, who was left alone in the family, Run's wife and daughter were still there. After Run learned about the situation upstairs, he ventured upstairs to pick up Huziahu. Huziahu was still a 12-year-old child at the time. He was still watching cartoons the night before the end of the world. He didn't understand anything and was young. If Run hadn't taken him home, he would definitely not have survived alone. Therefore, Run's behavior was equivalent to saving Huziahu's life. After that, the four of them tried to live carefully in the apocalypse. Although it was hard, they all survived. Until that time, Run's daughter Yingying had a high fever, and there was no medicine in the car. They had to stop the car to look for medicine. Run and Huziahu acted quickly, got off the car and went to the supermarket to search. Run's wife wanted she took care of her infant daughter and stayed in the car. As a result, while they were looking, there was a scream from outside. The surrounding zombies were all cleared away, but the zombie in the car next to him was accidentally missed. The zombie honked the horn when he got out of his car. The sound of the horn attracted a large number of zombies, and the car door was completely destroyed. Run's wife could only get out of the car and run with her child. By the time they returned quickly, she had been overtaken. After the first bite, she knew she was doomed, so she quickly adjusted her posture, lay on the ground and hid the child under her. She endured the severe pain of being bitten off pieces of flesh alive and remained motionless until the end. Two people. Run and his wife have a very good relationship, and they were immediately stimulated when they saw that scene. He rushed forward and killed the zombies, but he couldn't save his wife. When we parked the car, there was a family of 3 plus Huziahu. When we returned, the mistress of the family stayed there forever. Run was stimulated and became seriously ill. During that time, the 12-year-old Huziahu was trying to learn to take care of him and Yingying, looking for a place to rest, and going out to find medicine alone. He didn't have the guts to fight the zombies, and he couldn't fight them, so he could only hide and try to speed up his pace. During a near-death experience, he activated his superpower, which made him feel a little better. But even so, everyone knows how difficult it is for a 12-year-old child to take care of a seriously ill adult and baby. After Run recovered from his illness, he also activated the wood power as a blessing in disguise. After that, he took Huziahu and his daughter around to find a safe place until they met Jirong, and the three of them were taken to Huiye base. Huziahu is a person with special abilities. He was originally going to go out to the base to do tasks, but Run took the responsibility. His living expenses allowed him to go to school, allowing him to live a life like an ordinary child for another 3 years. When he was 15 years old, he went out to fight zombies for the first time. Although the two are not related by blood, Run saved Huziahu, and Huziahu also saved Run. The relationship between the two can be said to be deep. Before Jirong's death, Hu Xiaohu had always lived with Enrun. It is said that Enrun raised Hu Xiaohu as half a son, and Hu Xiaohu himself regarded Enrun and Enyingying as his last relatives. As a result, Jirong died and Ji Changs took the position of boss of the base. There were differences among the top management of the base. Hu Xiaohu and Enrun made different choices. He himself doesn't think there is anything wrong. Although everyone has different positions, the feelings are still there. He will never deal with Enrun because of the boss's order. At the same time, he also firmly believes that Enrun is the same. As a result, Enrun was not only not like this, but also kicked him out of the house because he stood with Ji Changs and broke up with him. No matter how talented Hu Xiaohu is, he was 12 years old before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, except for the initial difficulty, Enrun has been doting on him since he arrived at Yinghe base. He himself is not heartless and is happy every day. How could Hu Xiaohu, who had a mind like a child, accept the fact that he was abandoned by Enrun? He was even angry with Team Zhou, who was on the same side as Enrun. Otherwise, based on everyone's previous acquaintance, they wouldn't have been able to divide the camps so cleanly and without any room for maneuver. Qin Qinghe is neutral. Hu Xiaohu cannot say such things, but he can say, "We just have different opinions. It really won't be so ugly, so just forget it." Enrun and Hu Xiaohu have a special relationship after all. Although Team Zhou understands what he said makes sense, he is biased against Hu Xiaohu, who is on Ji Chang's side, and he also understands Enrun's actions. Although Enrun has a good temper, he is not indifferent to right from wrong. Hu Xiaohu sided with Ji Changs this time. It is normal for him to be angry. Hu Xiaohu has been following Ji Changs since he joined the team. Just like you will stand by Brother Rong unconditionally, he will also stand by Changs unconditionally. This is normal. On the other hand, Enrun, who has always been the calmest one, really reacted too much this time. In fact, Qin Qinghe had planned to side with Team Zhou before. It wasn't that he sincerely felt that Wenan should be given the position of base boss, but that the atmosphere at that time was too tense. Qin Qinghe doesn't want to be with colleagues who have been through life and death together. They have really developed to the point of life and death. He calculated that there are 5 teams of superpowers in the base. Team Zhou is Jirong's die-hard loyalist, and he is very unsatisfied with Ji Chang's bullying of orphans and widowed mothers. He will definitely stand by him. Wenan's side. Hu Xiaohu is a fan of Ji Chang's, and he will definitely support Ji Chang's. There is another captain, Hu Rong. Although he prefers Jirong's wife and daughter, he is also willing to give up the competition for the position of base boss and give this position to Wenan. But he pays more attention to the overall situation, and will always consider the future of the base when considering things. If none of the 6 people wants the position of the base boss, and everyone brings up Wenan peacefully, then Hu Rong will definitely not have any objections. But since Ji Changs wants this position, in the long run of the base, it is best for the boss who is currently sitting in this position to be strong. Even if he doesn't approve of Ji Chang's overly ruthless behavior, he will still choose to support Ji Chang's to secure his position in the end. As for Enrun has a gentle temperament, never likes fighting, and is too emotional. He definitely doesn't want everyone to fall out, so Qin Qinghe was very sure that he would choose neutrality before. He is very good at calculating. I thought that when the time comes, I will stand with Team Zhou, and the base will be able to maintain a relatively balanced situation. No one can do anything to anyone, and there will be no real internal fighting. When everyone calms down and is no longer full of grief and anger like when Brother Rong died, they can have a good talk. They are all brothers who can be trusted to support him. He believes that they can still have a good talk. As a result, Qin Qinghe was about to speak, but Enrun did not stand neutral. After he was surprised, he could only neutralize himself and be the last piece of this balanced chess game. Qin King he was surprised that Enrun, who always wanted everyone to have a harmonious relationship the most, chose to take sides. Now that he knew that he actually ignored what he said before and got a girlfriend, he was even more surprised. Who is his girlfriend? Do I know her? Enrun has a good temper and a good personality. He is one of the 5 captains of Yinghe base. He is also the only wood-type superpower in all bases that has exceeded level 8. He has always been very popular in the base. But no matter which girl proposed to her, he would always refuse her, never giving him a chance to be single. Qin King he was really curious, who could actually make Enrun, who had always been pure and self-sufficient, fall in love with him. You don't know me, and neither do I. She seems to be a woman brought back from outside the base. She is quite beautiful, but I don't know her personality. Speaking of gossip, Captain Joe didn't care about being angry at Hu Ziahu. He looked left and right, then whispered gossip in Qin King He's ear. You don't know, these 2 people are living together. Ah! Living together. Qin King he was really shocked now. Enrun is such a conservative person, but he is actually willing to live together without getting married. Isn't this the end of the world? Why do we get married in the end of the world? No, even if it's the end of the world, we can still serve wine. Even if there is no wine to drink now, let's have a dinner at the head office. Compared to the neurotic Captain Joe, Qin King he felt that this fact was too abnormal. Enrun respects women. If he really likes that person, he can't really make her famous. She won't be able to follow him. If you don't like it, you won't take it home. He remembered another thing, that's not right. Enrun values his daughter more than her life. She always sleeps in the same room with a curtain behind her. If his girlfriend moves in, the 2 of them will do things. We definitely can't let the children live in the same room. What will happen to his daughter? What else can I do? I'll live in the 2nd bedroom. Qin King he is willing? Didn't he say before that he always wakes up at night and can only go back to sleep peacefully when he hears his daughter's breathing? Yingying is already 10 years old. She is a big girl. What else can she be reluctant to part with? He is probably the 2nd spring now. I have been asked to pick Yingying up from school these days. Damn it, this 2nd spring is so effective. Even Enrun, the best father in the base, can put his daughter in 2nd place. Enrun couldn't wait to carry her daughter in her pocket at all times. Perhaps because his daughter was almost eaten by a zombie and the shadow was too great on him, he has always regarded his daughter as if she were an eyeball, and he had to pick her up and drop her off by himself every day. Before Yingying was 7 years old, she slept in the same bed as her father. Later, Enrun felt that it was not okay. Even her biological father had to stay away from her as her daughter got older, so she installed a small bed in the room. There is a curtain in the middle. Enrun sleeps on a small bed and her daughter sleeps on a big bed. In this way, Yingying has a wife, and he can protect his daughter and reassure himself at all times. As a result, now that we are in a relationship, it makes sense to let our daughter live in the 2nd bedroom. After all, it is really inappropriate for the girl to sleep in the same room with her father when she is older. Even if she doesn't pick up after school, is this still the same Enrun who has to pick up her daughter in person every day when it's windy or rainy and has to go to the base for meetings? Qin King he always felt that something was wrong. He opened his mouth to ask more details, but suddenly heard. I saw a loud noise coming from the entrance of the base. Boom. The sound was so much like a gun that he was so startled that he subconsciously touched the whip hanging on his waist. After he realized that he was inside the base, he relaxed a little. What's the sound? Did the tire blow out? It's probably Ji Chang's who caught the cow and came back. Captain Joe was busy chatting and gossiping, and almost forgot that he was waiting to verify something. When he heard this movement, He immediately forgot what he was talking about, grabbed the bowl and walked over there. I won't tell you any more, I'm going to take a look. Seeing him running away in such a hurry, Qin King he felt a little dumbfounded and chased after him. No, why are you running so fast? Didn't you say you would never talk to nagays again? You do not understand. Team Joe ran very fast, and when they arrived at the entrance of the base, they saw a familiar scene. The boy in black was still on the bridge, walking forward expressionlessly, holding the cow's tail in his hand. But it's still a little different from before. Before, he was holding the cow's tail with one hand, but this time, he had a cow's tail on each hand. The two cows struggled very hard, but unfortunately no matter how hard they tried, they still couldn't break free from Ji Chang's hands and could only keep hitting the ground with loud noises. There are many people at the door, already watching, with envy and admiration in their eyes. Being able to catch cows is already very powerful, but Ji Chang still caught them alive, so it didn't matter if they were still alive. He even caught two cows at once, and still dragged them back with one hand. You must know that this is not the cow before the apocalypse. A cow today is 3 to 4 meters long. Add in the height and the meat, the weight is simply incredible. Under the breeze, Ji Chang's face was expressionless and his eyes were indifferent. His long legs looked even more slender because he was wearing black trousers. He was holding a cow's tail in each hand, as if the weight of the two cows was effortless on him. Appearance. This picture is really eye-catching, and coupled with his good looks, Team Joe has already seen a lot of girls in less than a minute since he arrived, and their eyes are shining when they find each other excitedly. That's all. He actually saw his wife holding her fat son and watching the fun there. The fat son was young and had never seen much of the world. When he saw the scene in front of him, his mouth opened wide into an O shape, looking very shocked look. Team Joe's sharp ears even heard him say to his wife, "Mom, Uncle Nagasawa is so awesome." He felt sour all of a sudden. What's so awesome, isn't it just catching cows? So will he. We will catch them tomorrow, 4 of them. Feeling sour in his heart, he wanted to say something. He said to Qin King he who was following him, "Did you see that we are building momentum? This bull is good at catching him. Now the whole base knows that he is strong. He is so scheming. Why didn't I see that he is such a scheming person before?" Qin King he took the bowl that he squeezed too hard because it was too lemony, and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Do you think Nagasawa is deeply scheming? Isn't it? Don't you think so?" Qin King he looked at the scene at the entrance of the base and twitched the corners of his mouth. "Are you sure?" "Of course I do," Team Joe said while looking forward along his line of sight. As a result, he was stunned when he saw it. Qin King he looked at Team Joe with a look that was hard to explain. "How serious is it that you are comparing yourself to a 15-year-old child?" Ji Chang's got stuck at the entrance of the base. The two cows were extremely strong. Even if they were lying flat, including their legs, they would be nearly 3 meters wide. The base gate was 5 meters wide. If there was only one cow lying down, it would definitely be able to come in smoothly. In the end, didn't Ji Chang's catch both ends? He wanted to come in, but the two cows were too fat together and couldn't squeeze in. So, everyone watched helplessly as the boss of the base, who was wearing a scabbard on his back and dressed in black, pulled the cows' tails with expressionless hands and kept walking forward, but no matter how he walked, the two cows got stuck outside the base. Not coming. Ji Chang's worked hard for 2 minutes, and Team Joe also stared blankly for 2 minutes. No, can't he bring in one end first and then the other? Qin King he touched his chin. "I want to say this too." Huzaiahua, who was still looking like "Oh my god, my boss is strong, my boss is awesome," seemed to have noticed that his boss was being stupid, and trotted over to whisper for a while. When he said this, Ji Chang's nodded expressionlessly. Then he quickly stunned the two struggling cows. Just when everyone thought he was going to get them in one by one, Ji Chang's used the cows as a road and jumped down when he reached their heads. He held down one cow's head with one hand and began to push the two cows side by side into the base. Team Zhou. Qin King He. Hu Ziahu also looked anxious and shouted, "Boss! Let me help you." Then he also jumped on the cow and came to Ji Chang's side. Just when they thought Hu Ziahu was going to help transport the cattle correctly, they saw him put his hands on. He got on top of a cow and started pushing in hard. While pushing back, he said to Ji Chang's, "We will definitely get them in if we work together." Team Zhou. Qin King He. Where did these two fools come from? Qin King He, are you really sure that Nagasawa is deeply scheming? Team Zhou. It was quite certain at first, but now I am not so sure. Qin King He tried hard to make excuses for the two of them. You are young, you are still too young, and you have too little experience. That's it? Team Zhou, should we go over and remind you? Just don't go. Hu Ziahu was angry because of an run just now. You were afraid that he would think you were laughing at them. I'll go. Qin King He said and stepped forward directly. Captain Zhou stood there, watching Qin King He jump to Ji Chang's side and babbling something. As he looked at it, he suddenly found a familiar bowl in the other person's hand. Team Zhou. He looked down at his empty hands and walked over silently. As soon as he passed by, Ji Chang's nodded calmly and his tone was as calm as ever. "Thank you, Brother Zhou." "I see." Qin King He, thank you to whom?" Team Zhou, as expected. He silently stepped forward and took the flower bowl from Qin King He's hand. "Boss." Hearing his voice, the black-haired young man frowned slightly, looked at the bowl in his hand, and then at Qin King He, as if comparing their heights before relaxing his eyebrows. Nodding slightly to Captain Zhou, "Brother Zhou." After saying hello to Team Zhou, he looked at Qin King He again, without saying a word and with an expressionless face. Qin King He, "No, what are you looking at me for?" Team Zhou, who is already considered to have some experience, "Boss, this is Team Qin." Ji Chang's expression remained unchanged, as if it was normal for him to need someone to remind him to recognize that the other person was a colleague who had been with him for 8 years. He said quietly to Qin King He, "Thank you, Brother Qin." Qin King He, "No thanks." Seeing Ji Chang's pull out a cow with one hand, he looked at Captain Zhou with a confused expression on his face. "What's the situation?" "Poisoned." Facing Qin King He, who had a what the hell expression on his face, Captain Zhou was strangely a little proud of "I know more than you." No, he was like that before. He didn't say hello before when Brother Wrong asked him to hit him. He is probably face blind. He used to think that Ji Chang's was addicted to martial arts and didn't care about external affairs. Don't take it to heart. After Brother Wrong passed away, he felt that the other party was arrogant and did not take them seriously. But now, Team Zhou says he is not so narrow-minded. Even when he looked at the black-haired boy looking over with clear and quiet eyes, he felt that Qin King He was making a fuss. Qin King He, really or not? He didn't mean to tease me. Ji Chang's tilted his head slightly. "What? It's okay, keep busy." Captain Zhou grabbed Qin King He. Although he didn't like Ji Chang's very much, he couldn't do this kind of thing of exposing people's shortcomings head on. "Please lower your voice, what's wrong with his face blindness? It's the end of the world, who hasn't? Something's wrong." Qin King He. He understood that there was something wrong, but what was going on with the other party's attitude of helping Nagays to speak? Seeing Qin King He's "Are you kidding me" look on his face, Captain Zhou thought that the other party didn't believe it, so he patted the other party on the shoulder with a magnanimous "I'm from here" look. "I know he can't recognize you, and you have some opinions. I understand. After all, I was like that before, but don't take it to heart. This is a disease. We must deal with it with a tolerant attitude. No, please let me slow down, you, him, you. Captain Joe thought he was still struggling with Ji Chang's calling the wrong person. Look at you, how serious are you to a 15-year-old child? Chin King he. This sounds slightly familiar. No. Previously, Team Joe had a white-eyed Ji Changs on the left and a scheming Ji Changs on the right. Those words were still ringing in his ears. It's only been less than 10 minutes, why is he so serious? The author has something to say. Good night, tweet, Lily is free and the fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft.